Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Cosmic Wand. In today's episode, we explore what if Harry started as the weakest first year, but every night he entered a dungeon and came back stronger than the day before. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The boy who flinched the wand chose him. That's what Ollivander said. Anyway, with those moon-pale eyes going wide and that whisper, curious, very curious, and Harry had wanted to believe it meant something. Standing in that dusty shop with the afternoon light cutting through the window, holly and phoenix feather warm in his grip, he'd felt it. A hum. A rightness. That feeling was dead now. Harry stood in the charms classroom with 30 other first years, and a wand that might as well have been a stick he'd picked up off the ground. Flitwick had them practicing the levitation basics, not even the full charm yet, just channeling intent, pushing magic into the wood and feeling it respond. Everyone else's wands were doing something. Sparks. Glows. Hermione Granger's was practically singing, a steady warm light pulsing from the tip while Flitwick squeaked with delight. Seamus Finnegan's had already set his feather on fire twice, which wasn't right but was at least magic. Ron Weasley's wand gave off a sort of sulky amber flicker that made him scowl and mutter about hand-me-downs. Harry's wand did nothing. He gripped it tighter. Focused. Pushed. He could feel something far away, behind a wall, muffled and dim, like hearing music through water. His magic was in there somewhere. He knew it was. He'd made glass vanish at a zoo. He'd regrown his hair overnight. He'd operate onto a school roof, though he didn't know the word for it then. But now, with a wand in his hand and a classroom watching, nothing. Give it another try, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said gently, pausing beside his desk. The tiny professor's eyes were kind, which somehow made it worse. Don't force it. Let the magic come naturally. Harry tried. The wand sat dead in his hand. Flitwick patted his arm and moved on. Behind him, Harry heard Draco Malfoy whisper something to Crabbe and Goyle. The laughter was quiet but precise, aimed like a knife thrown across the room. He set the wand down on his desk and stared at it. Holly and Phoenix Feather. Brother to the wand that killed his parents. Chosen for him by forces he didn't understand. It felt like a cruel joke. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower after class was long. Harry kept his head down and moved through the corridors with the particular invisibility of someone who'd learned very young how to not be noticed. It was a skill the Dursleys had beaten into him, not always with hands, though Vernon wasn't above a cuff when the mood struck. More with the constant, grinding lesson that Harry Potter took up too much space, breathed too much air, existed too loudly. He'd learned to be small. To be nothing. It worked at Hogwarts too. Students flowed around him like water around a stone. A few glanced his way, his scar was still a magnet for stares, but the novelty was already fading. A week in, and the famous Harry Potter had proven to be a skinny, quiet kid in second-hand robes who couldn't cast a spell to save his life. The stares were turning into something else. Pity. Confusion. Disappointment. He could handle the stares. He'd had worse. Ron caught up with him on the third-floor landing, slightly out of breath and still faintly smelling of singed feather from sitting next to Seamus. All right, mate. Fine. Ron had the good grace not to push it. He fell into step beside Harry, and they walked in comfortable silence for a bit. Ron did that. He just showed up, occupied the space next to Harry without demanding anything from it. It was new, having someone like that. Harry didn't entirely know what to do with it. Malfoy's a git, Ron offered after a while. Just so you know, his family's been nothing but gits for about 600 years. It's hereditary. I know. I'm just saying. Whatever he said back there, I didn't hear it. He had, though. Every word. Some chosen one. My father says the Dark Lord must have tripped over his own curse, because there's clearly nothing special about Potter. The fat lady let them in, and Harry went straight up to the dormitory. It was empty. The other boys were at dinner, or still making their way back from afternoon classes. He sat on his bed, pulled the curtains half closed, and took out his wand. He tried again. Just sitting there, cross-legged on the mattress, trying to feel the channel between himself and the Hollywood. It was like reaching for something in the dark. His fingers brushed it, he was sure of it, but every time he tried to grab hold, it slipped away. 20 minutes. 30. His hand started to cramp from gripping. Nothing. Harry put the wand under his pillow and lay back. The ceiling of the four-poster was dark red fabric, and he stared at it until his vision blurred. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About 10 years of not enough food, not enough light, not enough of anything. About his aunt's thin mouth and his uncle's thick hands and his cousin's laughter, which was always just the appetizer before the hitting. He thought about how his body had learned to survive on scraps, food, affection, space, hope. His magic had probably learned the same thing. Rationed itself. Hidden itself away in some deep internal cupboard of its own, door locked, waiting for it to be safe to come out. It didn't feel safe. Even here, even at Hogwarts, something inside him was still crouched in the dark with its arms over its head. He fell asleep without meaning to and dreamed of nothing. Ron woke him for dinner. Harry said he wasn't hungry, which was a lie but also wasn't. His stomach had learned to stop asking years ago. Ron hovered for a moment, then went down without him, and Harry was grateful and guilty in equal measure. The first week became the second. The second became the third. Nothing improved. Transfiguration was a disaster. McGonagall had them turning matches into needles, and Harry's match sat on his desk like a small wooden accusation. He'd stare at it, wand in hand, visualizing exactly what McGonagall described, the shift in molecular structure, would becoming metal, blunt becoming sharp, and his magic would stir like something half asleep, then settle again. "Keep at it, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, and her voice was careful. Controlled. She'd known his parents, Harry remembered. She'd cried on the day she'd helped leave him at the Dursleys. He wondered if she looked at him now and felt the same thing everyone else seemed to feel. This is what survived? This is what we pinned our hopes on? Potions was worse, because Snape didn't bother with careful. Snape was a scalpel. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry, who had read his textbook cover to cover 3 times because reading was free and the Dursleys couldn't stop him from doing it in his cupboard, opened his mouth to answer, "I don't know, sir." The words came out before the answer could. Some deep, broken reflex. Don't be smart. Don't stand out. Don't give them a reason to notice you. A decade of Dursley training overriding a week of desperate studying in a single flinch. Snape's lip curled. Clearly fame isn't everything. Hermione Granger's hand was up so high she was practically levitating. Snape ignored her. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry knew this one too. Stomach of a goat. Chapter 3, page 47. He could see the paragraph in his mind. "I don't know, sir." Again. Automatic. A locked door between knowledge and speech, installed by people who'd punished him for every correct answer, every sign of being better than Dudley, every flash of anything that could be called capability. Snape stared at him, and there was something in those black eyes beyond contempt. Something almost like recognition. Then it was gone, replaced by a sneer. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming at Potter? Pity. Your mother was rather brilliant." It was the cruelest thing anyone had said to him at Hogwarts. Not because of the insult. Because of the comparison. After class, Hermione cornered him in the corridor. "You knew those answers. I saw your face, you knew them. Leave it alone, Granger. You mouthed bezoar right before you said you didn't know. I saw you. I said leave it alone." She looked at him for a long moment, all bushy hair and fierce brown eyes, and he could see her cataloging him. Filing him away under some heading she hadn't figured out yet. Then she turned and walked off, and Harry slumped against the cold stone wall and pressed his forehead to it until the nausea passed. Flying was supposed to be different. Harry had heard that some magic was instinctive, that it came from the body rather than the wand, from joy rather than concentration. When Madame Hooch lined them up on the pitch and put brooms at their feet, Harry wanted so badly for this to be the thing he could do. "Up," said 22 voices. Harry's broom rolled over on the ground like a dog that didn't trust him. "Up," he said again, and he felt that distant stirring, that muffled thump of magic behind the wall inside him. The broom shot into his hand. For one perfect second, hope flared bright and stupid in his chest. Then Neville Longbottom's broom went haywire, the round-faced boy rocketing into the air with a scream, and everything dissolved into chaos. Neville fell. His wrist snapped. Madam Hooch rushed him to the hospital wing. And Draco Malfoy picked up Neville's Remembrall with a grin like a knife. Maybe I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. The roof, perhaps. He clearly likes heights. Harry didn't think. Didn't plan. Didn't weigh costs and benefits. He just got on the broom and kicked off. The air caught him, and his body knew what to do. Not his magic, his body. The reflexes that the Dursleys had given him, the ability to duck, to dodge, to read where a blow was coming from and not be there when it arrived. On a broom, those instincts translated into something that felt like flying. Because it was flying. Malfoy was 30 feet up and Harry climbed to meet him in seconds, the broom responding to his weight shifts and the pressure of his knees like it was reading his mind. Malfoy's sneer faltered. "Give it here, Malfoy. Come and get it, Potter." Malfoy threw the Remembrall. It arced high and far, catching the light, and Harry was already moving. He didn't aim the broom, he just went, a 50-foot dive that pulled the air out of his lungs, and his hand closed around the glass ball 6 inches from the ground. He pulled up, landed, stood there in the grass with his heart slamming and Neville's Remembrall in his fist, and the entire class staring at him in dead silence. Then McGonagall's voice from across the pitch, "Harry Potter." He was sure he was expelled. Instead, she took him to Oliver Wood and gave him a spot on the Quidditch team. Seeker. Youngest in a century. For the rest of that day, people looked at him differently. Whispered things that weren't pity or disappointment. He felt it, the warmth of it, the pull of belonging, and then evening came, and he was back in the common room with his wand, trying to light the tip. Nothing. He could fly. He couldn't cast a basic Lumos. The high from the afternoon curdled into something bitter and complicated, and Harry sat by the fire long after everyone else went to bed, holding a wand that wouldn't work for a boy whose magic was locked behind a door he couldn't open. Ron had stayed up with him for a while, playing chess against himself. He'd won somehow. Now it was past midnight and Harry was alone, and the fire was dying, and the common room was full of shadows that moved in the corner of his eye. Something pulled at him. Not a sound. Not a thought. A sensation, physical, directional, like a hook behind his navel, gentle but insistent. Down. It pulled down. Harry stood up. The pulling didn't stop. It knew he was listening now. He grabbed the invisibility cloak. No, he didn't have one yet. He had nothing. Just himself and a dead wand and the kind of reckless, exhausted courage that comes from having nothing left to lose at the end of a very bad day. He climbed out of the portrait hole. The fat lady muttered in her sleep, but didn't wake. The corridor beyond was dark and cold and empty. The pull guided him left. Down a staircase that creaked under his feet. Along a hallway he didn't recognize, but that wasn't unusual. Half the castle was unfamiliar to him still. The paintings slept in their frames. The suits of armor stood sentinel, moonlight catching their metal joints. Down again. Another staircase, narrower. The air grew cooler. The stones here were darker, older, and the pull was stronger. Not painful, not commanding, just clear. Like following a thread in the dark. Harry descended past the level of the dungeons. Past the corridor that led to Snape's classroom and the Slytherin common room. There was another staircase here, hidden behind a tapestry that depicted a war between creatures Harry didn't recognize. He pushed the tapestry aside and the stairs went down into blackness. He should have been afraid. He was afraid. But the fear was the kind he knew, the cold, familiar companion of every night spent in the cupboard listening to the house settle and the spiders move. Fear wasn't a reason to stop. Fear was just the weather. The stairs ended at a wall. Blank stone. Dead end. Harry stood there in perfect darkness, and the pull was so strong now it vibrated in his teeth. He put his hand on the wall. The stone was warm. Not the warmth of a heated room, the warmth of something alive. It pulsed under his palm, and he felt his magic respond. That muffled, distant thing behind its locked door, it surged. Like it was trying to answer a call in a language Harry didn't speak. The wall opened. Not like a door, more like the stone simply decided to stop existing where his hand was, and the absence spread outward in a circle until there was a passage. Beyond it, stairs going down. A faint light, blue-white and cold, emanating from nowhere he could see. Harry went through. The wall closed behind him. The staircase was long. He counted 216 steps before he stopped counting. The light grew brighter as he descended, and the air changed, not warmer, not colder, but thicker. Like the air before a thunderstorm. Charged. Waiting. The stairs ended in a room. It was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a high-domed ceiling that disappeared into shadow. The floor was stone, not castle stone, not hewn and fitted. This was raw rock, smooth as glass, dark as deep water. The blue-white light came from lines carved into the walls, running in patterns that weren't quite runes, weren't quite anything Harry had seen in his textbooks. They pulsed slowly, like breathing. In the center of the room, set into the floor, was a symbol. A circle with a line through it. Simple. Old. And standing at the edge of the room, half hidden in the shadow between two pillars, something moved. Harry's breath stopped. It separated from the darkness like oil from water, a shape, roughly humanoid, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs at angles that didn't follow anatomy. It was made of shadow, but not the absence of light. This was shadow as substance, as material, as muscle. It had no face, no features. Just a smooth, dark surface where a head should be, tilted slightly, as if curious. It was looking at him. Harry's hand went to his wand. Useless. His wand was useless. He was in a room beneath the castle, deeper than the dungeons, and something was looking at him, and his only weapon was a stick that didn't work. The shadow thing moved. Fast. Not walking, sliding, crossing the distance between them in a single fluid rush, one elongated arm sweeping toward Harry's head. He ducked. Dudley's gang had taught him that much. When something comes at your head, you duck. He dropped flat, and the arm passed over him, cold enough that his hair crackled with frost, and he rolled sideways as the thing pivoted and came again. No time to think. No time to plan. He scrambled backward, and his hand closed around something on the ground, a loose stone, broken from the floor, heavy and sharp-edged. The shadow thing lunged. Harry swung. The stone passed through its body like passing through smoke. No resistance. No impact. The thing's arm hit him in the chest, and he flew backward. Not far, 5 feet, maybe, but it felt like being hit by a car made of winter. He hit the ground, and the air went out of him, and the cold sank into his ribs like knives. He couldn't breathe. The thing was above him, leaning down, that featureless face inches from his. Up close, it wasn't smooth. There were patterns in the darkness. Lines like the ones on the walls, but moving. Shifting. Harry was going to die. In a room no one knew about, beneath a castle he'd been in for 3 weeks. No one would find him. Ron would wonder where he went. Hedwig would wait in the Ollery until she didn't anymore. The Dursleys would probably be relieved. Something cracked inside him. Not a bone. Something deeper. Something behind the locked door. His magic, that distant, muffled thing screamed. It came out of him like a shockwave. No wand. No spell. No words or intent or technique. Raw magic, unchanneled, wild, pouring out of his skin in a burst of white gold light that blew the shadow thing backward across the room. It hit the far wall and splattered like ink, breaking into a dozen fragments that writhed on the stone. Harry lay on his back, gasping. His whole body hurt. His vision swam. The light faded. The fragments of shadow pulled themselves back together. Slower now. Smaller. The thing reformed, but it was diminished, less solid, less defined. It swayed in place, that knot face tilted again. Then it rushed him. Harry grabbed the stone again. This time, when the thing came close, he didn't try to hit its body. He rolled to the side and swung at the floor beneath it, at the glowing lines carved in the stone. An instinct. A guess. A last, desperate act of a boy who'd learned that when the big thing comes at you, you don't fight the big thing. You break the ground it's standing on. The stone cracked the line. Light erupted from the broken carving, not the blue-white of the walls, but hot, searing white, and the shadow thing shrieked. It was a sound that lived in the bones, not the ears. It thrashed, pinned in the column of light, and it shrank. Rapidly, collapsing in on itself until there was nothing left but a wisp of dark vapor that dissipated into the charged air. Where it had been, something lay on the ground. Small. Dark. A stone, perfectly round, that pulsed once with inner light and went still. Harry didn't move for a long time. He lay on the cold floor and breathed and bled. His chest, where the thing had hit him, felt like a bruise the size of a dinner plate, and there was blood on his hands from the rough stone he'd used as a weapon. His ribs ached. His head pounded. But his magic. He could feel it. Not distant anymore. Not muffled. The locked door inside him was cracked, not open, not wide, but cracked. Light leaked through. He could feel the current of it in his blood, moving with his heartbeat, warm where the shadow thing's touch had been cold. He sat up, picked up the stone the creature had left behind. It was warm in his hand, and when he held it, the current of magic in his blood beat a little stronger. He looked around the room. The lines on the walls still pulsed. The symbol on the floor still glowed. And on the far side of the room, where there had been blank wall before, there was now an archway. Another staircase going down. Deeper. Above the archway, carved in stone, was a number. The first floor was done. The dungeon was showing him the way to the second. Harry stood up. Every muscle protested. His chest screamed. He swayed, caught his balance, and looked at the archway for a long moment. Not tonight. He turned and found the way out. The wall opened for him again, the same warm pulse of recognition, and he climbed 216 steps on shaking legs and stumbled through corridors he barely remembered walking through. Past sleeping paintings and indifferent armor, up staircases that seemed to take pity on him and didn't move, until he reached the fat lady and whispered the password and fell through the portrait hole. The common room was empty. The fire was ash. Dawn was a gray suggestion in the windows. Harry made it to his dormitory, got his shoes off, collapsed onto his bed fully clothed, the small dark stone clutched in his hand, and lay there staring at the canopy. His chest was already bruising. He could feel it tightening, purpling. His hands were cut. He was exhausted in a way that went beyond tired, a bone-deep depletion that made his teeth ache. And his magic was there. Right there. Closer than it had been since the day Ollivander put the holly wand in his hand. He fell asleep holding the stone, and this time he dreamed. Not of cupboards. Not of green light. He dreamed of stairs going down into the dark, and a door at the bottom that was waiting for him. Harry woke to Ron shaking his shoulder. Mate, wake up. It's nearly breakfast, and bloody hell, what happened to your hands? Harry blinked. The dormitory was bright, too bright. He'd slept through his alarm, if he'd ever set one. Neville was already gone. Dean and Seamus were pulling on their robes by the door. What? Harry looked at his hands. The cuts from the stone were vivid red lines across his palms, dried blood under his fingernails. His chest, beneath his shirt, throbbed with every breath. I fell, he said. In the corridor. It was dark. I tripped on a step. Ron's face was skeptical but willing. He'd grown up with 5 brothers. Unexplained injuries weren't strange to him. You should see Madame Pomfrey. It's fine. I'll wash up. He went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Thin. Pale. Dark circles under his eyes that had nothing to do with last night and everything to do with 11 years of not enough. The bruise on his chest was spectacular, dark purple, almost black at the center, covering his sternum and spreading across his ribs. The shape of a hand with 2 long fingers. He washed the blood off his hands. Put on clean robes. Pocketed the dark stone from the dungeon without thinking about it, a reflex, like pocketing a coin. Breakfast. He actually ate not a lot, but more than usual. His body wanted fuel in a way it hadn't before. Ron noticed, but didn't comment, just pushed the toast rack closer to Harry's elbow. First class. Charms. Flitwick had them doing the wand lighting charm today. Lumos. The most basic, the most fundamental, The first spell most wizarding children learned. Harry took out his wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. He could feel the channel now, not open, not flowing, but there. A connection. Thin as a thread. The crack in the locked door. Lumos, he said. The wand tip flickered. A spark, pale gold, that lasted half a second and went out. It was nothing. It was less than what most of the class could do. Hermione's Lumos was a steady beam that could have lit a small room. Even Neville managed a soft glow. But yesterday, Harry's wand had done nothing at all. Zero. Not a flicker, not a spark, not a whisper. Today, half a second of light. Flitwick noticed. Oh. Well done, Mr. Potter, well done. Keep at it. Harry stared at his wand. The spark was gone, but he could still feel the warmth of it in the wood. Faint. Promise-like. He tried again. Lumos. Another flicker. Slightly longer. A full second this time. It wasn't much. It was everything. Harry went through the rest of the day in a daze. Not the exhausted, defeated days of the previous weeks. This was different. He was paying attention in a way he hadn't before, listening to how the professors described magic, how it moved, how it connected to intent and will and the body. He was listening because, for the first time, he thought the information might actually apply to him. In Transfiguration, his match didn't become a needle, but the tip went silver. McGonagall looked at it, looked at him, and said nothing. But the line between her brows softened, just slightly. In potions, Snape swept past his desk and stopped. Harry was cutting daisy roots, nothing magical, just knife work, but he was doing it precisely, evenly, with a steadiness in his hands that hadn't been there a week ago. The dungeon had taught his hands to be still under pressure. Holding a stone in the dark while something tried to kill you did that. Snape watched him for 3 seconds, 4, 5. Then moved on. Didn't say a word. But Harry caught the man's gaze flicking back to him twice more during the lesson. That night, Harry waited until the dormitory was quiet. Ron's snoring. Neville's little murmurs. Dean's silence, Seamus's restless shifting. He got up. Dressed in the dark. Put on his shoes and pocketed his wand and the dark stone from the dungeon. He paused at the door. Every rational thought told him not to go. He nearly died last night. The thing in the room had hit him hard enough to leave a bruise in the shape of its hand. He'd survived on a burst of accidental magic and a lucky guess with a rock. But that burst of magic had cracked the door open. And today, for the first time, his wand had worked. He went. The castle was different at night. Quieter than quiet, a held breath. The corridors were silver and black, moonlight through high windows, and Harry moved through them with the practiced silence of a boy who'd spent years sneaking to the kitchen in the dark to steal food from a family that rationed his meals. He was good at this. He'd always been good at this. Down. Past the familiar floors. Past the dungeon level. Behind the tapestry. Down the hidden stairs. The wall opened for him. Warm stone, living pulse, recognition. Down 216 steps. The first room was empty now. The lines on the walls still glowed, but the space where the shadow thing had been was just open floor. The small symbol in the center, the circle with the line through it, pulsed gently as he crossed toward the archway marked with a 2. He stopped at the threshold. The stairs beyond were darker. The light from the carvings was fainter, bluer, colder. Harry put his hand on the stone of the archway. It was warm, like the entrance. But there was something else in the warmth now. A vibration. Almost like a warning. He went down. Floor 2 was different. Not a circular room, a corridor, long and narrow, with the ceiling so low Harry almost had to duck. The walls were roughier, less finished, and the blue-white lines were scratched rather than carved, giving the light a jagged, unstable quality. At the far end of the corridor, something waited. 2 of them this time. Shadow things, smaller than the one from floor 1, but there were 2, and Harry could see them shifting in the darkness, moving in patterns that circled and overlapped. Pack hunters. Or the memory of pack hunters. Whatever these things were, they weren't animals. They were tests. Harry drew his wand. It wouldn't cast anything useful, not yet, not reliably, but the weight of it in his hand was better than nothing. He also picked up a stone from the rough floor. Rough floors meant loose stones. The dungeon was teaching him, even in its architecture. The shadow things rushed him simultaneously. Harry threw himself sideways, hit the wall, and swung the stone at the nearest one. It passed through, of course it did. They were shadow, they were smoke and darkness. But the impact against the wall behind the creature cracked one of the blue-white lines, and the thing recoiled. Harry filed that away. The lines. The light. They were connected to these things, and breaking them hurt. The second creature hit him from behind. Cold. So cold. His left shoulder went numb, and he stumbled, dropped the stone, almost dropped his wand. The thing wrapped around him, not arms, more like tendrils, shadow becoming rope, and the cold sank deeper, reaching for something inside him. His magic. It was trying to eat his magic. Harry felt it, the thread of connection he'd fought so hard to feel, the crack in the locked door, and something pulled at it from outside. Hungry. Patient. The shadow thing wasn't trying to kill him. It was trying to take him, drain the magic from his blood, and leave him empty. No. The word wasn't spoken. It was felt. Every part of him, the part that had survived the cupboard, survived the hunger, survived 10 years of being told he was nothing, all of it compressed into a single syllable of refusal. No. Magic erupted from him again. Less dramatic than last night, no shockwave, no explosion. But a pulse of heat and light that burned along his skin, and the shadow thing on his back shrieked and fell away, smoking. Harry spun. The first creature was coming again. He had his wand in his hand. He had the thread of magic strained, thin, barely there, but there. Lumos, he gasped. The tip of his wand lit up. Not the half-second flicker from class. A beam. Bright, hot, gold-white, brighter than anything he'd produced before, pouring out of the Hollywood with a ferocity that surprised him almost as much as it surprised the shadow thing. The creature screamed and burned. The light ate through it, dissolving shadow into nothing, and in 3 seconds it was gone. A wisp of dark vapor and another small stone on the ground. Harry turned the wand on the second creature. It was already diminished from his pulse of raw magic, its form wavering and thin. The Lumos beam caught it, and it dissolved faster, shedding shadows like burning paper. 2 stones on the ground. Harry collected them both with shaking hands. His Lumos was still lit, steady, warm, unwavering. He held it up and looked at the corridor. The walls. The ceiling. He was crying. He hadn't noticed. His magic worked. His wand worked. Here, in the dark, under pressure, under threat, with nothing but desperation and refusal, it worked. He sat down in the corridor and put his back against the wall and held his wand up, watching the light, and he cried without sound because that was how you cried when you'd grown up in a cupboard where noise meant punishment. When he was done, he wiped his face with his sleeve and stood up. At the end of the corridor, another archway. The number 3 carved above it. Not tonight. He climbed back out. The walk was easier this time, his body remembered the route, and the stairs felt shorter. He slipped through the castle like a ghost, the invisibility of the neglected child serving him one more time, and made it to his dormitory just before dawn. He lay in bed with 2 new stones warm in his pocket and a wand that hummed faintly against his chest, and he felt the crack in the locked door widen by a fraction. Tomorrow, he'd go to class. He'd be quiet and small and unremarkable. He'd struggle with spells that came easily to everyone else. But he'd be a little better than today. A little stronger. A little more real. And tomorrow night, he'd go back down. The next morning, Harry sat in the great hall and ate breakfast like a human being. Not picking, not nibbling, eating. Eggs and toast and bacon, methodically, his body demanding fuel in a voice loud enough to override a decade of trained starvation. Ron watched him with open surprise. Hungry today? Guess so. Ron shrugged and went back to his own plate, which had enough food on it for 3 people. It was one of the things Harry liked about Ron. He was supremely unbothered by anything that didn't directly threaten someone he cared about. Weirdness rolled off him like water. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was holding court. Harry could hear the edges of it, Something about broomsticks, about his father, about the usual constellation of topics that orbited Malfoy's ego. But every few seconds, Malfoy's pale eyes would cut across the hall and land on Harry. Not mocking, for once. Assessing. Harry had humiliated him on the Quidditch pitch. That wasn't something Malfoy would forget. Malfoy's social position was built on the certainty that Harry Potter was a disappointment, and Harry had punched a hole in that certainty with a 50-foot dive and a glass ball. Their eyes met. Harry didn't look away. 2 weeks ago, he would have. The cupboard reflex, don't challenge, don't provoke, make yourself small. But something in the dark beneath the castle had burned through a layer of that conditioning, and Harry held Malfoy's gaze until Malfoy was the one who looked away. It was a small thing. Malfoy's expression barely changed. But Harry saw the flicker of something unfamiliar in those gray eyes, uncertainty, maybe, and he filed it away the same way he filed away the way the dungeon's light lines connected to the shadow things. Information. Leverage. Survival. Hermione sat down across from them without asking. She'd been doing that more frequently, not invited, not exactly welcome, but persistent in the particular way of someone who'd never learned that persistence could be annoying because no one had ever been honest enough to tell her. Your match was silver yesterday, she said without preamble. Morning, Granger, Ron said. In Transfiguration. Your match. The tip went silver. That's partial transmutation. I saw, yeah. I was there. The day before, you couldn't do anything. Nothing. Zero change. I was watching. Bit creepy that. She ignored Ron entirely. You went from no magical output to partial transmutation in 24 hours. That's not normal progression. Even with concentrated practice, that kind of jump would take. I practiced, Harry said. Last night. In the common room. Until what time? Late. How late? Granger. He met her eyes. She was sharp, frighteningly sharp, and the look she was giving him was the look of someone fitting puzzle pieces together and not liking the picture they made. I practiced. It helped. That's it. She held his gaze for a beat too long, then picked up a piece of toast and bit into it with the aggression of someone eating their frustration. Fine. But something's going on with you, Harry. It was the first time she'd called him by his first name. Charms that morning was revelatory in a quiet way. Flitwick had them on Lumos again, and Harry's one lit up on the first try. Not the searing beam he'd produced in the dungeon, that had been panic and adrenaline and the peculiar alchemy of fighting for your life. This was a steady, moderate glow. Normal. Unremarkable. Unremarkable was a miracle. Excellent progress, Mr. Potter. Flitwick beamed. Whatever you've been doing, keep doing it. Hermione, 3 seats over, watched him with narrowed eyes. By the end of the class, Harry could sustain a Lumos for 45 seconds. It wasn't the strongest in the room. Hermione's was still brighter, more controlled, lasting as long as she wanted, but it was there. Solid. Real. A foundation where there had been nothing. The rest of the day was the same. Small improvements, invisible to anyone who wasn't paying close attention. His match in Transfiguration went full silver, tip to middle. His potion in Snape's class wasn't perfect, but it was the right color for the first time. His herbology work was fine. Herbology had never been about wand work, and Harry's hands had always been good at careful, patient tasks. Years of doing chores had given him that much. That night, he went down again. Floor 3. A room shaped like a hexagon, larger than the first 2. 3 shadow things. They were different here, not humanoid. Low and sleek and fast, like dogs made of darkness, with too many legs and mouths that were just gashes of deeper black. Harry fought with his wand in one hand and a stone in the other. The Lumos charm was his weapon, light against shadow, the most basic opposition, and he poured magic into it until the beam was a torch, sweeping it across the room, driving the things back, cornering them against walls where the carved lines pulsed brighter. One of them got behind him, raked claws of cold across the back of his thigh, and his leg buckled. He went down on one knee and the other 2 rushed him, and Harry did something he hadn't done before. He reached for his magic directly, without the wand, without a word, and pushed. Light erupted from his free hand. Raw. Unfocused. It wasn't a spell. It was a scream in a language he was only beginning to learn. The shadow dogs scattered, and Harry dragged himself up and finished them with Lumos before they could regroup. 3 stones. Harry sat against the wall and examined the slash on the back of his thigh. Not deep. Not bleeding much. But the cold of it went deeper than the cut. His leg was numb from knee to hip, a dead, icy weight that tingled painfully as the feeling came back. The dungeon took pieces of you. Not permanently, not yet, but the cold of the shadow things sank in and lingered. A cost. A toll. And it would only get worse as the floors went deeper. Harry looked at the archway marked 4 and thought about going further. His body screamed no. His magic, that thread in his blood, was frayed and thin, stretched by 3 fights in 3 nights. He went back up. Climbed into bed at 3 in the morning with a thigh that ached like frostbite and a wand that pulsed warm against his chest. Fell asleep in seconds. And woke up the next day and did it again. Class. Struggle. Improve incrementally. Wait for night. Descend. Fight. Survive. Come back stronger. The days blurred. Harry developed a routine, though he'd have hated the word. Routines were what the Dursleys kept, rigid and cruel. This was something different. A rhythm. A pulse. The heartbeat of a double life. Days were for Hogwarts. For learning the theory that the dungeon forced him to practice. For sitting in classes and absorbing everything the professors said, because when you fought shadow things in the dark, every scrap of magical knowledge became a potential weapon. Harry started paying attention in class the way a soldier pays attention to a briefing, not for grades, not for approval, but because his life depended on it. He sat next to Hermione in Charms and listened to her explain wand movements. He watched McGonagall demonstrate transfiguration theory and mapped it onto what he felt when his magic surged in the dungeon. He even paid attention to Snape's acid lectures on potion theory, because Snape, for all his cruelty, was brilliant, and the underlying principles of potion-making, ingredient interaction, energy transfer, the alchemy of intent and substance, had parallels to the way magic worked in the dark. Nights were for the dungeon. Floors 4 and 5 came in the same week, and each one was harder. Floor 4 had a thing that wasn't shadow, it was stone, an animated column of dark rock that moved with grinding, terrible purpose, and Harry couldn't fight it with Lumos because it wasn't made of darkness. He'd circled it for 20 minutes, dodging swings that cracked the floor where he'd been standing, until he noticed the lines on the walls pulsing in a pattern. A sequence. He touched them in order, 1st, 4th, 2nd, 6th, 3rd, 5th, and the stone thing had frozen and crumbled. The dungeon didn't just test fighting. It tested thinking. Floor 5 was the worst yet. Not because of the enemy, another shadow thing, singular, but massive, filling half the room, but because of what it did to him. When it hit him, and it hit him 3 times before he brought it down, the cold didn't just numb his body. It reached into his head. Memories surfaced like bodies from deep water. Vernon's hand on the back of his neck, slamming his face into the kitchen table. Petunia's voice, thin and sharp as a razor, telling him his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. Dudley's fists. The darkness of the cupboard and the sound of the lock clicking shut. The shadow thing fed on it. Grew stronger as Harry weakened, as the memories pulled him under, and he'd almost let them. It would have been easy. Familiar. He knew how to drown in that darkness. He'd been doing it for a decade. But the magic in his blood, that current, that thread, growing stronger each night, it didn't let him. It pulled against the sinking, hot against the cold, and Harry grabbed onto it like a rope and hauled himself out of the memory and screamed a Lumos that was more like a small sun, and the shadow thing burst apart. He'd lain on floor 5 for an hour afterward, shaking, not from cold, but from the aftershocks of memories he'd spent years burying. The dungeon had dug them up, made him face them. And the magic that came rushing in to fill the space they'd occupied was fierce and bright and angry, and Harry realized, lying there on ancient stone in the belly of the earth, that his magic had been locked behind those memories. The cupboard door in his mind was the same as the cupboard door under the stairs. His power had been shut in with his pain, and the only way to unlock it was to open both. He came back from floor 5 different. Not just stronger, clearer. Like someone had cleaned a fogged window. In charms the next day, he cast a perfect Lumos that lasted the entire class. Flitwick actually applauded. Hermione stared at him with an expression caught between admiration and suspicion. In Transfiguration, his match became a needle. Not a perfect one, it was still a bit woody around the middle, but it was sharp and silver and transformed, and McGonagall held it up and showed the class and said, "Persistence, students. Mr. Potter has shown us what persistence can achieve." Harry said nothing. He was too tired to speak, and the word persistence was doing a lot of work to cover what he'd actually been doing, which was bleeding in the dark and fighting monsters and having his worst memories pulled out of him like thorns from a wound. But the needle was real, and his magic was real, and when he held his wand, he could feel the channel between them, not a thread anymore, but a cord. Thin still. Fragile still. But growing. After class, Neville Longbottom fell into step beside him in the corridor. Neville didn't say anything for a while. They walked in comfortable quiet. Neville was good at that, a solid, undemanding presence that reminded Harry of Ron but softer, more watchful. "I saw you," Neville said, finally, as they neared the Great Hall. Harry's blood went cold. "What?" "2 nights ago. I woke up to use the loo and your bed was empty. It was 2:30 in the morning." Harry stopped walking. Neville stopped too. They faced each other in the corridor, students flowing around them, and Neville's round face was calm. No accusation. No curiosity, even. Just a statement of fact. "Where do you go?" Neville asked. "I can't tell you." Neville nodded. Like he'd expected that. "Okay. That's it?" "Just okay. You look better," Neville said simply. "Whatever you're doing." When we first got here, Harry, you were like a ghost. You flinched when people talked too loud. You couldn't look anyone in the eye. Now you're." He gestured vaguely. "Here. More here." Harry didn't know what to say to that. It was the most perceptive thing anyone had said to him in 3 weeks of school, and it came from the boy everyone assumed was barely paying attention. "I won't tell anyone," Neville said. "I just wanted you to know I noticed." He walked away toward the Great Hall, and Harry stood in the corridor and felt something unfamiliar and warm in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. That night, he didn't go to the dungeon. His body needed rest. He could feel the edge of something dangerous in his exhaustion, a brittleness in his bones that said stop or break. So he slept. A full night, 8 hours, deep and dreamless. And in the morning, he found that the magic he'd gained hadn't faded. It was still there. The cord of connection between him and his wand was still solid. The locked door in his mind was still cracked open. The dungeon's gift stayed. Harry ate breakfast, a full plate, seconds on toast, and went to class, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he didn't dread it. He wasn't the best. He wasn't even close to the best. Hermione was miles ahead of him in technique, in knowledge, in the sheer fluency of her magic. Malfoy's spellwork was polished and precise, the product of years of private tutoring. Even Ron, with his second-hand wand, had a natural magical ability that outstripped Harry's on any given day. But Harry was improving, visibly, rapidly, in a way that defied the trajectory everyone had mapped for him. And in a school full of magical children, that kind of improvement didn't go unnoticed. Snape noticed first, or at least was the first to act on it. 2 weeks after Harry's first descent into the dungeon, Snape kept him after potions. "Stay, Potter." Ron gave Harry a worried look from the doorway. Harry shook his head slightly, and Ron left. The potions classroom was empty. Cold. The jars of preserved things watched from their shelves with dead, floating eyes. Snape stood behind his desk and looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts contempt and calculation. "Your work has improved." "Thank you, sir." It wasn't a compliment. It was an observation. Snape came around the desk, slow, deliberate. He moved like the shadow things in the dungeon, controlled, predatory, designed to make you flinch. Harry didn't flinch. 3 weeks ago, you couldn't slice a root without mangling it. Today, your cuts are precise. Your timing is correct. Your potion was, for the first time in your dismal academic career, not an active health hazard. Harry said nothing. How? I've been practicing, sir. Don't lie to me, Potter. Snape's voice was soft. That was worse than when he was loud. I've taught hundreds of students. Children do not improve this quickly through practice. They improve this quickly through external assistance. Tutoring. Enchanted tools. Or, he paused, other means. I've just been working harder, Professor. Snape studied him for a long moment. Harry met his eyes and immediately felt something, a pressure against his thoughts, subtle but distinct. Like someone pressing their hand against a window, trying to see inside. He didn't know what it was. But the dungeon had taught him to recognize when something was trying to get inside him, and he instinctively pushed back. The pressure vanished. Snape's eyes widened, just fractionally, before his expression locked down. Get out, Snape said quietly. And Potter, whatever you're doing, I will find out. Harry left. His heart was hammering, but his hands were steady, and he walked through the dungeon corridors, the school dungeons, not his dungeon, with a spine that was straighter than it had been a month ago. That night, he descended again. Floor 6 waited. It was worse. It was better. It was the dungeon. He went down, and he fought, and he bled, and he came back stronger. And the door inside him opened a little wider. And the castle above him slept, unaware that deep beneath its foundations, in rooms older than its stones, a boy who had arrived as the weakest was becoming something that no one, not Dumbledore, not Snape, not the thing wearing a turban on the back of its borrowed head, was prepared for. Not yet. Not by a long shot. But soon. Every night, a little more. Every morning, a little stronger. The boy who flinched was learning to stand. Chapter 2. What the Dark Teaches. Harry learned to count the days by the bruises. The purple-black handprint on his sternum from floor 1 faded to green, then yellow, then gone. That was the first week. The claw marks on his thigh from floor 3 scabbed over and sealed while he sat in History of Magic, Binns droning about goblin rebellions, Harry's leg itching under his robes as new skin knit itself together. The deep cold burn on his left shoulder from floor 5 lingered the longest, a patch of skin that stayed numb for 4 days, tingling painfully in the shower, aching when he raised his arm in class. He became an expert at hiding it. Long sleeves. Careful movement. The particular art of sitting down without wincing, which he'd already mastered at the Dursleys after Vernon's were smooths. It was depressing how useful that skill remained. October arrived, and with it the kind of Scottish weather that made the castle feel like a ship in a storm. Rain hammered the windows during classes. The grounds turned to mud. The Black Lake swelled and churned, its surface broken by the occasional tentacle of the giant squid, which seemed to enjoy bad weather the way some people enjoyed hot baths. Harry barely noticed. His world had narrowed to 2 tracks, the daylight track and the dark one, and they ran parallel, feeding each other, each one making the other more survivable. The daylight track, classes, meals, the common room, Ron's easy companionship, which asked nothing and gave everything. Hermione's increasingly pointed questions, which Harry deflected with a stamina born of years of lying to adults who didn't actually want to know the truth. Quidditch practice, which Oliver Wood ran like a military campaign, and which left Harry's body aching in ways that were almost pleasant compared to what the dungeon did. The dark track, descent. Fight. Survive. Ascend. Sleep for 2 hours. Do it again. Floor 6 had been Shadow Things again, but faster, smarter. They'd worked in coordination, flanking him, driving him into corners. Harry had learned to keep his back to the wall and sweep the room with lumos like a searchlight, picking them off one at a time. The stones they dropped were slightly larger than the ones from earlier floors, and they pulsed with a warmer light. Floor 7 introduced something new, terrain. The room was broken, cracked floors, fallen pillars, gaps in the stone that dropped into darkness. The Shadow Thing was singular and enormous, filling the space between obstacles, and Harry couldn't fight it head-on. He'd spent the first 10 minutes running, vaulting broken stone, sliding through gaps barely wide enough for his thin frame, while the thing flowed after him like black water. Eventually, he'd figured it out, lured it into a narrow channel between two fallen pillars and hit it with lumos from both ends, his wand in one hand casting the charm while his other hand, pressed against the wall, pushed raw magic into the carved lines. The light converged. The thing screamed and dissolved. He'd thrown up after that one. Knelt on the ancient stone and vomited, his body finally registering the adrenaline and the fear and the accumulated toll of a week's worth of nightly combat. When he was done, he sat back on his heels and looked at the archway marked 8 and laughed. Quiet, slightly unhinged laughter that echoed off the broken walls. "This is mental," he said to the empty room. "This is absolutely mental." The room didn't answer. The lines on the walls pulsed. The archway waited. He went home to bed. Floor 8 introduced fire. Not real fire, dungeon fire, cold and blue, erupting from vents in the floor in patterns Harry had to memorize and navigate while shadow things harried him from the edges of the room. He got burned. Not badly, the blue fire didn't char or blister, but it froze, leaving patches of skin that went white and rigid and took hours to thaw. He came out of floor 8 with frost burn on his right forearm that he covered with his sleeve and a new understanding of how to move through space when the space itself was trying to kill you. The magic grew. Every floor, every fight, every night of terror and pain and desperate survival, and the cord between Harry and his wand thickened. Not just thickened, diversified. In the first week, Lumos had been his only reliable spell. By the end of the second week, he could cast 3 consistently, Lumos, the knockback jinx he'd read about in the library, and a rudimentary shield charm that Flitwick hadn't even introduced yet. The shield charm was the dungeon's doing. Floor 7, the big shadow thing, the one that had chased him through broken terrain. At one point it had cornered him, no escape route, no time to dodge, and Harry had thrown his hands up in pure animal reflex and shouted no. And a disk of shimmering magic had materialized in front of him. It had held for maybe 2 seconds before the shadow thing tore through it, but 2 seconds was enough for Harry to dive sideways and keep running. Later, in the library, he'd found the spell in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. Protego. A 4th-year charm. The book described it as requiring focused intent, clear visualization, and a strong magical core. Harry's intent had been, don't die. His visualization had been something between me and the thing trying to kill me. And his magical core, battered and bruised and growing every night, had answered. He practiced Protego in the empty common room at midnight between dungeon runs. It wasn't as strong as the desperate version from Floor 7 that had been adrenaline magic, panic magic, the same raw force that had blown the shadow thing off him on Floor 1. The practice version was weaker, wobblier, a soap bubble of light that popped if he pushed it too hard. But it was there. A 4th-year spell, cast by a first-year who 3 weeks ago couldn't light his wand tip. Nobody knew about the shield charm. Harry kept it hidden, the same way he kept the dungeon hidden, the same way he'd kept everything hidden for 11 years. The instinct to conceal was so deep it was automatic. Don't show them what you can do, don't give them a reason to pay attention, don't stand out. But some things were harder to hide than others. It started in flying class. Madam Hooch had them doing basic maneuvers, turns, climbs, controlled descents, and Harry moved through them like he'd been born on a broom. Not showing off. Not even trying, particularly. His body just knew. The reflexes the dungeon had sharpened, the quick pivots, the spatial awareness, the ability to track multiple threats and adjust course in real time, they translated perfectly to the air. He didn't think about flying. He thought about the room on Floor 7, broken terrain and a shadow filling the gaps, and his body did the rest. Madam Hooch watched him with an expression that started as professional approval and ended as something closer to bewilderment. "Potter, have you been taking private lessons?" "No, ma'am. You're flying like a 3rd year. At minimum." Other students were watching. Malfoy, in particular, on his expensive Nimbus broom that Daddy had bought, his face tight with something that wasn't quite anger. It was the look of someone who'd built their self-image on being the best at something and was watching the foundation crack. After class, Malfoy cornered him in the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like misshapen bookends, and Malfoy's face wore the particular expression of a boy trying to be his father. "Enjoying yourself, Potter?" "It's a flying class, Malfoy." "I was flying." "You were showing off." "In front of everyone." "Because one lucky catch wasn't enough, it wasn't lucky." "Oh, right. The boy who lived, natural talent at everything." "Except you're not, are you?" Malfoy stepped closer. His voice dropped. 3 weeks ago, you couldn't light your wand. Now you're flying rings around everyone. Something doesn't add up. Maybe I'm just a fast learner." "Nobody's that fast." Malfoy's gray eyes were sharp. Sharper than people gave him credit for. Everyone saw the sneer and the posturing and missed the intelligence underneath. "My father says magical ability doesn't just appear. It's cultivated or it's conferred. So which is it, Potter? Who's helping you?" Harry looked at him. Really looked, the way the dungeon had taught him to look at a room before entering it, assessing, mapping, understanding the shape of the threat. Malfoy wasn't dangerous. He was an 11-year-old boy with a bully's instincts and his father's voice in his head. But he was observant, and that made him a problem. "Nobody's helping me," Harry said. "Maybe I was just having a bad start." "People don't go from nothing to, you don't know what I can or can't do, Malfoy. You don't know anything about me." The words came out with a quietness that made Malfoy blink. Not loud, not aggressive, but flat. Final. The voice of someone who'd stood in the dark and killed things and wasn't particularly impressed by a blonde boy with nice robes and a famous father. Malfoy stared at him for a beat, then sneered and turned away. Crabbe and Goyle followed like dull satellites. But Harry saw Malfoy's hands, and they were clenched at his sides, and his stride was stiffer than it should have been. He'd rattled him. Good. No, not good. Dangerous. Rattled people got curious. Curious people asked questions. And Malfoy had resources Harry didn't, a name, connections, and a head of house who already suspected something. Harry filed it away and went to lunch. Ron was already at the Gryffindor table, halfway through a shepherd's pie, when Harry sat down. The great hall was loud with midday chatter, rain drumming the enchanted ceiling, which showed a roiling gray sky that occasionally flickered with lightning. "You all right?" Ron said through a mouthful. "You look knackered. Didn't sleep well." "You never sleep well." Ron said it casually, without weight, but his eyes lingered on Harry's face a second too long. Harry saw himself through Ron's eyes for a moment, the dark circles, the thinness, the new tension in his jaw and shoulders. He was getting stronger, yes, but he was also getting worn. The dungeon gave and the dungeon took, and the taking was starting to show. "I'm fine, Ron." "I know." Ron stabbed a piece of potato. "It's just, Mum would go spare if she saw you. She'd have you in a bed with soup and blankets and you wouldn't be allowed up till Easter." Something about that, the image of a mother fussing, of being cared for that way, hit Harry in a place he didn't have defenses for. His throat tightened. He took a drink of pumpkin juice to cover it. "I'm fine," he said again, quieter. Ron nodded and pushed the bread basket toward him without comment. The third week of October brought Floor 9, and Floor 9 nearly ended everything. Harry went down on a Tuesday night, still sore from Quidditch practice, his shoulders aching from 2 hours of woods drills. He should have rested. He knew he should have rested. But the pull was there, that hook behind his navel, gentle and insistent, and the need to go deeper had become a hunger that gnawed at him the way real hunger used to, back in the cupboard. The staircase from Floor 8 to Floor 9 was longer than the previous ones. 63 steps, each one taking him further from the castle, deeper into rock that felt ancient in a way that had nothing to do with age. The air here was different, heavier, charged, tasting of ozone and old stone. The blue-white lines on the walls were brighter, their patterns more complex, almost linguistic. Harry sometimes felt like he was walking through the inside of a sentence he couldn't read. Floor 9 opened into a space that was wrong. Not wrong like the other floors, challenging, dangerous, uncomfortable. Wrong like a fever dream. The room was large, high-ceilinged, and it was full of mirrors. Not glass mirrors, the walls themselves were reflective, the dark stone polished to a shine that caught the blue-white light and multiplied it infinitely. Harry saw himself reflected 100 times, a thin boy with wild hair and bright eyes, wand in hand, surrounded by himself. Nothing attacked. The room was quiet. The mirrors reflected. Harry stood in the center and turned slowly, waiting for the threat. Every sense the dungeon had sharpened, screaming that something was about to happen. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. He took a step toward the far wall, looking for the archway to floor 10, and one of his reflections moved wrong. Just slightly, a half-second delay, a hand that dropped when his stayed raised. Harry froze. The reflection froze too. Then it smiled. Harry had never seen himself smile like that. It was cold. Knowing. The smile of something wearing his face the way you'd wear a mask. The reflection stepped out of the mirror. It looked exactly like him. Same height, same build, same scar. But it held its wand differently, loosely, confidently, the way a person holds a tool they've used for years. And its eyes were wrong. Green, like his, but flat. No depth. Like looking at a photograph of a person rather than the person themselves. It raised its wand and cast a spell Harry didn't know, a bolt of red light that crossed the room in a blink. Harry threw himself sideways, and the spell hit the mirror behind him, which cracked but didn't break. His reflection, the thing, was already casting again. Another red bolt, then a blue one, then something silver that spiraled through the air like a corkscrew. It cast without words, without visible effort, spell after spell, and Harry was running, dodging, ducking behind pillars that he hadn't noticed before, and the thing pursued him with his face and his body and magic that worked the way Harry should have worked. It was him. The him he could be if the door inside him was all the way open. The him who hadn't spent 10 years in a cupboard, whose magic hadn't been starved and beaten and locked away. It cast with fluency and power, and every spell it threw was a reminder of what Harry had lost. He couldn't fight it. Not with magic. It outclassed him by orders of magnitude. His Lumos, his knockback jinx, his shaky Protego, none of it was enough. He tried a shield charm, and the thing's spell shattered it like glass and kept coming, hitting Harry in the shoulder and spinning him into a wall. Pain. Bright, sharp, real. His shoulder went numb, the same one the floor 5 shadow thing had burned. The thing was walking toward him, casting casually, and Harry was on the ground. He should have run. He should have retreated, climbed back up the stairs, taken the loss. He'd come back stronger tomorrow, try again, build up more power. But the thing wore his face. And it was everything he should have been and wasn't, and the rage that rose in him wasn't magic. It was 11 years of unfairness, of stolen meals and stolen childhood and stolen potential. Of being locked in a cupboard while his cousin got 2 bedrooms and a television, and all the food he could eat and parents who loved him and a life that was his that should have been Harry's. Harry threw his wand at it. Not a spell. The physical wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, brother to the wand that murdered his parents. He threw it like a knife, end over end, and the thing, the reflection, caught it. Of course it caught it. And then Harry did something the dungeon had taught him on floor 1, the first lesson, the most important one. He picked up a rock. The thing held 2 wands now. It looked at Harry with those flat, dead eyes and that cold smile, and it began to cast, both wands working in tandem. Harry charged it. Spells hit him. One in the chest, one in the leg, something that burned and something that froze and something that made his vision swim. He kept running. 12 feet. 8. The thing's smile faltered because this wasn't in the script. This wasn't how the test was supposed to go. The subject was supposed to fight magic with magic. Not. Harry hit it in the face with the rock. The reflection shattered. Not like a person falling, like a mirror breaking. Cracks spiderwebbed from the point of impact, and the thing's face split into 1,000 fragments, and it came apart in a cascade of silvered shards that tinkled as they hit the floor. Both wands clattered to the stone. The mirrors on the walls cracked, all of them, simultaneously, a sound like the world snapping in half. Harry's reflections fractured and went dark. He stood in the ruined room, bleeding from 6 spell wounds, holding a rock and breathing. His wand lay at his feet. He picked it up. The holly was warm. The connection between them, the cord, pulsed like a heartbeat. A stone sat where the reflection had shattered, larger than the others, brighter. Harry picked it up and felt the warmth of it sink into his bones. No archway appeared. No number 10. Instead, the room shifted. The broken mirrors faded. The walls became smooth, dark stone, and the blue-white lines were formed in new patterns, and in the center of the floor, where the circle landline symbol usually sat, something new appeared. A door. Set into the floor. Heavy, wooden, ancient. Harry stared at it. The dungeon had never done this before. Every floor so far had been a room, a fight, a stone, an archway to the next floor. This was different. This was the dungeon changing the rules. He reached down and pulled the door open. Inside was a small chamber, barely larger than a closet. The walls were covered in scratches, not the carved lines of the dungeon, but rough, frantic marks. Tally marks. Someone had been counting days. In the center of the chamber sat a skeleton. Harry recoiled, stumbled back. The skeleton sat against the far wall, legs drawn up, skull tilted forward as if the person had died sitting down. They were old, centuries old, maybe more. The bones were dark with age, and the clothing had long since rotted away. But clutched in one skeletal hand was a wand, and in the other was a book. Harry stood at the edge of the chamber and stared. Someone had been here before. Someone had come down into the dungeon, just like him. And they hadn't come back. He thought about leaving. The smart thing would be to close the door and walk away and pretend he hadn't seen this. Harry stepped into the chamber. The wand in the skeleton's hand was dark wood, twisted, clearly ancient. He didn't touch it. But the book, he reached for the book, carefully, gently, and the skeletal fingers released it with a dry click of bone on bone. It was small, leather-bound. The pages inside were covered in handwriting, cramped, hurried, written in ink that had faded to brown but was still legible. The language was English, but old, the letters shaped differently than modern writing. Harry opened to the first page. I have found the crucible. God help me, I have found it. The castle above was built upon it, though I doubt the builders knew what lay beneath their foundations. It is older than anything I have encountered, older than the magic we practice, older perhaps than the division between the magical and the mundane. It called to me the way a fire calls to a moth, and like the moth, I could not resist. I descended on the first night of October. The first floor tested my body. The second, my reflexes. By the fifth, it was testing my mind. By the ninth, my soul. I cannot stop. The power it gives, the growth, the clarity, it is intoxicating. I tell myself I will go no further, and then night falls, and I am on the stairs again. The warden watches. I have not seen it, but I feel its attention. Something lives at the bottom of this place, and it is patient, and it is old, and it is waiting to see what I become. Harry's hands were shaking. He closed the book and held it against his chest and looked at the skeleton. How deep did you get? He whispered. The skeleton, naturally, didn't answer. But the tally marks on the walls did. Harry counted them quickly. 212. Someone had been coming to the dungeon every night for over 200 nights. And they'd died here. In a closet-sized room on the 9th floor. Harry put the book in his pocket. He looked at the skeleton one more time, the dark wand, the empty eye sockets, the posture of someone who had sat down to rest and never gotten up. He didn't know if the dungeon had killed them or if they'd simply worn themselves out, ground down by the nightly descent until there was nothing left. He climbed out of the chamber. The door closed behind him and sank into the floor, vanishing, leaving smooth stone. The archway to floor 10 appeared on the far wall. The number glowed. Harry didn't go through. He turned and climbed back up 9 floors, hundreds of stairs, through the hidden passage, through the sleeping castle, all the way to Gryffindor Tower, and fell into bed with the dead wizard's book pressed against his heart and a fear in his stomach that had nothing to do with shadow things. He didn't sleep. He lay in the dark and listened to Ron snore and thought about tally marks on a wall and a skeleton in a closet and the question he couldn't stop asking. Am I going to die down there? In the morning, he almost told Ron. They were walking to herbology, just the two of them, the October air biting through their robes, the greenhouses steaming in the distance. Ron was talking about the Chudley Cannon's latest loss, which he was inexplicably optimistic about, and Harry opened his mouth to say it. Ron, there's something under the castle, and I've been going there every night, and I found a dead body. You all right? Ron asked, cutting himself off mid-sentence. You look like you've seen a ghost. I mean, more than usual. This is Hogwarts, everyone sees ghosts. Harry closed his mouth. The words died. Not because he didn't trust Ron, he did, implicitly, with a certainty that surprised him given that he'd known the boy for a month. But because telling Ron would make Ron worry, and worrying Ron would make Ron do something, and something Ron did might draw attention, and attention was the last thing Harry needed. I'm fine, he said. Just tired. You're always tired, mate. I'm starting to think you're a vampire. You've caught me. I'm a vampire. That's why I avoid Snape's garlic-heavy potions. Ron laughed, and the moment passed, and Harry hated himself a little for letting it. In herbology, Professor Sprout had them repotting mandrakes, screaming, ugly, infant-shaped roots that could knock you out cold if you heard their cry unprotected. Everyone wore earmuffs. Harry's hands were steady as he worked, his grip sure, and the mandrake went into its new pot without fuss. Next to him, Neville worked with the same quiet competence. Herbology was Neville's element. He moved among plants the way Harry moved on a broom, with an instinctive understanding that couldn't be taught. His mandrake repotted itself practically, barely squirming. Neville caught Harry's eye and gave a small nod. Just that. No words. But the nod said, I see you, I'm here, I'm not asking. Harry nodded back. Across the greenhouse, Hermione was watching him again. She had dirt on her cheek and her earmuffs were slightly crooked and her expression was the one she wore when she was 3/4 of the way to figuring something out. Harry looked away. The Dead Wizard's book burned in his pocket like a coal. He read it that evening, in the dormitory, curtains drawn, Lumos lighting the pages while the other boys horsed around downstairs. The handwriting was difficult, but not impossible, and the story it told ran parallel to his own in ways that made his skin crawl. The writer, he never gave his name, had been a student at Hogwarts, centuries ago. Before the Founder's time? After? Harry couldn't tell. The writer described the castle differently: fewer towers, no moving staircases, the Great Hall smaller and rougher. But the dungeon was the same. The pull, the descent, the floors, each one harder than the last. The shadow things. The shadows are not alive, the writer noted on what appeared to be Night 37. They are constructs. The crucible makes them from raw magic, shaped by the entrant's own fears. They test what needs testing. A warrior faces combat. A scholar faces puzzles. A coward faces his cowardice. I am all three, and the crucible knows it. Night 52. The growth is remarkable. My spell work has tripled in power. My mind is faster, clearer. I can feel magic in the air the way a fish feels water. It is my medium now, my element. The professors do not understand. They look at me with suspicion and wonder. I tell them nothing. Night 89. I reached the 15th floor tonight. The challenge was not physical. It was a memory, my mother's death. I lived it again in perfect detail, and the crucible watched me endure it. When it was over, the power that filled me was different from the combat floors. Deeper. Colder. I do not know if this is wisdom or damage. Night 106. I am losing things. I forgot my sister's name today. It came back after an hour, but the loss was terrifying. The crucible takes what it gives. Every floor deeper costs something. I must be careful. Night 140. I can hear the warden now. Not words, a presence. A weight at the edge of my awareness. It watches from below. It is patient. I think it has been patient for a very long time. Night 171. I cannot stop. I told myself I would take a week away, rest, recover, allow my mind to heal. I lasted 2 nights. On the 3rd, I descended again. The pull is stronger now, or my resistance is weaker. Both, perhaps. The entries became shorter after that. More fragmented. The handwriting deteriorated. Night 200, 20th floor. Something is wrong. The challenges have stopped making sense. The rooms change while I am in them. The shadows speak, but not in words. I think the crucible is no longer testing me. I think it is trying to tell me something, and I am not listening properly. Night 209. I found the warden's chamber. I could not enter. The door would not open. Not locked, I simply could not make myself turn the handle. My hand refused. My will refused. Something in me knows that I am not ready, and the crucible agrees. The last entry was dated night 212. It was 3 words. I am tired. Harry closed the book. He sat in his bed with the curtains drawn and the lumos dying and thought about the skeleton in the closet. 212 nights. The wizard had gotten to the 20th floor, had found whatever waited at the bottom, and had been turned away. And then he'd gone back to the 9th floor and sat down and stopped. Not killed by a shadow thing. Not destroyed by a trap. Just stopped. Worn out. Used up. The candle burned to the wick. Harry put the book under his mattress and lay back and looked at the ceiling. He was on floor 9. He'd been going for 3 weeks. The dead wizard had gone for over 7 months, and it had consumed him. Was that Harry's future? Was he going to become that skeleton? The question sat in his chest like a stone, and he carried it with him for the next 2 days while he didn't descend. 2 nights of full sleep. 2 mornings of feeling almost human. His body healed, his mind cleared, and the pull of the dungeon settled from a scream to a murmur. But it was still there. Always there. Down. 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 On the 3rd night, unable to sleep, Harry got out of bed and sat in the common room by the dead fire and took out the dead wizard's book again. He read it from the beginning, more carefully this time, looking for the things the writer hadn't said. The gaps. The silences. The writer had gone alone. Every night alone. He'd told no one, shared nothing, carried the weight of the dungeon on his own shoulders until they broke. He'd been brilliant and brave and completely, utterly isolated, and the isolation had killed him as surely as any shadow thing. Harry thought about Ron, who pushed the bread basket toward him without being asked. About Neville, who said, "Okay," when Harry couldn't explain. About Hermione, who watched him with those sharp eyes because she cared, even if she expressed it through interrogation. He thought about the cupboard. 10 years alone. The dungeon was another cupboard, wasn't it? A dark, confined space where he went to survive alone, because he'd learned that alone was how you survived. But he wasn't under the stairs anymore. And the dungeon didn't have to be the cupboard. Not yet. He wasn't ready to tell them yet. But the thought settled into him like the dead wizard's warning, and he held on to it. The common room fire was ashes, and the portrait hole was calling, and the pole was a murmur that said down, down, come down, and Harry stood up and went. Not to the dungeon. To bed. He climbed the stairs and got under the covers and closed his eyes and told the pole tomorrow. It listened. Barely. The next day was a Thursday, and 2 things happened that changed the shape of everything. The first was Charms class. Flitwick had progressed to the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, the first real practical spell of the year. Everyone had feathers. Everyone had wands. Flitwick demonstrated the swish and flick with his customary enthusiasm. Now, remember, swish and flick. Gentle wrist movement. Let the magic flow through the wand, not from it. Harry picked up his wand. The cord of connection was there, strong, steady, pulsing with the accumulated power of 9 dungeon floors. He looked at the feather. White. Light. Simple. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, and the feather rose. Not floated. Not drifted. Rose. Smoothly, steadily, with a controlled precision that surprised Harry as much as anyone. The feather went up 3 feet, 4, 5, and hung there, and Harry could feel his magic supporting it the way a hand supports a ball, effortlessly, naturally, the way it was supposed to work. "Oh, wonderful!" Flitwick cried. "Oh, Mr. Potter, that is excellent control." The class turned. 20-odd pairs of eyes on Harry and his floating feather. Some impressed, some confused, some, he caught Malfoy's expression, deeply unsettled. Then Hermione cast her charm, and her feather rose just as high, just as steadily, and she shot Harry a look that was half competitive pride and half naked suspicion. "Very good, Miss Granger." 5 points to Gryffindor each. Ron, next to Harry, swore under his breath, and jabbed his wand at his feather. Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing. Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather caught fire. For the love of Ron slapped the fire out with his textbook. After class, Hermione cornered both of them in the corridor. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright, and she was vibrating with the particular energy of someone who had been holding in a speech for weeks. "I've been doing research," she announced. "Shocking," Ron muttered. "About magical development in first-year students. The standard progression model, established by Adalbert Waffling in 1749, maps core magical growth against a predictable curve. First years typically increase their casting ability by 12 to 15% over the autumn term. Exceptionally talented students, Dumbledore, Riddle, a handful of others, manage 20 to 25%. She looked at Harry. "You've improved by roughly 400% in 3 weeks." The corridor went quiet. Students flowed past them. Ron stared at Hermione with an expression that was trying to decide between impressed and annoyed. "400, Harry repeated flatly. "At minimum. Possibly more. You went from 0 magical output to a controlled levitation charm in 23 days. That's not a progression, Harry. That's a discontinuity. Something is causing your magic to grow at a rate that has no precedent in recorded magical education. And before you say practice, I practice too. 3 hours a day. My improvement is tracking at 18%. Normal. Expected. What's happening to you is neither." Harry and Hermione stared at each other. Ron looked between them. "Maybe he's just talented," Ron offered. "He couldn't light his wand 3 weeks ago, Ron. Late bloomer." Hermione made a noise that suggested Ron's theory did not meet her evidentiary standards. She turned back to Harry. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm worried. Growth like this, if it's being caused by an external source, can be dangerous. Magical cores that expand too quickly can become unstable. There are documented cases of Hermione." Harry kept his voice steady. "I appreciate the concern. I do. But I'm fine." "You're not fine. You have dark circles under your eyes that make you look like a raccoon. You flinch when people touch your left shoulder, and yesterday in potions you winced when you leaned against the desk, which means you have bruised or broken ribs. Don't tell me you're fine." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Ron was staring at Harry now, really staring, and the easy deflection that usually worked on him wasn't going to work this time. "Bruised ribs," Ron said quietly. "I fell. I told you. I'm clumsy in the dark. You're the best flyer in our year. Possibly in the school. You are literally the opposite of clumsy." Harry closed his eyes. The corridor was emptying. They were going to be late for their next class. "I can't tell you," he said. "Not yet." "I'm sorry." Hermione opened her mouth. Ron put a hand on her arm, gently, surprisingly gently, and she closed it again. "Okay," Ron said. "Not yet. But soon, yeah." Harry nodded. Soon. They went to class. The conversation sank into the space between them like a stone into water, disturbing the surface, but eventually settling. Ron gave Harry careful, sidelong looks for the rest of the day. Hermione buried herself in books, which was her version of the same thing. The second thing that happened was Snape. It came after dinner. Harry was leaving the Great Hall alone. Ron had gone back for dessert. Hermione had gone to the library, when a hand caught his arm and pulled him into an alcove. The hand was pale, long-fingered, and the grip was precise enough to find the exact spot on Harry's left arm where a Shadow Thing's claw had left a bruise 2 nights ago. Harry gasped. Snape released him immediately, but the damage was done, the pain response, the involuntary flinch, the way Harry's hand went to the bruise before he could stop himself. Snape had seen all of it. They stood in the alcove, the sounds of the Great Hall muffled by stone, and Snape looked at Harry with eyes that were black and sharp and seeing far too much. "Roll up your sleeve." "No. That was not a request, Potter. It's nothing. I bumped it on. If you say you fell, I will put you in detention until you graduate." Snape's voice was low, controlled, and absolutely serious. "Roll up your sleeve, or I will escort you to Madame Pomfrey, and she will do it for you." Harry weighed his options. Pomfrey would be worse. She'd see everything, the bruises, the cold burns, the half-healed cuts. Snape was at least looking at one arm. He rolled up his sleeve. The bruise was vivid purple-black, for parallel lines, clearly not caused by bumping into anything. Claw marks. Even faded as they were, the shape was unmistakable. Something with sharp, elongated fingers had grabbed him. Snape stared at the bruise for a long time. His face did something complicated. The contempt was still there, habitual as breathing, but underneath it, something moved. Something that looked, for a fleeting second, like fear. Who did this to you? The question surprised Harry. Not the words, the tone. Snape sounded like he was asking about a person. About an abuser. No one did it to me. These are grip marks, Potter. Someone or something grabbed you with enough force to leave a bruise that's at least 48 hours old and still this dark. That indicates either significant physical strength or magical involvement. So I will ask you again. Snape's eyes bored into him. Who did this? Harry pulled his sleeve down. It's not what you think. You have no idea what I think. You think someone's hurting me. Nobody's hurting me. He stopped. Took a breath. The dungeon had taught him to be calm under pressure, to think while terrified, and Snape was significantly less terrifying than a room full of shadow things. I'm doing something. On my own. It's physical. And sometimes I get hurt. But it's my choice. Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted. Physical. Your choice. And these injuries, the bruised ribs Miss Granger so perceptively identified, the marks on your hands that Mr. Weasley noticed on your first week, the burn on your shoulder that you've been favoring for days, all your choice. He knew. He'd been watching. Of course he'd been watching. Snape watched everything, those black eyes cataloging every detail, missing nothing. Harry had been so focused on hiding the dungeon that he hadn't thought about hiding its effects, and Snape had read them like a book. I'm not in danger, Harry said. That is manifestly untrue. Snape straightened. His robes settled around him like shadows. I am going to find out what you are doing, Potter. Not because I care about your well-being, believe me, I have no particular interest in your continued survival beyond professional obligation. But because whatever is causing these injuries is also causing your inexplicable magical growth, and that combination concerns me in ways you are too young and too ignorant to understand. He turned and walked away, robes billowing, and Harry leaned against the alcove wall and let out a breath he'd been holding since the hand grabbed his arm. Snape was going to be a problem. A serious problem. He was smart, he was suspicious, and he had access to every corridor in the castle. If he started following Harry at night, Harry needed to be more careful. He needed to find a better way to hide the injuries. And he needed to go deeper, faster, before Snape figured out what was happening. That night he descended. Floor 10. The archway opened into a space that was vast, the largest room yet, so big that Harry's lumos couldn't reach the walls. The floor was smooth dark stone, and the blue-white lines were sparse here, faint traceries in the darkness like distant stars. The ceiling was invisible, lost in shadow. Harry walked into the room, and the archway behind him sealed shut. That was new. The other floors had always left the exit open. Floor 10 locked him in. The room was silent. Harry turned slowly, wand raised, light cutting through the dark. Nothing. No shadow things. No constructs. No terrain obstacles. Just open space and darkness. Then the floor lit up. A circle of blue-white light blazed to life around him, 10 feet in diameter, the lines burning bright enough to make him squint. Inside the circle, the stone became transparent, not glass, but like looking through deep, clear water, and Harry could see down, through the floor, into the layers of stone beneath. And he saw something. Far below. So far down it was little more than a suggestion of shape and color. But it was there. A chamber. A presence. Something vast and still and watching. The warden. Harry stared into the depths and felt the attention of something ancient turn toward him. Not malevolent. Not benevolent. Just aware. The way a mountain is aware of the ant climbing its face. Not hostile, but also not concerned with the ant's survival. The circle pulsed, and pain hit Harry like a wall. Not physical pain. Memory. He was in the cupboard. The door was locked. He was 6 years old, and it was dark, and he was hungry and scared, and there were spiders on the ceiling, and he could hear Dudley laughing through the wall, and Aunt Petunia's voice, shrill and sharp, "You should be grateful we took you in, boy. Ungrateful little freak." The memory was vivid. Perfect. More real than reality, because the dungeon was amplifying it, pouring magic into the recall until Harry could smell the cupboard, dust and old shoes and the faint, sour tang of tears on a pillowcase. He tried to push it away. Failed. The memory held him. He was 7. Vernon was teaching Dudley to box, and Dudley needed a punching bag, and Harry was the right size. The first hit was in the stomach. Harry doubled over and couldn't breathe, and Vernon laughed and said, "Hit him again, son. He can take it." 8. Petunia cut Harry's hair with kitchen scissors, roughly, yanking his head around by the ear, and when Harry cried she told him, "Freaks don't get to be vain." 9. Harry found a dead bird in the garden and buried it with a little ceremony he'd made up, because no one had ever taught him how to mourn, and he was trying to figure it out on his own. Dudley dug it up and threw it at him. 10. The letter came. Vernon destroyed it. Harry watched from the stairs as his uncle tore the parchment into pieces and burned the pieces in the fireplace, and something in Harry's chest tore with it. The memories came faster. Layered. Overlapping. A decade of small cruelties and large ones, of hunger and fear and the crushing, grinding weight of being unwanted. Harry was on his knees in the circle of light, his wand on the floor, his hands over his ears as if he could block out memories the way you block out sound. And the dungeon watched. The warden watched, waiting to see what he would do. Floor 5 had done this, surfaced a memory, made him endure it. But Floor 5 had been one memory, brief and sharp. Floor 10 was the entire catalog. Every wound. Every scar. The complete library of pain that had defined his first 11 years. Harry couldn't fight it. Couldn't push it away. The memories were too strong, too real, and the magic of the dungeon held them in place like a hand holds a mirror to your face. So he stopped fighting. He knelt in the circle of light and let them come. All of them. Every locked door and skipped meal and backhanded blow. He let the memories wash through him like water through a sieve, and instead of trying to hold them back, he looked at them. Really looked. Not from inside, the way he'd experienced them, terrified, small, helpless, but from above. From the perspective of a boy who had walked into the dark every night for 3 weeks and killed things that lived in shadow and carried a dead wizard's journal in his pocket. The memories were real. They had happened. They had hurt. But they were done. The cupboard was done. The Dursleys were done. He was here, in the dark beneath a castle, and he was bleeding and exhausted and scared, but he was here, and they were back in a suburb in Surrey living their small, mean, perfectly normal lives, and they could not touch him. Harry opened his eyes. The memories were still there, playing out in the transparent floor beneath him, reflected in the crystal-clear stone. He watched them. His face was wet. "I see you," he said to the memories. To the boy in the cupboard. To himself. "I see all of it. And I'm still here." The circle pulsed. The memories flickered. The magic that held them in place wavered, tested, pushed, and found wanting. Harry stood up. His legs shook. His vision blurred. But he stood, and he picked up his wand, and he pushed his magic, all of it, every ounce the dungeon had grown in him, into the Hollywood. Lumos Maxima. He'd read the spell in a book. Never cast it. Never tried. It was a third-year charm, a powered-up version of Lumos that produced a ball of light strong enough to illuminate a cavern. The light that erupted from his wand wasn't a ball. It was a sun. White gold, blazing, filling the vast room from floor to invisible ceiling, burning through the darkness like a forest fire. The memories in the floor shattered, not suppressed, not buried, but overwhelmed, flooded with so much light that the shadows they lived in simply ceased to exist. The circle of blue-white lines went dark. The room went dark. Harry's Lumos Maxima faded, and he stood in absolute blackness for a heartbeat, and then the archway to floor 11 appeared, glowing softly, and a stone dropped from the ceiling and landed at his feet. It was the size of a fist. It blazed with inner light. Harry picked it up. The warmth that flowed into him was different from the combat floors. Those had given him power, speed, reflexes. This gave him something else. Quieter. Deeper. He felt the locked door inside him, the one the dungeon had been cracking open, floor by floor, swing wide. Not all the way, but more than halfway now. And the magic that poured through was steady and sure and his, not borrowed, not stolen, not given by destiny or prophecy or a scar on his forehead. His, earned in pain and blood and the willingness to look at the worst parts of himself and keep standing. He climbed back up. The castle was dark. The corridors were empty. He moved through them like a shadow, upstairs that didn't bother moving for him, past paintings that muttered in their sleep, through the portrait hole and into the common room. Someone was sitting by the fire. Harry froze. Ron looked up. He was in pajamas, wrapped in a blanket, and his chess set was out on the table in front of him, a game half played against himself. His eyes were red-rimmed. He'd been waiting. "It's 4 in the morning," Ron said. Harry stood in the portrait hole entrance and said nothing. "I've been waiting since midnight. I heard you get up." "I hear you get up every night, Harry." "I've heard you for weeks." Silence. The fire crackled. "I don't know what's happening." Ron's voice was steady, but his hands were tight on the blanket. "I don't know where you go or what you do, and you said you'd tell me when you're ready, and I'm trying to be okay with that. But you look like hell. You look like you've been crying. And I can't," his voice cracked. "Just slightly. Just enough. I can't just sit here and pretend I don't see it." Harry crossed the room. He sat down in the chair across from Ron. The chess set was between them, black and white pieces frozen mid-game. "If I told you," Harry said slowly, "you'd think I was mental. Mate, you disappeared into a wall on the 7th floor last Tuesday. I was too far away to see where you went, but you were there and then you weren't. I already think you're mental." Harry almost smiled. "Fair. So tell me." Harry looked at the chess set. At the pieces Ron had arranged, a complex mid-game position, white in trouble but not lost, several moves from a possible escape. Ron's mind worked in strategy, in patterns, in the space between what is and what could be. "There's something under the castle," Harry said. "Under the dungeons. Deeper than anything in the school. It's old, I don't know how old. Older than Hogwarts." Ron didn't speak. Didn't move. Waited. "It's a dungeon. The real kind. Rooms, levels, things to fight. I go there at night. Every night." Harry paused. "Every night for 3 weeks. And every time I come back, my magic is stronger. That's why I've been improving. It's not practice. It's the dungeon." Ron was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Harry started to wonder if he'd made a terrible mistake. "Things to fight," Ron said finally. "Like what?" "Shadow creatures. Constructs. Made of dark magic, I think. They test you. Each floor is harder. And the bruises. The cuts. That thing Snape saw on your arm. From the fights." "Yeah. Bloody hell, Harry." "I know. Bloody hell. I know." Ron stood up. For a moment, Harry thought he was going to walk away, go to bed, be done with it, decide this was too much. Instead, Ron walked to the window and looked out at the dark grounds. "You've been fighting monsters under the castle. Alone. Every night. For 3 weeks. Yes. And it's making you stronger. Yes. And you didn't tell anyone because you're what? Used to doing everything alone? Because the bloody Dursleys taught you that asking for help is weakness." The words hit harder than any shadow thing. Harry's throat closed. Ron turned from the window. His face was a complicated mess of emotions, fear, anger, hurt, something fierce and protective that Harry didn't have a name for. "You're an idiot," Ron said. "Probably. A complete, total, absolute idiot." "Yeah, I'm coming with you." "No. Ron, no. You can't. The entrance only opens for me. I've tried, it reacts to me specifically. Something about my magic or my I don't know. But it won't let anyone else in." Ron's jaw clenched. Harry could see him wrestling with it, the desire to help, the frustration of being locked out, the fear. Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit here every night and wait for you to come back? What if you don't come back? I've come back every time. Every time so far. The words hung between them. Harry thought of the skeleton on floor 9. The tally marks. The last entry in the journal. I am tired. I found a journal, Harry said quietly. Someone else went into the dungeon. Centuries ago. They wrote everything down. He paused. They died in there. Ron sat down heavily. Oh. Great. Brilliant. That's comforting. He died because he went alone. He never told anyone. He just kept going, deeper and deeper, and eventually he burned out. Harry leaned forward. I don't want to be him, Ron. That's why I'm telling you. Ron looked at him. The firelight caught his face and made the freckles stand out like constellations. Okay, Ron said. Okay. You can't take me with you. Fine. But you tell me. Every morning, you tell me what happened. And if you start looking like that bloke in the journal, if you start losing it, I'm dragging you to Dumbledore by the ear, and I don't care if you hate me for it. Deal. And eat more. You look like a skeleton. Okay. And sleep sometimes. Actual sleep. Not fall unconscious for 2 hours sleep. Ron, I'm serious, Harry. I've got 5 brothers. I know what it looks like when someone's running on empty and pretending they're fine. You're not fine. You're running on fumes in spite, and I'm telling you right now, as your friend, that you need to take a bloody night off sometimes. Harry sat back. Ron's face was flushed and earnest and deadly serious, and Harry felt something shift inside him. Not magic, not the dungeon's gift, but something more fundamental. The deep, ancient conviction that he was alone, that he would always be alone, that the only person who would ever look out for Harry Potter was Harry Potter. It cracked. Not shattered. These things don't shatter. They erode. But it cracked, the way the locked door had cracked on floor 1, and something warm leaked through. Okay, Harry said. Deal. All of it. Ron nodded. Stuck out his hand. Harry shook it, and Ron's grip was firm and warm and real. Now go to sleep, Ron said. And I mean sleep. Not lie in bed planning your next descent into a monster pit. Actual, human sleep. Harry laughed. It was a small sound, unpracticed, rusty. He hadn't laughed in so long he'd almost forgotten how, but it was real. He went to bed. He slept. And in the morning, he ate breakfast with his best friend and didn't feel the pull of the dungeon quite so strongly, because the warmth of the common room fire and Ron's solid, stubborn presence had filled some of the space the dungeon usually occupied. It wasn't enough to stop him from going back. Nothing was going to stop that. But it was enough to make him come back. Across the great hall, at the staff table, Severus Snape sat with his black coffee and his black robes and his black expression, and watched Harry Potter eat eggs, and wondered what in the name of Merlin was happening to that boy. And behind Quirrell's turban, something that was not Quirrell felt the faintest tremor from deep beneath the castle, and stirred, and was interested. Chapter 3. The Troll and the Trust. Halloween morning tasted like ash in Harry's mouth. Not literally, the great hall was its usual spectacle of floating jack-o'-lanterns and live bats swooping between the enchanted candles, and the breakfast spread was heavy on pumpkin everything. Pumpkin juice, pumpkin pastries, pumpkin porridge that Ron was eating with the dedication of a man on a mission. The whole castle hummed with the particular energy of a holiday. Students louder than usual, professors slightly more lenient, the air sweet with sugar and spice. Harry ate mechanically and thought about the dungeon. He'd taken 2 nights off, as promised. Ron had enforced it with the tenacity of a sheepdog, actually checking on Harry at midnight, pulling back the bed curtains with a matter-of-fact, "Still here?" Good, before going back to sleep. It was annoying and touching in equal measure, and Harry had honored the deal. 2 full nights of sleep. His body had needed it more than he'd wanted to admit. The bruises faded. The bone-deep exhaustion retreated to a manageable hum. He could think clearly again. But floor 11 was waiting. He could feel it, that hook behind his navel, gentle and persistent, and something new beneath it. A vibration. A frequency. Since floor 10, since the memories and the breaking open and the Lumos Maxima that had burned the darkness out of a room the size of a cathedral, Harry's connection to the dungeon had changed. It wasn't just pulling him anymore. It was communicating. Not in words, in sensations. Warmth when he thought about descending. Cold when he thought about stopping. And once, just once, in the space between sleep and waking, a single clear impression that wasn't a word but felt like one, deeper. He hadn't told Ron about that part. "You're staring at your toast like it owes you money," Ron observed through a mouthful of pumpkin pastry. "Just thinking." "Stop it. It's Halloween. No thinking aloud on Halloween. Family rule." "You have a family rule about not thinking on Halloween?" "We have a family rule about not thinking on every holiday. Mom says it prevents arguments." "It does not prevent arguments, but it gives us something to argue about." Hermione sat down across from them, her bag stuffed with books as usual, her expression the careful blankness of someone who is thinking very hard about something and trying not to show it. "Good morning," she said. "Morning," Harry said. She opened a book. She didn't read it. Harry could tell because her eyes weren't moving. She was staring at the page like a shield, the way he used to stare at the wall of the cupboard to avoid making eye contact with Aunt Petunia. Something was wrong. Not dungeon wrong. Regular wrong. School wrong. "Hermione," he started. "I'm fine," she said quickly. Too quickly. The same way Harry said it, the practiced deflection of someone who'd learned that fine was the fastest way to end a conversation. Ron glanced at Harry. Harry shook his head slightly. "Not now." They went to Charms. Flitwick had them doing Wingardium Leviosa again, refining the technique, working on sustained levitation, height control. Harry managed to float his feather to the ceiling and hold it there for 3 minutes. Flitwick gave him 10 points and a beaming smile. Hermione matched him immediately, her feather rising with textbook precision, but she didn't look at Harry. Didn't look at anyone. After class, Harry heard what was wrong. He was walking behind Hermione in the corridor when Ron, oblivious, well-meaning, emotionally calibrated like a broken clock, Ron said to Seamus, "No wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly." Hermione walked straight through them and kept going, and Harry saw her face as she passed, and she was crying. "Nice one," Harry said. Ron blinked. "What?" "What did I?" "She heard you." Ron's face went through a rapid sequence of emotions, confusion, realization, guilt, and settled on defensive. "Well, I mean, she is a nightmare sometimes. She's been crying all morning, Ron. Something's wrong and she's been hiding it, and you just made it worse." The words came out sharper than Harry intended, edged with a protective anger that surprised him. He didn't know Hermione well, not yet, not really. But he knew what it looked like when someone was drowning in a room full of people and no one noticed, because he'd been that person his entire life. Ron stared at him. I didn't know she was, I know. But she did hear it." Ron looked in the direction Hermione had gone. His guilt was obvious, open, the kind of guilt that came from someone who had a good heart and occasionally terrible timing. "Should we go after her?" "Give her a minute. We'll find her at the feast." They didn't find her at the feast. The Halloween feast was magnificent. Dumbledore had outdone himself. The Great Hall transformed into a Gothic spectacle of floating pumpkins and candlelit grandeur, the tables groaning under mountains of food. The whole school was there, or seemed to be, the noise level pushing toward painful as students shouted and laughed and threw things at each other across the house tables. Hermione's seat was empty. Harry kept looking at it. Ron, next to him, was doing the same, picking at his food with uncharacteristic restraint, the guilt sitting visibly on his shoulders. "Parvati said she's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon," Neville offered from across the table, quiet enough that only Harry and Ron heard. "Crying." Ron put down his fork. "Bloody hell." "After the feast," Harry said. "We'll go find her." The feast continued. Harry ate because Ron would notice if he didn't, and because the dungeon had taught his body to take fuel when it was available. The pumpkin soup was good. The roast was better. He was halfway through a piece of treacle tart when the doors of the Great Hall slammed open. Quirrell sprinted in. His turban was askew, his face was the color of old porridge, and his eyes were rolling with terror, real or performed. Harry couldn't tell, but the performance was convincing enough to silence a room of 300 students. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed. Fainted, or seemed to. The great hall erupted. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic silence, and the room went still. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. The exodus began. Prefects shouted instructions. Students flooded toward the doors. Percy Weasley's voice carried over the chaos, officious and shrill. Follow me. Stay close. Don't panic. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know. Ron's face went white. She's in the bathroom. On the first floor. They looked at each other. The crowd was carrying them toward the stairs, toward Gryffindor Tower, toward safety. Harry ducked sideways, pulling Ron with him, and they slipped behind a pillar as the stream of students flowed past. Nobody noticed. In a crowd this panicked, 2 missing first years were invisible. The corridor emptied. The sounds of the evacuation faded. Harry and Ron stood in the sudden silence and looked at each other. We don't even know where the troll is, Ron said. Quirrell said the dungeons, but trolls move. First floor girls' bathroom. If we get there before the troll, and if we get there with the troll. Harry didn't answer that. He started moving. The corridors were empty and strange, Halloween decorations garish in the torchlight. Their footsteps echoed. Harry's wand was in his hand. He'd drawn it without thinking, a reflex the dungeon had installed, and the Hollywood hummed against his palm. His magic was awake, alert, the cord of connection vibrating like a plucked string. They smelled it before they saw it. A thick, wet stench, rotting meat and stagnant water, and something underneath that was purely animal, purely wrong. Ron gagged. Harry's nose wrinkled, but his body didn't react. The dungeon's shadow things had their own smell, a cold ozone reek that had burned out his gag reflex weeks ago. Then they heard it. Footsteps, but not human ones. Heavy, arrhythmic, each one shaking the floor, accompanied by a dragging sound, something heavy being pulled along the stone. The troll came around the corner. It was 12 feet tall. Gray-skinned, lumpen, a body that looked like someone had assembled it from boulders and clay without a clear blueprint. Its head was small for its body and its legs were thick as tree trunks, and it carried a club, a wooden club the size of a mattress, dragging on the ground, leaving a groove in the stone. It was heading for the girls' bathroom. Oh, Ron whispered. Oh, that's big. The troll hadn't seen them. It was focused on something ahead, a sound, maybe, or a smell. It stopped at the bathroom door, grunted, and smashed through it with one swing of the club. Wood and stone exploded inward. A scream came from inside. Hermione. Harry ran. He didn't think about it. Didn't plan. The dungeon had spent a month training his body to react before his mind caught up, and his body said move, and he moved, sprinting down the corridor and through the shattered doorway into the bathroom. Inside was chaos. The troll had destroyed half the room, sinks ripped from the wall, water spraying everywhere, stall doors shattered into kindling. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, under the remaining sinks, her face white, her mouth open in a scream that wasn't making sound anymore. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't have a plan. What he had was 30 nights in the dark, fighting things that were faster and smarter and more lethal than a mountain troll, and a body that had been rebuilt in pain and desperation. He grabbed a chunk of broken sink off the floor and hurled it at the troll's head. It connected. Not enough to hurt. The troll's skull was probably thicker than the porcelain, but enough to get its attention. The massive head swung toward Harry, small eyes blinking, and the club came with it, sweeping sideways at waist height. Harry dropped flat. The club passed over him, close enough to ruffle his hair, and smashed into the wall. Dust and stone fragments rained down. He was back on his feet before the debris settled. The dungeon had taught him this: how to use the space between a creature's attacks, the recovery time, the moment of vulnerability. The troll was strong but slow. Its club was powerful but unwieldy. In the dungeon, Harry had fought things that gave him a quarter-second to react. The troll gave him nearly 2. He circled right. The troll tracked him, turning its body, club dragging through the rubble. Harry's wand was up. Flipendo. The knockback jinx hit the troll in the knee. On a human target, it would have sent them sprawling. On 12 feet of mountain troll, it was a shove. The troll stumbled one step, two, and its balance shifted. Ron! Get Hermione! Ron was in the doorway, frozen. Harry's shout broke through. Ron sprinted for Hermione, sliding through the water and wreckage, grabbing her arm, pulling her toward the door. The troll recovered. Saw Ron and Hermione moving. Swung the club. Harry hit it with another flipendo, this time in the ankle, and the troll's foot slipped on the wet floor. The club swing went wide, demolishing a row of stalls instead of Ron and Hermione. Close. Too close. Go! Harry shouted. Ron hauled Hermione toward the door. She was moving now, shock giving way to terror, legs working. They were almost out. The troll abandoned Harry and lunged for them. It was stupid, but it was big, and its lunge covered half the room. The club came up overhead, a killing blow aimed at the two students in the doorway. Harry did the math in less than a second. Flipendo wasn't enough. Nothing in his first-year arsenal was enough to stop 12 feet of charging troll. But the dungeon hadn't given him a first-year arsenal. He raised his wand and cast from the place in his chest where the dungeon lived, the deep well of power that 10 floors of shadow and pain and survival had carved into him. Protego. The shield charm materialized between the troll's club and his friends. Not the wobbly soap bubble he'd practiced in the common room. This was solid, a disk of shimmering silver-white light, 4 feet across, anchored in the air between the troll and the door. The club hit it at full force. The impact was catastrophic. The shield held barely, screaming with magical strain, light flickering, and the club bounced. The recoil traveled up the troll's arm and into its shoulder, and Harry heard something crack, and the troll bellowed in pain and staggered backward. Harry's shield shattered. The magical backlash hit him like a fist, his vision whited out, his nose started bleeding, and he tasted copper. He'd poured too much into the charm. Way too much. His magical reserves, so carefully built over weeks of dungeon diving, dropped by half in a single second. But Ron and Hermione were through the door. They were safe. The troll was not happy. It was hurt. Its right arm hung at an angle that suggested the shoulder was dislocated, but it was angry, and it still had its club in its left hand, and it turned on Harry with the mindless fury of a wounded animal. Harry backed up. His wand arm was shaking. His magic was depleted, the cord thin and strained. He had maybe 1 or 2 spells left in him before he was empty. The troll charged. Harry's back hit the wall. No room to dodge left, wreckage. No room to dodge right, more wreckage. The troll's club was rising, and Harry had nowhere to go. He looked at the club. Looked at the troll. Looked at the ceiling. The dungeon had taught him, on floor 8, that sometimes the environment was a better weapon than any spell. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, and pointed his wand at the club. The spell caught the club at the top of its arc. 12 feet of mountain troll swinging a club is a lot of momentum, and the levitation charm didn't stop it, but it redirected it. The club, suddenly weightless in the troll's grip, went up instead of down, yanked by Harry's spell, and the troll, confused, overcorrected, and the club arced over its head and came down on the back of its own skull. The crack was enormous. The troll's eyes crossed. It stood for a moment, swaying, expression vacant, and then it fell. The floor shook when it hit. Water sloshed. Dust billowed. Silence. Harry slid down the wall and sat in the water and wreckage and stared at the unconscious troll, and his wand arm dropped to his side, and he had no energy left for anything except breathing. Ron and Hermione appeared in the doorway. Is it dead? Hermione whispered. Knocked out, Harry managed. Just knocked out. Ron was staring at him. Not at the troll, at Harry. His expression was complicated, layered, the face of someone who'd just seen their friend do something impossible and was trying to reconcile it with the skinny kid who couldn't light his wand 4 weeks ago. Harry, Ron said. What the hell was that? Levitation charm. You should practice it. Not the bloody levitation charm. The shield. You cast a shield charm. A real one. That's 4th-year magic, Hermione said. She was still pressed against the doorframe, wet and white-faced, but her eyes were sharp. That cataloging look. Protego. Fourth-year defense curriculum. You cast it wandlessly anchored, which is sixth-year technique at minimum. And you held it against a direct physical impact that should have shattered it instantly. It did shatter. After stopping the blow. Which is, she stopped. Took a breath. How? Footsteps in the corridor. Voices. The teachers were coming. McGonagall was first through the door, her face the color of old parchment, Snape behind her, and behind them Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat down on a broken toilet with his hand over his mouth. What in the name of McGonagall's eyes swept the room? The troll unconscious. 3 first years, soaking wet. Harry, slumped against the wall with blood on his face. Explain. Now. Harry opened his mouth. The lie was ready, it was always ready, 11 years of practice. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. Hermione's voice. Clear. Steady. She stepped forward, wringing water from her robes, and looked McGonagall in the eye. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them, and I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Ron and Harry came to find me. They knew I didn't know about the troll, because I'd been. I wasn't at the feast. They saved my life. McGonagall stared at her. Harry stared at her. Ron stared at her with his mouth slightly open. Hermione Granger, who valued rules and authority and academic propriety above almost everything, had just lied to a professor to protect them. McGonagall's lips thinned. Miss Granger, I am deeply disappointed in you. 5 points from Gryffindor for your recklessness. She turned to Harry and Ron. As for you two, 5 points each. To Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck. She turned and left. Quirrell scurried after her. Snape lingered. His eyes were on Harry. Specifically on Harry's wand hand, which was still trembling from the magical depletion, and on the blood drying on Harry's upper lip from the nosebleed the shield charm had caused. Snape said nothing. But his gaze moved from Harry's wand to Harry's eyes, and in that look was a question that Harry could read as clearly as text on a page. What are you becoming? Then Snape turned and followed McGonagall, and the 3 of them were alone with an unconscious troll. We should go, Ron said. They went. The corridors were still empty. The rest of the school was locked in their dormitories, the all-clear not yet given. They walked in silence, the 3 of them, wet footsteps echoing. Hermione was between Harry and Ron, hugging herself, shivering. You didn't have to do that, Harry said. The lie. It wasn't entirely a lie. I was reckless. I should have been at the feast. If I hadn't been, if those gits hadn't made you cry, you mean, Ron said. He stopped walking. Hermione and Harry stopped too. Ron turned to Hermione, and his face was red, and he looked like he was swallowing something that tasted terrible. One of those gits was me. I said, after charms, I said something. About you. Something rotten. And you heard it. Hermione's chin trembled. Just barely. Yes. I'm sorry. I was being a prat. You're not a nightmare. You're brilliant, actually. You're the smartest person I've ever met, and sometimes that's intimidating, and I handle intimidation by being a prat, and I'm sorry. The corridor was quiet. A torch flickered. Somewhere far away, a ghost laughed. Thank you, Hermione said softly. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, and something had shifted between the 3 of them. Not a dramatic transformation, not a movie moment, but a settling. The way tectonic plates shift and suddenly a new landscape exists where there wasn't one before. They'd faced something together. They'd bled together, or near enough. And Hermione had lied for them, and Ron had apologized, and Harry had put a shield between a trolls club and his friends. The common room was buzzing when they got back, the all-clear had been given, and Gryffindors were speculating wildly about the troll. Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped in without anyone noticing, which was a minor miracle. They found a corner. Hermione cast a drying charm on all 3 of them, wand work precise, efficient, utterly beyond what a first year should manage, and they sat in a triangle and looked at each other. So, Hermione said, the shield charm. Harry sighed. He looked at Ron. Ron nodded. There's something I need to tell you, Harry said. And you're going to have questions. And I'll answer what I can. He told her. Not everything, not about the skeleton, not about the journal, not about the warden he'd glimpsed through the transparent floor of floor 10. But the basics. The dungeon. The floors. The shadow things. The nightly descent, the fights, the growth. Hermione listened without interrupting, which might have been the most impressive thing she'd done all day, including lying to McGonagall. Her face went through a journey: disbelief, fascination, fear, calculation, more fear. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. How many floors? She finally asked. I've done 10. There are more. How many more? I don't know. And you've been doing this every night since, most nights. I take breaks now. He glanced at Ron. Someone makes sure of that. Hermione's fingers were twitching. She wanted a book. She wanted 12 books, a quill, and a quiet library alcove. Harry could see the research frenzy building behind her eyes like a storm front. I need to look into this, she said. Ancient magical structures beneath significant wizarding sites. There's literature. There has to be literature. The school was built in the 10th century, but the magical geography of Scotland predates it by millennia. If there's a subterranean complex with its own magical ecosystem, Hermione. What? Breathe. She breathed. Her hands stilled. This is dangerous, she said. Quiet now. The academic excitement dampened by something more fundamental. You know that. I know. The injuries alone, magical combat, even against constructs, the cumulative damage to your core, I know. And the psychological component. You said floor 10 was memories. That's cognitive magic. It's rewriting your neural pathways, Harry, reshaping how you process trauma. That's not something you do to yourself without understanding the consequences. I know. He paused. That's part of why I'm telling you. I need someone who understands this stuff. Ron keeps me human. I need you to keep me sane. Hermione looked at him. For once, the cataloging look was gone, replaced by something rawer, less controlled. She was scared. Not of the dungeon, of losing someone. Harry recognized the look because he'd seen it in the mirror on the nights when the dungeon felt like it was consuming him. Okay, she said. I'll research. I'll figure out what this place is, how it works, what the risks are. But Harry, she leaned forward. If I find something that says you need to stop, you listen. Deal? Deal. And you tell us everything. No more hiding injuries, no more I'm fine. If you're hurt, we need to know. Deal. She stuck out her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and slightly damp from the drying charm and absolutely certain. Ron grinned. Look at us. A secret society. We are not a secret society, Hermione said. We've got a secret and there are 3 of us. That's a society. That's a conspiracy. Even better. They talked until the fire died and the common room emptied. Harry told them about the floors, the shadow things, the constructs, the mirror room on floor 9. He didn't tell them about the skeleton or the journal. Not yet. That felt like something he needed to carry a little longer, until he understood what it meant. Hermione asked questions. Dozens of them, precise, probing, the kind of questions that exposed the gaps in Harry's understanding. He didn't know why the dungeon chose him. He didn't know what the stones were. He'd been collecting them, keeping them in a sock under his mattress, and they pulsed with warmth when he held them, but he hadn't figured out what they did. He didn't know what the warden was. He didn't know how deep the dungeon went. So basically, Ron said, you know nothing. I know how to not die. That's something. Low bar, mate. You'd be surprised how often it's the relevant one. They went to bed. Harry, for the first time in weeks, felt lighter. Not less tired. The fight with the troll had drained him badly, and his magical reserves were still low. But the weight he carried was distributed now, shared across 3 sets of shoulders instead of 1, and that made it bearable. He slept until dawn. No pull. No descent. Just sleep. The next 3 days were the first stretch Harry had gone without entering the dungeon since he'd found it. Partly by choice, his body needed recovery, and Ron's nagging had evolved from gentle to pointed. Partly because Hermione had asked him to wait while she researched, and something about the seriousness in her voice made him listen. and partly because the fight with the troll had taught him something the dungeon hadn't. He could use what the dungeon gave him up here, in the real world, for real people. The shield charm that stopped the Trolls Club hadn't been dungeon magic. It had been Harry's magic, grown in the dungeon, used in the castle, deployed to protect people he cared about. The distinction mattered. The dungeon was a tool, a furnace. It heated the metal, but the shaping happened elsewhere. He spent those 3 days paying attention to Hogwarts in a way he hadn't before. Not just classes, the school. The rhythms of it. The social currents that ran between the houses and within them. The way power was distributed and contested. He noticed things. Malfoy was watching him, not just casually, but actively, the way a hawk watches a mouse, with the patient intensity of someone gathering evidence. After the troll, the whole school was talking about Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The story had mutated in the retelling. In some versions, Harry had killed the troll with a single spell. In others, he'd wrestled it. Fred and George Weasley were spreading a version in which Harry had challenged the troll to a duel and won on points. The reality was both less and more impressive than the rumors, but Malfoy didn't care about rumors. He cared about the shield charm. Harry didn't know how Malfoy had learned about it. Hermione wouldn't have talked, Ron wouldn't have talked, but bathroom walls had been destroyed and the teachers had been there, and information in Hogwarts leaked like water through a sieve. On November 2nd, Malfoy approached him after potions. Not with Crabbe and Goyle alone. That was unusual enough to make Harry's senses sharpen. Potter. Malfoy. They were in the corridor outside Snape's classroom, students flowing past, and Malfoy's face was carefully composed in a way that told Harry the conversation had been rehearsed. That was a protego against the troll. Not a question. It was. 4th year defensive magic. Cast by a first year who, a month ago, could not produce a functioning Lumos. Your point. Malfoy's composure flickered. Just slightly, a tightening around the mouth. A flash of something in the gray eyes that was neither anger nor contempt, but something more complicated. My father taught me the theory of the shield charm when I was 9. I cannot cast it. I've tried, privately. The magical output required is beyond a first-year core by a significant margin. He paused. So either the stories are wrong, they're not. Or something is happening to you that doesn't fit any model of magical development I've been taught. And I've been taught extensively. Harry studied him. Stripped of the sneer and the posturing, Malfoy was sharp. The intelligence that usually hid behind the bully act was front and center, and Harry could see the gears turning, not with malice, but with genuine bewilderment. Malfoy's world was built on rules. Pureblood supremacy, magical hierarchy, the ordered system of who mattered and who didn't. Harry was breaking the rules, and it disturbed Malfoy at a level deeper than jealousy. Why do you care? Harry asked. Malfoy's jaw tightened. Because things that don't make sense are usually dangerous. And whatever is making you stronger is happening inside a school where I eat and sleep. It was, Harry had to admit, not a stupid concern. I'm not a danger to you, Malfoy. That's exactly what a dangerous person would say. They looked at each other for a long moment. Students passed around them, a few shooting curious glances at the unlikely conversation. Then Malfoy straightened his robes, reassembled his public face, and walked away. Harry watched him go and felt the particular unease of being correctly identified by someone he'd underestimated. That evening, Hermione pulled him and Ron into an empty classroom on the 3rd floor and shut the door with the air of someone about to present a doctoral thesis. I found something, she said. She had notes. Pages and pages of notes, in her precise, small handwriting, and she spread them across a desk like a general displaying battle plans. It took me 3 days because the reference was buried in a footnote in a footnote. Hogwarts, a history doesn't mention it. The standard architectural surveys don't mention it. But there's a book in the restricted section. Don't ask how I got access. I may have forged a professor's signature, Hermione, Ron said, almost admiringly. Called Subterranean Magical Formations of the British Isles, written in 1743 by an unspeakable named Corvus Blackwood. It's extremely dry and mostly about ley line convergences, but on page 412, In a section about anomalous magical structures, there's a single paragraph. She pulled out a piece of parchment on which she'd copied the passage in full. Of particular note is the persistent legend of the Crucible, a subterranean formation of unknown origin, believed by some scholars to predate all known magical construction in the British Isles. The Crucible is described in fragmentary sources as a testing ground, or forge, a self-contained magical environment capable of accelerating the growth of a witch or wizard's magical core through progressive physical and psychological challenge. Its location, if it exists, has never been confirmed, though several accounts place it beneath significant magical sites in Scotland. The author considers the Crucible to be apocryphal, noting the absence of any verifiable first-hand account of its existence. She looked up. He was wrong. It's not apocryphal. It's under this school. Harry stared at the passage. The Crucible. The same word the dead wizard had used in his journal. He hadn't told Hermione about the journal, but here it was, the same name, from an independent source. "What else did you find?" he asked. "Almost nothing. That's the problem. There are a handful of references in very old texts, medieval, pre-Hogwarts. Most of them are third-hand, legendary, mixed with mythology. But the consistent elements across all the sources are these." She ticked them off on her fingers. 1. The Crucible is ancient. Older than any known magical structure. Possibly older than the distinction between magical and non-magical populations, which would place it before the Roman period at minimum. 2. It selects its entrance. Not everyone can access it. It calls to specific individuals, though the criteria for selection are unknown. 3. It operates on a floor system with progressive difficulty. Each floor tests a different aspect of the entrance capabilities. 4. It is governed by an entity referred to as the Warden, whose nature and purpose are never clearly described. She paused. And 5, and this is the part that worries me, there are references to a cost. The Crucible gives, but it also takes. The sources are vague about what it takes, but the implication is that the deeper you go, the higher the price. Harry thought about the dead wizard. "I am losing things. I forgot my sister's name today." "I know about the cost," he said quietly. Hermione's eyes sharpened. "What do you mean? What has it taken from you?" He thought about it. Really thought. The bruises, the cold burns, the exhaustion, those were physical, temporary. But had he lost anything else? Memories? Abilities? "Nothing yet," he said. "Not that I've noticed. But the floors I've done so far have been, I think they've been early. Introductory. The real tests are deeper. Then you need to be careful. If the cost escalates with depth, I will be." "Harry, I said I will be. But I'm not stopping, Hermione. I can't." He said it plainly, without drama. It was a fact, like gravity. The dungeon had chosen him, was changing him, was building something in him floor by floor, and the alternative, going back to being the boy who couldn't light his wand, was not an alternative he was willing to consider. Hermione looked at Ron. Ron shrugged, not dismissively, but with the resignation of someone who'd already had this argument and knew how it ended. "He's going to keep going," Ron said. "Best we can do is keep him in one piece while he does." Hermione closed her eyes. When she opened them, the fear was still there, but it was contained, managed, packed into a box and sealed with determination. "Then we need a system," she said. "Every night you go down, you tell us beforehand. When you come back, you report. Everything. What the floor looked like, what you fought, how you feel, any changes to your magic, any signs of the cost the sources mention. I'll track it. Map the progression. If I see a pattern that suggests danger, you listen." "Agreed. And I want to see the entrance. I know I can't go in, but I want to see it. I need to understand the mechanism." Harry hesitated. "It's hidden. Behind a tapestry on the sub-dungeon level. The wall opens for me, but I don't know what it'll do if someone else is there. Then we find out. Tomorrow night." Ron was grinning. "Field trip." "This is not a field trip, Ronald. We're sneaking through the castle at night to look at a secret magical entrance to an ancient underground testing ground. It's literally a field trip." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and said, "Fair point." They went the next night. All three of them, Creeping through the castle after midnight, Harry in the lead with his wand lit, Ron and Hermione following close behind. The castle was quiet and dark, the corridors silver and black, and Harry navigated the route from memory, down the main stairs, past the entrance to the school dungeons, down the narrower staircase to the sub-dungeon level, along the cold corridor to the tapestry. He pushed the tapestry aside. The hidden staircase stretched down into darkness. Hermione inhaled sharply. Ron whistled low. "This isn't on any map of the castle," Hermione whispered. "I've studied the floor plans in Hogwarts, a history. This corridor doesn't exist." "It exists for me," Harry said. They descended. The staircase ended at the blank wall, the entrance. Harry put his hand on the stone, and the warmth pulsed, familiar, welcoming. The wall opened. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Her grip was tight enough to hurt. Ron said something under his breath that might have been a prayer or a profanity. Beyond the wall, the staircase going down. 216 steps. The blue-white glow of the carved lines. The smell of ozone and old stone. "I can feel it," Hermione whispered. "The magic. It's immense. Like standing next to a bonfire." Harry looked at her. "You feel it?" "How could I not? It's radiating power. The ambient magical field in this corridor is, I don't have numbers, but it's orders of magnitude beyond what the castle generates. This isn't just old magic, Harry. This is foundational magic. The kind that existed before systems and schools and wands." Ron was staring into the staircase. His face was pale in the blue-white light. "And you go down there? Every night? Alone?" "Yeah. Into that." "Yeah." Ron looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, firmly, and Harry understood the nod for what it was, not approval, not permission, but acknowledgement. This was Harry's path. Ron couldn't walk it with him. But he could stand at the entrance and make sure Harry had something to come back to. Hermione had her wand out. She was running it along the wall, murmuring detection charms, her academic instincts overwhelming her fear. "The ward structure is unlike anything I've seen. These aren't runes, I don't think they're any known magical notation system. The closest analog I can think of would be pre-Celtic Ogham inscriptions, but even those are structured differently. This is alien," Ron supplied. "I was going to say non-human, but yes. Essentially." She looked at Harry. Whatever built this place wasn't a witch or wizard. Not as we understand the terms. They stood at the entrance for 10 more minutes. Hermione took notes. Ron kept watch. Harry stood between them and felt the dungeon's warmth at his back and his friend's presence at his side, and for the first time since he'd found the Crucible, the two halves of his life, the dark track and the light one, felt like they might be part of the same path. Then Harry said, "I'm going down," and Ron opened his mouth to protest, and Hermione put a hand on Ron's arm, and Ron closed his mouth. "Be careful," Hermione said. "Come back," Ron said. Harry stepped through the wall and descended. Floor 11. The staircase from 10 to 11 was 94 steps. The air grew thicker with each one, the ozone taste sharper, the blue-white lines brighter and more complex. Harry's wand hummed in his hand. His magic sang in his blood. The room was medium-sized. Octagonal. 8 walls, each one carved with a different pattern of lines. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a crystal that glowed with pale inner light. No shadow things. No constructs. The room was empty except for the crystal. Harry approached carefully. The dungeon had taught him to distrust empty rooms more than full ones. The floors that looked safe were usually the ones that broke you. He touched the crystal. The room shifted. Not physically, the walls stayed where they were, but the air changed. Became dense, pressurized, like being underwater. Harry's ears popped. His vision blurred. When it cleared, he wasn't in the octagonal room anymore. He was standing in a corridor. A familiar corridor, stone walls, torchlight, the particular architecture of Hogwarts. But wrong. The proportions were off. The ceiling was too high. The torches burned blue instead of orange. At the end of the corridor, someone was standing. Facing away from Harry. Small. Thin. Dark-haired. Harry walked toward them. His footsteps echoed. The figure didn't move. He got close enough to see. Close enough to recognize. It was him. Not the mirror version from floor 9. This was him. Younger. Much younger. 5, maybe 6. Wearing Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, bruises on his arms, hair matted, eyes huge and dark in a face that was all sharp angles and hunger. The child version of himself looked up at Harry and said nothing. But his eyes spoke volumes, and what they said was, "Why didn't you save me?" Harry's chest cracked open. The dungeon had done the memory thing on floor 10, the full catalog, the overwhelming flood. This was different. This was specific. Targeted. A scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. The child Harry stood in the corridor and looked at him with eyes that held 10 years of abandonment, and the question hung in the air, why didn't anyone come? Why didn't anyone save me? Why wasn't I worth saving? Harry knelt down. His knees hit the cold stone. He was eye level with the child now, and up close the bruises were vivid, the thinness stark, the defeated curl of the small shoulders devastating. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. The child blinked. Flinched. The flinch was the worst part, the involuntary recoil from a hand that might hit, even when the hand was gentle. Harry knew that flinch. He still carried it. "I'm sorry nobody came," Harry said. "I'm sorry nobody saved you. You deserve to be saved. You were worth saving." The child's lip trembled. Harry reached out, slowly, carefully, and put a hand on the small shoulder. The child flinched again, then stilled. Then, slowly, leaned into the touch. "I'm here now," Harry said. "I know it's late. I know it's too late for a lot of things. But I'm here." The child looked at him. The eyes were green, Harry's green, his mother's green, and they were wet. "Will it get better?" the child asked. His voice was small and hoarse and barely there. Harry thought about the dungeon. About Ron and Hermione waiting at the entrance. About Hogwarts and magic and a wand that worked and a broomstick that flew and a world that was terrible and wonderful and nothing like the cupboard. "It already has," he said. The child smiled. Small. Trembling. A first attempt at hope by someone who'd never been taught what hope looked like. Then the child dissolved. Not painfully, gently, like fog in sunlight, becoming light, becoming warmth, flowing into Harry's chest and settling there like a coal in a hearth. And the corridor dissolved with it, the blue-torched Hogwarts folding into nothing, and Harry was back in the octagonal room with his hand on the crystal and tears on his face. The crystal went dark. On the floor beside the pedestal, a stone. Harry picked it up. This one was warm, warmer than any of the others, almost hot, and when he held it, he felt the door inside him swing open another inch, and the magic that poured through was tinged with something he hadn't felt before. Kindness. Not power. Not survival. Kindness, directed inward, toward the parts of himself he'd hated and hidden and tried to forget. The dungeon wasn't just making him stronger. It was making him whole. Harry climbed back up. Through the entrance, up the hidden stairs, behind the tapestry. Ron and Hermione were sitting against the wall, wrapped in a conjured blanket, Hermione's work, and they stood when they saw him. "You were gone for 40 minutes, Hermione said. "What happened?" Harry wiped his face. Floor 11. It was. He searched for the word. Different. Not a fight. Something else. Ron was looking at his face. "You've been crying." "Yeah. Good crying or bad crying?" Harry considered. "Both. And neither. I'll explain tomorrow. I need to sleep." They walked back together, 3 first years in a sleeping castle, and when they got to the common room, Hermione went to the girls' staircase and Ron went to the boys', and Harry was the last one up, standing alone by the dying fire. He put his hand over his chest, where the child version of himself had dissolved into warmth. "It got better," he said to the empty room. "I promise." He went to bed and slept without dreaming, and in the morning, the magic in his blood was brighter than it had ever been. At the staff table during breakfast, Snape watched Harry Potter eat with his friends and laugh at something Weasley said, and the potions master's eyes were dark with calculation. The boy was different. Changing. growing at a rate that defied everything Snape knew about magical development, and the source of that growth was hidden somewhere in the castle that Snape had walked for a decade without finding anything unusual. Almost anything. There was the matter of the sub-dungeon corridor. The one with the old tapestry. Snape had passed it 1,000 times without interest, but last week, returning from a late-night patrol, he'd felt something. A tremor. Faint, deep, like the castle's heartbeat skipping. He'd stopped, looked at the tapestry. For a moment, just a moment, he'd thought the wall behind it was warm. Then it was just a wall again. Snape drank his coffee and watched Harry Potter and planned his next move. 3 seats away, Quirrell sipped his tea with a hand that trembled, and behind the turban, something ancient and broken felt the pulse of deep magic and wanted it with a hunger that had nothing to do with the Philosopher's Stone. There were older things in this castle than Dumbledore knew, and one of them was waking up. Chapter 4. The Price of Floors, November 8th. The light. The days shortened until it felt like Hogwarts existed in permanent twilight, the sun barely clearing the mountains before beginning its retreat, the castle's corridors lit by torches that guttered in drafts from windows nobody could find. The Black Lake turned to pewter. The Forbidden Forest became a wall of black. And the cold, the real cold, Scottish Highlands cold, the kind that found the gaps in your robes and your resolve, settled over everything like a verdict. Harry barely noticed. His world had telescoped to a narrow band: class, dungeon, sleep, repeat. The rhythm was relentless, and he was addicted to it in a way that he recognized was unhealthy and couldn't bring himself to stop. Every night he descended, he came back with more. More magic, more control, more of the thing Hermione called core density, the raw capacity of his magical reserves. The cord between him and his wand was a rope now, thick and thrumming, and spells that had been impossible 6 weeks ago were becoming reflexive. Floor 12 broke the pattern. He went down on a Tuesday, the second week of November. The staircase from 11 to 12 was the longest yet, 140 steps that spiraled tightly, the walls pressing close, the blue-white lines pulsing in rhythms that felt almost linguistic. At the bottom, the room. It was small. Claustrophobically small, after the vast spaces of the later floors. 10 feet square, low ceiling, no carved lines on the walls. Just rough stone and a single torch, real fire, not the blue-white magic light, burning in a bracket on the wall. In the center of the room sat a chair. Wooden. Simple. The kind of chair you'd find in a kitchen. Nothing else. No shadow things. No crystals. No pedestal. Just the chair and the torch. Harry stood in the doorway and waited. The dungeon always showed its hand eventually. 5 minutes. Nothing happened. He stepped into the room, approached the chair, walked around it. Ordinary. No carvings, no magic he could detect. He touched the back of it. Wood. Cool. Unremarkable. He sat down. The room vanished. Not darkness, absence. Everything gone. The walls, the floor, the torch, the chair beneath him. Harry floated in nothing, suspended in a void that had no up or down, no temperature, no sound. His wand was in his hand, but it was dark, the Hollywood cold, the connection severed. He reached for his magic and found nothing. Not locked away. Not suppressed. Gone. As if it had never existed. Panic hit him like ice water. He gasped, there was air, somehow, or the sensation of air, and thrashed in the void, reaching for anything solid, anything real. Nothing. He was alone in the dark with no magic and no ground and no walls and no way out. The cupboard. This was the cupboard. The ultimate cupboard, stripped of even the spiders and the thin line of light under the door. Pure isolation. Pure nothing. Harry screamed. The sound went nowhere, absorbed by the void, swallowed, as if the darkness was hungry for it. He screamed again, and the void ate every sound and gave nothing back. He hung there for what felt like hours. Maybe it was hours. Time was meaningless without reference points. His panic burned itself out and left ash, and he floated in the ash and the dark and tried to think. The dungeon tested. Every floor was a test. Floor 12 was testing what? His ability to endure nothing? His tolerance for isolation? Or something else? Harry closed his eyes, pointless, in the dark, but the gesture helped. He turned inward. Looked for his magic. It was gone. Completely, totally gone. The cord, the door, the warmth, all of it, stripped away as if the dungeon had reached inside him and pulled it out by the root. He was empty. A muggle. Less than a muggle, at least muggles had a world to stand on. Fear. Real fear, deeper than anything the shadow things had evoked. This wasn't a monster trying to kill him. This was the loss of the thing that made him him. Without magic, he was just Harry. Just the boy from the cupboard. Skinny, small, worthless. Worthless. The word rose up from somewhere old and familiar, and Harry recognized it for what it was. Not the dungeon's voice. Vernon's voice. Petunia's voice. The voice that had defined him for a decade. The one that said you are nothing, you are no one, you take up space and give nothing back. He'd fought this voice before. Floor 10, the memories. Floor 11, the child. He'd faced the Dursleys' legacy and burned through it with magic and will. But the magic was gone now. And the will? What was will without power? What was determination without the capacity to act on it? Harry floated in the void and considered the possibility that he was nothing. He considered it seriously. Gave it the full weight of his attention, the way Hermione would examine a theory, testing it, probing for weaknesses, seeing if it held up under scrutiny. He was nothing without magic. Was that true? Ron didn't care about his magic. Ron had befriended him on the train before Harry could cast a single spell. Ron pushed the bread basket toward him and waited up by the fire and said, "Come back," when Harry descended into the dark. None of that was about magic. All of it was about Harry, the person, not the wizard. Hermione had started watching him because of his magical growth, true. But she'd lied to McGonagall for him. She'd sat against a cold wall for 40 minutes waiting for him to come back from floor 11. She was building a research project to keep him safe, not because he was powerful, but because he was her friend. Neville had said, "You look more here," and meant it as the highest compliment, and Neville didn't care about spell work, had never cared, had understood something fundamental about Harry that had nothing to do with wands or charms. Harry was not nothing. He had never been nothing. The Dursleys were wrong, and the void was wrong, and the voice in his head that said worthless was a scar, not a truth. "I'm not nothing," he said to the void. His voice went nowhere. The dark ate it. He said it again, louder. "I'm not nothing." Nothing changed. The void remained. His magic remained gone. But Harry remained too. In the absence of everything magic, light, ground, sound, hope, he remained. Stubborn. Present. Himself. He waited. He floated in the dark and he waited, and he didn't panic and he didn't break and he didn't give in to the voice that said worthless, and he waited. He didn't know how long. Long enough that his sense of self began to blur at the edges, like a painting left in the rain. He held on to the center, "I am Harry, I am here, I am not nothing," and let the edges blur, and waited. The void flickered. A crack of light, thin as a hair, somewhere far away. Then another. Then more, spreading like fractures in glass, and through the cracks came warmth, and through the warmth came sound, and through the sound came his magic. Pouring back into him, rushing through the channels the dungeon had carved, filling the space the void had emptied. Not the same as before. More. The cord was a cable now, and it blazed with light, and Harry gasped as the power of it hit him, not painful, but overwhelming, like stepping from a dark room into full sunlight. The void shattered. The room was back, the small stone room, the chair, the torch. Harry was sitting in the chair, and his wand was blazing in his hand, white gold light pouring from the tip unbidden, and the walls were humming with resonance, and the floor beneath his feet was vibrating like a struck bell. He stood up. The chair dissolved behind him, would becoming dust, dust becoming nothing. The torch went out. Harry's wand lit the room alone, and the light was steady and fierce and entirely his own. A stone fell from the ceiling. He caught it. It was cold, the first cold stone the dungeon had given him. Cold and dark, without the inner glow of the others. When Harry held it, he felt nothing. Then, gradually, warmth. Slow building. As if the stone was thawing. As if it needed to be held by a person, a specific person, one who had sat in the void and declared themselves real before it could wake up. The warmth became heat, and the heat became light, and the stone blazed brighter than any of the others, and Harry felt it sink into him, not through his hand but through his chest, through the door that was now 3/4 open, into the core of his magic. Something fundamental shifted. He couldn't have explained it, even to Hermione, who would have wanted equations and diagrams. It was like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. A constraint removed. A ceiling raised. His magic had been growing in a channel, a defined path, the cord between himself and his wand, widening floor by floor. Floor 12 hadn't widened the channel. It had removed the concept of the channel entirely. His magic was everywhere now. Not just in the cord, not just in the wand, but in his blood, his bones, his breath. He could feel it in his fingertips and his teeth and the roots of his hair. Harry descended from floor 12 at 3 in the morning and climbed through the castle on legs that felt new, as if the bones had been taken out and replaced with something stronger. He felt the magic of Hogwarts itself for the first time, not as an abstract concept, but as a physical presence, a vast, warm, ancient current running through the stones. The castle was alive with it. Every portrait, every staircase, every torch and tapestry and suit of armor, all of it suffused with magic that had accumulated over 1,000 years. He could feel it. The way you feel the sun on your skin. Ron was asleep when Harry got to the dormitory. Harry stood over his friend's bed for a moment, listening to the familiar snoring, and felt a surge of gratitude so intense it was almost painful. Then he went to his own bed and lay down and stared at the canopy and felt his magic pulse in time with his heartbeat. He slept for 2 hours and woke up feeling like he'd slept for 10. At breakfast, Ron took one look at him and said, "Something happened." Floor 12. Good something or bad something? Harry thought about the void. The emptiness. The voice that said worthless and the stubborn, stupid refusal to believe it. Both, he said. Tell you later. Hermione joined them, took one look at Harry, and went very still. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened and closed. She set down her bag slowly, as if she was afraid of startling something. Harry, she said carefully, are you aware that you're radiating? Radiating what? Magic. Ambient magical energy. It's like sitting next to a hearth. I can feel you from 3 feet away. Ron leaned closer to Harry and squinted. I don't feel anything. You're not sensitive to ambient fields. Most people aren't. I am, slightly. My mother is a dentist. It's not hereditary. I don't know why that's not the point. Hermione was speaking faster than usual, her words tripping over each other. Harry, your magical signature has changed. Fundamentally. Last week you felt like a candle. Strong for a first year, growing steadily. Right now you feel like a furnace. Harry looked at his hands. They looked the same. Thin, scarred, the fingernails bitten down. Nothing visibly different. But when he picked up his fork, the fork hummed. A faint vibration, metal resonating with the magic in his skin. He put it down quickly. I need to be more careful, he said. You need to tell me exactly what happened on floor 12, Hermione said. Tonight. In detail. He told them that evening, in the empty classroom that had become their unofficial meeting room. He described the void, the loss of magic, the darkness, the voice, the waiting. Ron's face went tight and pale. Hermione's quill scratched furiously across parchment. Sensory deprivation combined with magical suppression, she said when he finished. It was testing your identity independent of your magic. Whether you could maintain a coherent sense of self without the thing that makes you a wizard. I think so. It felt like the dungeon wanted to know if I was still me without the power. If I was doing this for the right reasons. And are you? The question was Hermione's, and it was genuine, not accusatory. Harry thought about it. I started because I was desperate, he said. I couldn't cast. I was failing everything. The dungeon was the only thing that worked. But now he paused. It's not about being powerful. It's about being ready. Something is coming, Hermione. I don't know what, but the dungeon knows. It's been preparing me. Preparing you for what? I don't know. Hermione's quill stopped. She looked at him with an expression that was equal parts trust and terror. The Philosopher's Stone, she said. Ron looked up sharply. What? Fluffy. The three-headed dog on the third-floor corridor. The trapdoor. I've been looking into it separately. Hagrid let slip about Nicholas Flamel. I've been researching. Of course you have, Ron murmured. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. A stone that produces the elixir of life, immortality, essentially. Dumbledore moved it to Hogwarts for safekeeping at the beginning of term. Someone is trying to steal it. She said this in the same tone she'd used to announce a homework deadline, and Harry appreciated the efficiency even as the implications sank in. Snape, Ron said immediately. We don't know that. He's got the limp. Remember, after Halloween? He got bitten by Fluffy trying to get past it. Harry thought about Snape's eyes in the corridor after the troll fight. The calculation. The fear. Was that the look of a man trying to steal immortality, or a man trying to protect something? Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe not. But if the stone is in the castle, and someone's after it, that's the kind of thing the dungeon might be preparing me for. The three of them sat with that for a moment. Outside the classroom window, rain streaked the glass. You're not going after the stone, Hermione said firmly. Not until we know more. Agreed. Promise me. I promise. She held his gaze until she was satisfied, then nodded and went back to her notes. Ron let out a breath. So, Ron said. Ancient underground magical training dungeon. Philosopher's Stone. Someone trying to steal it. My rat's been acting weird too, if we want to add that to the list. Your rat is always weird, Harry said. Weirder than usual. He keeps trying to escape. Bit me last Tuesday. Maybe he doesn't like the cold. Maybe. Anyway, what floor tonight? 13. Ron's face did something complicated. 13. Of course. Not 12, not 14. 13. The unlucky number. The dungeon doesn't care about luck. The dungeon doesn't care about a lot of things. Doesn't mean I can't care about them on its behalf. Harry went down that night. Floor 13. It was a maze. Not a hedge maze or a trick maze, a stone maze. Corridors branching and splitting and doubling back. The walls too high to see over and too smooth to climb. The blue-white lines on the walls pulsed in shifting patterns, and the patterns changed. What Harry thought was a landmark turned out to be mobile, the carved lines rearranging themselves as he watched. The maze was alive, and it was cheating. Harry spent the first 30 minutes trying to navigate by logic. Left-hand rule. Marking his path with scorch marks from his wand. Mapping intersections in his head. Every strategy failed. The maze rearranged behind him, erased his marks, turned his left-hand rule into a spiral that led nowhere. He stopped. Stood in a corridor that might have been the same corridor he'd started in, and might have been a completely different one. The walls pulsed. The lines shifted. The dungeon was not testing his navigation. It was testing something else. He closed his eyes. Reached out with his magic, the new magic, the floor 12 magic that lived in his bones and his breath. He let it flow outward, into the walls, into the stone, feeling the structure of the maze not with his eyes, but with his magical sense. The maze was enormous. Hundreds of corridors, thousands of turns. But running through it, like veins through flesh, were the blue-white lines, and they weren't random. They formed a pattern. A map. The maze was its own legend, written in light on its own walls, and if you could read the light, Harry opened his eyes. The lines on the wall in front of him pulsed in a sequence. Long, short, long, long, short. A direction. He followed it. Left turn. Right. Straight. Left again. The lines guided him, and the maze stopped rearranging, as if acknowledging that he'd found the real test, not brute force, not logic, but listening. The dungeon was speaking, and floor 13 was about learning to hear. He reached the center of the maze in 20 minutes. The central chamber was circular, small, and empty except for a stone on a pedestal. And something else. Something he hadn't expected. Writing on the wall. Not carved lines, actual writing, in actual English, in a hand he recognized. The dead wizard's hand. I made it this far. I wish I could tell you it gets easier. It doesn't. But you learn to carry it better. Harry stared at the writing for a long time. The dead wizard, the skeleton on floor 9, had reached floor 13. Had stood in this exact spot. Had left a message for whoever came next. Not a warning. Not instructions. Just solidarity. The acknowledgement that someone else had walked this path and understood. Harry touched the writing. The stone was warm under his fingers. Thank you, he said. He took the stone and climbed back up. Floor 13 had been almost gentle. Floor 14 was not. He went down 2 nights later, 1 night off, as per the Ron-mandated schedule, and the staircase to 14 was steep and long and the air at the bottom was wrong. Thick. Resistant. Like trying to breathe through wet cloth. The room was large and circular and entirely dark. Not the usual blue-white glow, true darkness, the kind that pressed against your eyes. Harry cast lumos and the light illuminated a circle around him, maybe 10 feet in diameter. Beyond that, nothing. Darkness so absolute it seemed to absorb the light. Something moved in the dark. Not shadow things, he knew their feel, their cold, their hunger. This was different. Heavier. More present. Harry widened his lumos. The light pushed outward, 15 feet, 20, and at the edge of the light, he saw it. A creature. Not shadow. Flesh and bone, or the dungeon's approximation of flesh and bone. It stood on 4 legs, massive, the size of a horse, with a body like a great cat and a head that was wrong, too many eyes, arranged in a semicircle across a flat, broad skull. Its skin was dark gray, and it gleamed wetly in the wan light. It looked at him with 8 eyes, and all of them were intelligent. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. This was new. The shadow things were constructs, mindless, reactive, dangerous, but simple. This thing thought. He could see it in the way it assessed him, the deliberate tilt of its head, the slow shift of its weight as it decided whether to charge. It charged. Fast. Faster than anything its size should have been, a blur of gray muscle and too many eyes, crossing the 30 feet between them in less than 2 seconds. Harry threw himself sideways, and the creature's claws tore the stone where he'd been standing, leaving gouges 3 inches deep. He rolled, came up, cast Flipendo. The knockback jinx hit the creature in the shoulder, and it stumbled, actually stumbled, knocked off stride, but it recovered instantly and came again. Harry ran. Not a way around. The room was circular, and running in a circle let him keep the creature at the edge of his awareness while he thought. The dungeon had taught him this. When the enemy was stronger, you moved. When you moved, you thought. When you thought, you survived. The creature pursued him, loping, its 8 eyes tracking him with unsettling precision. It was hurting him, Harry realized. Cutting angles, narrowing his circuit. Smart. It was hunting him the way a wolf hunts prey, patient, relentless, waiting for the mistake. Harry stopped running. Turned. Cast. Protego. The shield charm materialized stronger than the one that had stopped the Trolls Club, brighter, denser. The creature hit it at full speed and the shield held. The impact drove Harry backward, his feet sliding on the stone, but the shield held. The creature bounced off. Shook its massive head. Charged again. Protego. Again. The shield held again. But the cost, Harry felt it, the drain on his reserves, the cable of his magic thinning with each casting. Floor 12 had expanded his capacity enormously, but this creature was testing the new limits with terrifying efficiency. 3rd charge. Shield. Held. Barely. 4th charge. Shield. Cracked. The creature's claws punched through the shimmering surface and raked Harry's arm, left forearm, 3 parallel lines of fire, and Harry screamed and the shield collapsed. Blood. Warm. Real. Running down his arm. The creature circled him, breathing hard, and those 8 eyes glittered with something that might have been respect. Harry looked at his arm. The cuts were deep. The pain was extraordinary, bright and clean, nothing like the cold of the shadow things. This was honest damage. Physical. Real. The creature charged again. Harry didn't cast a shield. Instead, he cast the knockback jinx at the floor directly in front of the creature. The stone cracked and bucked, a miniature earthquake, and the creature stumbled, its footing broken. While it recovered, Harry cast again, not a spell from any textbook, but a concentrated beam of Lumos Maxima aimed at the cluster of eyes. The creature screamed, a sound that was all wrong, too high, too human, and reared back, blinded. Harry hit it with 3 knockback jinxes in rapid succession. Shoulder, ribs, knee. Each impact drove it back, and the third one dropped it. The creature went down on its side, legs scrabbling, and Harry didn't give it time to rise. Flipendo Maxima. He'd never cast the powered-up version before. Didn't know if it existed as a formal spell. But the dungeon had taught him that magic responded to intent, not just words, and his intent was unmistakable. The jinx hit the creature in the chest with a force that lifted it off the ground and hurled it across the room. It hit the far wall with a crack that shook the floor and slid down, motionless. Harry stood in the dark, panting, bleeding, his wand arm trembling. The Lumos was fading, his reserves were critically low, the cable of his magic frayed to a thread. The creature dissolved. Not into shadow, into light. Pale, warm light that drifted upward like sparks from a fire and faded into the darkness above. Where it had been, 2 stones. Harry collected them with his good hand, his left arm held tight against his body, the blood soaking into his robes. The archway to floor 15 appeared. Harry looked at it and knew, with absolute certainty, that he couldn't go further tonight. He was done. The arm, the magical depletion, the exhaustion, any one of them would be reason enough to stop. Together, they were a wall. He climbed out. The stairs had never felt so long. By the time he reached the entrance, his left arm had gone cold, not the shadow cold of the earlier floors, but the mundane cold of blood loss. The cuts were deep, still bleeding, and his robes were soaked from elbow to wrist. Ron was waiting. Not by arrangement. The deal was that Harry reported in the morning. But Ron was waiting at the top of the hidden stairs, sitting against the wall, wrapped in a blanket, chest set balanced on his knees. He saw the blood and the color left his face. Harry, I'm fine. You are very clearly not fine. Your arm is, that's a lot of blood. It looks worse than SIT down. Harry sat. Ron was already moving, pulling off his own outer robe, tearing a strip from the hem with his teeth, wrapping it around Harry's forearm with hands that were shaking but competent. Growing up with Fred and George meant Ron knew field medicine. What did this? Ron asked, tying the makeshift bandage. Something new. Not shadow. Physical. Like a big cat with too many eyes. A big cat with too many eyes. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Ron pulled the bandage tight and Harry hissed. Sorry. But it needs pressure. I know. You can't go to Pomfrey. I know. So you're going to walk around with claw marks on your arm and just what? Wear long sleeves. That's the plan, yeah. Ron sat back on his heels and looked at Harry, and his expression was the one Harry had come to recognize, fear transmuted into anger, helplessness transmuted into stubbornness. Ron couldn't fight the things in the dungeon. So he fought this, the bleeding, the exhaustion, the slow grinding down. You need to take a break, Ron said. I took a night off yesterday. I don't mean a night. I mean a break. A real break. A week. 2 weeks. Look at yourself, Harry, you've lost weight. You're not sleeping. You're covered in scars and bruises, and now you've got claw marks that are going to need stitching, and we can't get them stitched because you'd have to explain how you got them. Ron, I'm not finished. Ron's voice was hard. Harder than Harry had ever heard it. I made you a deal. I said I'd let you do this if you told me everything and took care of yourself. You're not taking care of yourself. You're burning through yourself like that bloke in the journal. The one who died. The words hit home. Harry flinched. I'm not him, Harry said quietly. Then prove it. Take a week off. 1 week. Let your arm heal. Let your magic recover. Eat. Sleep. Be a normal student for 7 days. The dungeon will still be there next week. It's been there for 1,000 years. It can wait. Harry wanted to argue. The pull was there, it was always there, and floor 15 was waiting, and every night he didn't descend was a night he wasn't getting stronger. But Ron's face was set like stone, and the blood was still seeping through the bandage, and Harry was so tired that the corridor seemed to swim in and out of focus. 5 days, he said. 7. 6. 7, or I tell McGonagall everything. Harry stared at him. Ron stared back. Neither blinked. 7, Harry said. Thank you. Ron stood up and offered his hand. Harry took it and Ron hauled him to his feet. Now come on. We need to clean that arm properly. They went to the dormitory. Ron produced a bottle of Dittany, stolen from Neville's herbology kit, he admitted later, and applied it to the claw marks with the focus of a battlefield medic. The Dittany stung like fire, but the bleeding stopped, and by morning the cuts had closed to angry red lines that would scar but wouldn't reopen. Harry slept until noon. Ron told the professors he was sick. Nobody questioned it. Harry looked terrible enough that sick was an understatement. 7 days. He'd promised 7 days. The first 2 were easy. His body needed the rest so badly that the pull of the dungeon was muffled, distant, a voice through thick walls. He slept. He ate. He went to classes and turned in homework and was, for 48 hours, a normal student. The 3rd day was harder. The pull strengthened. He felt the dungeon beneath him, not just the tug, but the presence, the vast charged space under the castle, breathing, waiting. His magic itched. The expanded capacity from floor 12 wanted to be used, wanted to be tested, and sitting in Transfiguration practicing basic transformations was like trying to scratch an itch with a feather. He started doing extra spell work in the empty classroom. Not dungeon-level stuff, just the standard curriculum, but pushed further. His levitation charm could lift a desk. His transfiguration was advancing rapidly, matches to needles, needles to pins, pins to screws. McGonagall gave him extra credit and a look of intense, careful curiosity. Hermione noticed the restlessness. On the 4th day of his break, she pulled him into the library. "I've been reading the journal," she said. Harry went very still. "How did you? You hid it under your mattress." "I found it when I was looking for the dungeon stones." She held up a hand before he could speak. I know it was private. And I'm sorry. But Harry, I needed to see it. What you described about the dead wizard, about the tally marks, I needed to understand." He should have been angry. He wasn't. Mostly, he was relieved that someone else had read it. "What did you find?" His name was Aldrich. Aldrich of White. He was a student here in the early 12th century, before the school was formalized back when it was more like a loose apprenticeship under the 4 founders' successors. I found a mention of him in the school records, or rather, I found a mention of his disappearance. He vanished in the spring of 1143. No body was ever found. She paused. Because the body was on floor 9. The school looked for him? Briefly. Students disappearing wasn't uncommon in the 12th century. The castle was less controlled then, more wild magic, more dangerous creatures in the forests. They assumed he'd wandered off. He wandered down. Yes. And he spent 7 months doing exactly what you're doing. The journal tracks his magical growth almost identically to yours, the same pattern, the same stages. But there are differences. She opened her own notes, cross-referenced with passages from the journal. You're growing faster than he did. He didn't reach floor 10 until his 4th month. You reached it in your 3rd week. Maybe the dungeon's different now. Or maybe you are. She looked at him steadily. Aldrich was a normal magical student. Average core, average ability. He grew slowly because his starting capacity was limited. You, Harry, your magical core isn't normal. It never was. It was suppressed. The Dursleys, the years of trauma, the psychological barriers, they compressed your magic into a fraction of its natural capacity. The dungeon isn't building your power from nothing. It's releasing what was always there. Harry sat with that for a moment. So I was never actually weak. You were never actually weak. You were damaged. There's a significant difference. A weak core needs to be grown. A damaged core needs to be healed. The dungeon is doing both, but the healing component it's why you're progressing so fast. You're not climbing a mountain. You're breaking down a dam. Something in Harry's chest shifted. The dam metaphor was apt, he could feel it, had always felt it. The locked door. The cupboard. The wall between him and his magic, built by 10 years of fear and pain. The dungeon was tearing it down. Floor by floor. Night by night. What about the cost? He asked. You said the sources mentioned a cost. Hermione's face went careful. Aldrich mentioned it. Night 106. He forgot his sister's name. It came back, but the forgetting was real. Later entries mention other losses. A skill he'd learned. It just vanished one morning. A memory from childhood. Small things, but they accumulated. I haven't lost anything. That you've noticed. Harry, memory loss is the kind of thing you don't notice until you notice. You can't feel the absence of something you don't remember having. The words settled into him like cold water. He thought about the past week. Every conversation, every class, every moment. Was anything missing? Had he lost something without knowing? He didn't know. That was the terrifying part. He couldn't know. What do I do? Keep records. Write down everything, memories, skills, facts you know. If something disappears, we'll have a baseline to compare against. She pushed a leather-bound notebook across the table. I bought this in Hogsmeade. Well, I had a 7th year buy it for me. Write in it every day. Important memories. Things you don't want to forget. Harry took the notebook. It was simple, brown leather, unassuming. He opened it to the first page and wrote, My parents' names were James and Lily Potter. They died protecting me. I am their son. Hermione watched him write. Her eyes were bright. Good, she said softly. That's a good place to start. He spent the rest of the break writing in the notebook. Every memory he could dredge up, the Dursleys, Hogwarts, the dungeon, his friends. His mother's eyes, which he'd been told were like his. His father's hair, which he'd inherited along with the inability to make it lie flat. The day Hagrid came to the hut on the rock and told him he was a wizard. Ron's face on the train, smudged with chocolate. Hermione's voice in the corridor, You mouthed Bezoar right before you said you didn't know. He wrote about the dungeon. Every floor, every creature, every stone. He wrote about the void on floor 12 and the child on floor 11 and the skeleton on floor 9. He wrote about Ron's face in the common room, saying come back, and Hermione's hand on the notebook, saying write it down. By the end of the week, the notebook was half full, and Harry felt anchored in a way he hadn't before. The memories were real. They were recorded. Whatever the dungeon took, it couldn't take the notebook. On the 7th day, a Saturday, cold and bright, the kind of December day that made the castle's windows blaze with reflected sunlight, Harry went for a walk on the grounds. He hadn't been outside properly in weeks. The dungeon and the castle had become his whole world, and stepping out into the open air was almost overwhelming. The sky was enormous. The lake glittered. The mountains were capped with snow. He walked along the lake's edge, hands in his pockets, and breathed. Neville found him there. Not by accident. Neville had been looking for him, in his quiet, determined way. You look better, Neville said, falling into step beside him. I took a break. I know. Ron told me. Neville paused. Not details. Just that you were resting. They walked in silence for a while. The giant squid surfaced lazily, one tentacle waving in the cold air before sinking back under. Can I ask you something? Neville said. Sure. The thing you're doing, the thing that's changing you. Is it worth it? Harry looked at him. Neville's round face was serious, his eyes steady. This wasn't casual curiosity. Neville was asking because he needed to know. Why? Neville was quiet for a long moment. My parents are in St. Mungo's. The hospital. They were tortured. By Death Eaters. After the war. The Cruciatus Curse. They don't recognize me. My mum gives me gum wrappers when I visit. She doesn't know who I am. Harry stopped walking. Neville stopped too. I've never told anyone that. At school, I mean. Everyone knows, the pureblood families all know, but I've never actually said it out loud. Neville. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking because I understand wanting to be stronger. Wanting to be enough. My gran looks at me and sees my dad, and I can't be him. I can't be what she wants. But if there was something that could make me, it's not about being someone else, Harry said. The words came out before he'd fully thought them through, but they were true. The dungeon doesn't make me into someone I'm not. It strips away the things that were stopping me from being who I already was. Neville looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, once, and they started walking again. For what it's worth, Harry said, I think you're already enough. Your parents would think so too. Neville's chin trembled. He looked away, toward the lake, and his jaw tightened. Thanks, Harry. They walked the rest of the circuit in silence, and it was the best silence Harry had experienced since coming to Hogwarts. The break ended on a Sunday night. 7 days. Harry had honored his promise, and his body showed it. The claw marks on his arm had healed to pale scars. The dark circles under his eyes had faded, and he'd gained 3 pounds from regular meals, which didn't sound like much, but on his frame was visible. He descended at midnight. Ron and Hermione were in the common room when he left, not waiting by arrangement, but unable to sleep, a chess game between them that Hermione was losing badly. Be careful, Hermione said. Come back, Ron said. Harry went down. Floor 15. The staircase was 200 steps. The air was so thick with magic that Harry could taste it, metallic, electric, like licking a battery. The blue-white lines on the walls were complex beyond anything he'd seen, patterns within patterns within patterns, a fractal language that made his eyes water. The room at the bottom was not a room. It was a cavern. Natural stone, not shaped, not carved raw rock, the bones of the earth, opened up into a space so vast that Harry's Lumos Maxima couldn't find the ceiling. Stalactites hung in the middle distance like teeth. The floor was uneven, broken by fissures and ridges, and in the cracks between the stones, blue-white light pulsed in organic patterns that looked less like carved lines and more like veins. The cavern was alive. The crucible had stopped pretending to be architecture and was showing him what it actually was, something geological, something fundamental, woven into the rock itself. At the far end of the cavern, 100 yards away, maybe more, something glowed. Not the blue-white of the lines. Warmer. Golden. A light source that pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Harry walked toward it. The cavern was silent except for his footsteps and the drip of water somewhere in the dark. No creatures. No constructs. No tests. That made him nervous. The dungeon was never empty without reason. He was halfway across the cavern when the floor shifted. Not an earthquake, a rearrangement. The stone beneath his feet tilted, cracked, reformed. Ridges rose and fissures opened, and the terrain that had been merely uneven became actively hostile. Harry jumped a gap that hadn't been there a second ago, landed on a ridge that was already sinking, and ran. The cavern was trying to swallow him. He ran toward the golden light. The floor heaved and buckled, stone grinding against stone, and Harry's dungeon reflexes kept him alive, jumping, rolling, pushing off the surfaces that rose and clinging to the edges that held. It was like Floor 7's broken terrain, but multiplied by 10 and actively trying to kill him. A fissure opened beneath his feet. He cast instinct, no words, and a bridge of shimmering magic materialized under his shoes. He sprinted across it, and the bridge dissolved behind him. Another fissure. Another bridge. The magic poured out of him, responsive, instant, the expanded capacity of Floor 12 making possible things that would have been unthinkable a month ago. He reached the golden light. It was a figure. Not a creature, not a construct, a human shape, or nearly human, made of golden light and standing at the edge of a precipice that dropped into darkness. It was tall, featureless, and it radiated warmth like a small sun. Harry stopped. The cavern floor stilled. The violence of a moment ago vanished, replaced by silence so complete it rang. The figure turned toward him. It had no face, but Harry felt its attention, heavy, ancient, patient. This was not a test. This was a message. The figure raised a hand, pointed down into the precipice. Harry looked. Far below, so far that the bottom was visible only as a suggestion of shape and shadow, he saw the same thing he'd seen on Floor 10. The Warden's chamber. Vast. Still. Waiting. But closer now. Much closer. On Floor 10, the Warden had been a distant impression. From here, Harry could make out details. The chamber was circular, like the rooms of the upper floors, but enormous. The walls were covered in the blue-white lines, billions of them, dense as text on a page. And in the center of the chamber sat something. A figure. Not light, not shadow. Something between. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. The golden figure touched Harry's forehead. One finger, placed directly on the scar. Pain. Not the usual scar pain, not the sharp, lightning-bolt agony that came with Quirrell's proximity. This was deeper. Older. A vibration in the scar that resonated with the golden figure's touch, and in the resonance, Harry heard something. A word. One word. Spoken in a voice that was not sound but was understood as clearly as if it had been shouted. Soon. The golden figure dissolved. The cavern went dark. Harry stood at the edge of the precipice and felt the echo of that word in his scar and his bones and his blood. Soon. Something was coming. The warden knew. The dungeon knew. The golden figure, whatever it was, messenger, guardian, fragment of the Crucible's consciousness, had shown him the depth that remained and told him soon. Soon meant he needed to go deeper. Soon meant the gentle pace of one floor at a time wasn't enough. Soon meant the thing the dungeon was preparing him for was close, and he was not ready. A stone materialized on the ground. Harry picked it up. It was golden, like the figure, and it burned in his hand with a heat that was just short of painful. He climbed out. The castle was sleeping. His friends were sleeping. The world above was dark and quiet and had no idea what was stirring below. Harry went to his bed and lay down and felt the golden stone's heat through his robes, against his chest, and the words soon pulsed in time with his heartbeat. In his notebook, before he slept, he wrote one line. Something is coming. I need to be ready. Below him, far below, deeper than the dungeon, deeper than the Crucible, deeper than anything built by human or in human hands, something old and patient felt Harry's magic pulse through the rock like a heartbeat, and it stirred in its chamber, and it was pleased. Not soon enough. But soon. Christmas was 2 weeks away, and Harry signed up to stay at Hogwarts the moment the list appeared in the common room. Ron, after a brief exchange of owls with his mother, signed up too. Mum'll understand, Ron said, though his expression suggested Mrs. Weasley's understanding might come with a lengthy, guilt-inducing letter. I'm not leaving you alone over the holidays. Not with, everything. Hermione was going home. She cried about it, quietly, in the empty classroom, where she thought no one could see. Harry saw. He didn't mention it. I'll keep researching, she said, composing herself with the particular dignity of someone who refuses to acknowledge that their nose is running. My parents have a membership at the British Library. There are magical texts hidden in the rare books collection. Dumbledore arranged it centuries ago. Nobody's updated the wards. I might find something about the Crucible that the Hogwarts Library doesn't have. Be careful, Harry said. I'm going to a library, Harry. Libraries are dangerous. You've said so yourself. She laughed. It was a good sound, warm, real, the laugh of someone who'd been frightened for weeks and was allowing herself a moment of normalcy. The term wound down. Exams approached. Harry sat his tests and did well, not brilliantly, not top of the class, but solidly, competently, in a way that reflected both his natural intelligence and the dungeon's particular brand of education. He scored highest in practical work, charms and defense, where his reflexes and magical control made up for gaps in theoretical knowledge. Hermione beat him handily in everything written. Ron beat him in nothing but was unbothered. I'm a solid C student, Ron declared over the exam results. That's the Weasley sweet spot. High enough that Mum doesn't send a howler, low enough that Percy doesn't try to bond with me over study habits. December settled over the castle like a blanket. Snow came. The grounds turned white. The corridors filled with the smell of pine and cinnamon and the particular magic of a wizarding Christmas, which involved self-decorating trees and enchanted snowflakes and the ghost of Professor Binns trying to give a festive lecture about the Goblin Christmas riots of 1612. Harry descended every other night. The Ron-mandated schedule, one night on, one night off, held, enforced by a combination of guilt and genuine gratitude for being kept honest. He wrote in the notebook every morning. So far, nothing was missing. No memories lost, no skills gone, no gaps in the record. But the fear was there, constant, a background hum that said not yet, but maybe soon. The dungeon stones accumulated in the sock under his mattress. 17 of them now, ranging from the first small dark pebble to the golden blaze from floor 15. Harry didn't know what they were for. Hermione theorized they were crystallized magical energy, physical manifestations of the power each floor had generated. She wanted to study them. Harry wouldn't let them out of his sight. On Christmas Eve, the castle was nearly empty. Most students had gone home. Gryffindor Tower housed Harry, Ron, the Weasley twins, and a handful of older students who preferred Hogwarts to home for reasons no one asked about. Harry and Ron sat by the fire. A chess game was in progress. Ron was winning, as always, though Harry's play had improved markedly. The dungeon's lessons in pattern recognition and strategic thinking translated surprisingly well to chess. "You're getting better," Ron observed, taking Harry's bishop. "I had a good teacher. Don't suck up. Your knight development is still rubbish." They played. The fire crackled. Outside, snow fell in the dark. Ron, thank you. For all of it. The waiting. The bandages. The nagging. Ron moved a pawn. "Don't get sentimental. It's Christmas Eve, not a funeral." "I mean it." "I know you mean it. And you're welcome. Now make a move, you're stalling." Harry made a move. Ron took his queen 3 moves later and won. They went to bed in the quiet tower, and Harry lay in the dark and listened to Ron snore and felt, for the first time he could remember, like he had a home. Christmas morning. Presents at the foot of his bed, something he'd never experienced, something that made his throat close up before he'd even opened the first package. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a note that said, "Ron tells me you're too thin, eat." A box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, with a book on advanced defensive theory tucked underneath, "For your extracurricular activities, HG." A carved wooden whistle from Hagrid, which Harry suspected was magical, but couldn't figure out how. Neville had left a small potted plant on Harry's bedside table with a tag, "Moonvine. Blooms in darkness. Thought of you." And one more package. No note. No name. Just brown paper and string, and inside, the invisibility cloak. Harry held it up, and the fabric shimmered, rippled, disappeared. He threw it over his hand, and his hand vanished. He looked at the mirror on his bedside table and saw his arm ending at the wrist in nothing. Ron whistled. "Blimey. Is that an invisibility cloak?" Harry turned it over. A note fell out. He'd missed it, tucked into the fabric. Small, spidery handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." His father's cloak. James Potter's invisibility cloak. A piece of the man he'd never known, the man whose hair he had and whose face he was told he resembled, the man who had died in a hallway trying to buy his wife and son enough time to live. Harry held the cloak, and something in his chest expanded, not magic, not the dungeon's gift, but something purely human, the echo of a love that had been powerful enough to stop death. That night, Christmas night, he wore the cloak and descended. The fabric was perfect for the dungeon. Silent, weightless, rendering him completely invisible. The shadow things on the lower floors hunted by magical sense, not sight, so the cloak wouldn't fool them. But in the castle corridors, moving between the common room and the hidden entrance, it was invaluable. Filch could patrol all he wanted. Mrs. Norris could stare into the dark with her lamp-like eyes. Harry was a ghost, wrapped in his father's cloak, slipping through the sleeping castle toward the place that was making him into someone his father might have been proud of. He reached the entrance. The wall opened. He descended. Floor 16. Floor 17. 2 floors in one night, riding the expanded capacity of his post-break recovery and the emotional fuel of Christmas morning. Floor 16 was shadow things again, 6 of them, the most he'd faced at once, but they were almost easy now. His Protego held against their combined assault while his Lumos Maxima burned them to vapor. The efficiency of it was startling. Fights that would have been life or death in October were training exercises in December. Floor 17 was a puzzle, not a maze like 13, but a room full of interlocking mechanisms, stone gears and levers and counterweights that had to be manipulated in the correct sequence to open the exit. Harry solved it in 40 minutes, using his magical sense to feel the resonance patterns in the machinery. The dungeon's language of light and vibration was becoming clearer to him, floor by floor. He couldn't read it yet, but he was learning the alphabet. 2 more stones. He climbed back up at 4 in the morning, exhilarated, the cloak streaming behind him like water, and found Ron asleep by the fire with a half-eaten mince pie on his chest. Harry put a blanket over him and went to bed. December ended. January arrived. Hermione returned from holiday with 3 new books, a tan from a week in France, and an expression that said she'd found something important and was waiting for the right moment to share it. The right moment came 2 days into the new term, in the empty classroom, with the door locked and silenced. Hermione had learned the silencing charm over the break, because of course she had. "I found another account," she said, "of the Crucible. Not in the British Library, in a private collection my parents' neighbor had. She's a Muggle art historian, and she had a medieval manuscript she thought was decorative. It was actually a magical text, disguised with Muggle-repelling charms. It took me 3 days to decode it." She laid out the pages, careful transcriptions, annotated, cross-referenced with Aldrich's journal and the Blackwood text. The author was a witch named Mora. She lived in the 9th century, before Hogwarts was built. She describes finding the Crucible in a cave system in the Scottish Highlands, the same location where the castle was later constructed. She entered. She descended. She made it to floor 20. How deep does it go? She didn't know. But she met the warden. Face to face. Harry went very still. She describes it as Hermione consulted her notes. A presence that is not alive and not dead. Not a spirit. Not a creature. Something woven into the fabric of the Crucible itself, as inseparable from it as a mind is from a brain. She says it spoke to her. Not in words, in understanding. It told her the Crucible was built for a purpose. What purpose? Hermione looked at him. To create a guardian. One person, in every age, strong enough to face what's coming. She doesn't say what's coming. Neither does the warden. Just that something is. Something that threatens the magical world at its foundation, and the Crucible exists to forge someone capable of standing against it. The word from floor 15 echoed in Harry's mind. Soon. 1 person per age, Harry said. Aldrich was the last one. And he failed. He burned out on floor 20 and never reached the warden. Mora reached the warden, but chose not to accept the mantle. She doesn't explain why, only that she walked away. And now it's you. Harry stared at the transcriptions on the table. Centuries of silence. Thousands of years of the Crucible waiting, testing, calling people who couldn't quite make it or chose not to try. And now an 11-year-old boy, with a scar on his forehead and a borrowed wand, was 15 floors deep and climbing. No pressure, Ron said from the corner, where he'd been listening in silence. Harry laughed. It was slightly hysterical. Hermione laughed too, which was worse, because Hermione's hysterical laughter was indistinguishable from her normal laughter, and it made the whole situation feel surreal. "There's one more thing," Hermione said, sobering. Mora mentions the cost. Specifically, she says the Crucible takes what you value most, in proportion to what it gives. For Aldrich, that was his memories, his family, his childhood. For Mora, it was her sight. She went blind after leaving the Crucible. Her magic adapted, but she never saw again. What it values most, Harry repeated. What you value most. That's the distinction. It's personal. Targeted. The deeper you go, the more it takes, and what it takes is the thing you'd least want to lose. Harry thought about what he valued most. His memories, they were all he had of a life before Hogwarts, and they were in the notebook now, protected, recorded. His magic, but the dungeon was giving him magic, not taking it. His friends. The thought hit him like a physical blow. The dungeon couldn't take Ron and Hermione from him. They were people, not possessions. But it could take his connection to them. His ability to care. His capacity for trust, for love, for the warmth he felt when Ron pushed the bread basket toward him or Hermione's eyes lit up over a research breakthrough. It could make him strong and empty. A weapon without a wielder. Power without purpose. Harry. Hermione's voice was concerned. You've gone pale. I'm fine. I need to think about this. He thought about it for 3 days. Thought about it in class, at meals, in the common room, lying in bed at night with the pull of the dungeon whispering down, down, come down. He thought about the skeleton on floor 9, and the blind witch who walked away, and the golden figure on floor 15 that had put a finger on his scar and said soon. On the 3rd night, he sat in the common room with Ron after everyone else had gone to bed, and he said, I'm going to keep going. Ron nodded. He'd expected this. How deep? As deep as it takes. And the cost. Harry looked at his friend. Red hair, freckles, chest-sharpened mind, the unshakable loyalty of a boy who'd waited by the fire at 4 in the morning with a bandage and a temper. You're going to help me keep it, Harry said. Whatever it tries to take, you and Hermione are going to help me hold on to it. That's the deal. That's always been the deal. Ron looked at him for a long time. Then he moved a pawn on the chessboard between them. Your move, he said. Harry moved. They played until midnight, and then Harry descended into the dark, and the castle above him slept, and the dungeon below him breathed, and somewhere in the depths, the warden waited. Chapter 5. What moves below January was a knife. The cold that month had a personal quality, like the weather had read Harry's schedule and decided to make the walk between the common room and the dungeon entrance as miserable as possible. Frost climbed the inside of the windows. The corridors developed a permanent chill that robes and warming charms couldn't quite defeat. Even the ghosts complained, which Harry hadn't known was possible. Nearly headless Nick floated through the common room one evening muttering about how he could feel the temperature drop in his stumps. A statement so anatomically confusing that Ron had excused himself from the room. Harry descended every other night. The rhythm held Ron's schedule, Hermione's monitoring, the notebook filled in every morning. His body had adapted to the double life with a resilience that surprised even Hermione. He ate more than any other first year, slept hard on his off nights, and moved through the castle with an economy of energy that came from knowing exactly how much he had and how much the dungeon would demand. Floor 18 came on the 3rd of January. It was a combat floor, the 8-eyed cat creature again, but 2 of them this time, hunting in tandem with a coordination that suggested shared intelligence. Harry fought them in a cavern of black stone and blue-white light, and the fight lasted 40 minutes and cost him a cracked rib and a gash across his left palm that bled freely until he cauterized it with a focused incendio that he'd never been taught and discovered he could cast mid-combat. He won. The creatures dissolved into golden sparks and left 2 stones, and Harry sat against the cavern wall with his hand pressed to his side and his palm wrapped in a strip torn from his robe, and he breathed, and he waited for the shaking to stop. The shaking didn't stop. Not on floor 18, and not on the climb back up, and not in his bed, lying in the dark, listening to Ron snore. His hands trembled. Fine, constant, a vibration in his fingers that he could suppress when he concentrated, but that returned the moment his attention wandered. He wrote in the notebook, hands shaking. Started after floor 18. Physical or magical? Unclear. The shaking faded after 2 days. Hermione, when he told her, went quiet in a way that was worse than panic. It could be magical fatigue, she said carefully. Overcasting. Your core expanding faster than your nervous system can adapt. Or the cost. Or the cost. They looked at each other across the library table. Hermione's notes were spread between them, her meticulous tracking of Harry's progression, a graph she'd drawn showing his magical output over time, a chart cross-referencing Aldrich's journal with Mora's account. The academic framework made it feel manageable. Contained. As long as the data was organized, the threat was abstract. But Harry's hands had shaken, and that was real. We keep going, he said. But we watch for it. We've been watching for it. Then we watch harder. Floor 19 came 5 days later, and it was the puzzle type, a room of interlocking magical constructs that had to be dismantled in the correct sequence, each one a knot of compressed magic that fought back when Harry tried to unravel it. The magic in the constructs was complex, layered, and Harry had to use everything the dungeon had taught him about reading magical patterns to crack them. It took 2 hours. By the end, his magical sense was so oversaturated that the walk back up the stairs was like trying to see through a blizzard. Every carved line, every ward, every ambient spell in the castle walls screaming at him with an intensity that made his skull throb. He stumbled into the common room at 5 in the morning and found Hermione asleep in a chair with a book on her lap. She startled awake when the portrait hole opened, saw his face, and was on her feet immediately. Sit down. What happened? Puzzle floor. Magical overload. My senses are everything's too loud. She understood immediately. Sensory flooding. Your magical perception expanded faster than your ability to filter. Here, she cast something. A soft charm murmured that settled over Harry like a cool cloth on a fever. The screaming of the castle's ambient magic faded to a whisper. What was that? Quieting charm. Third-year curriculum. Normally used for sound, but I modified the parameters to dampen magical resonance. She said this as if modifying third-year spells was something everyone did before breakfast. It'll wear off in a few hours. By then your perception should have recalibrated. Harry leaned back in the chair and let the quiet wash over him. You're terrifying, you know that? I prefer thorough. Terrifyingly thorough. She smiled. Small, tired, genuine. Then the smile faded. Harry, the overload, that's new. The dungeon hasn't affected your perception before. If the puzzle floors are now impacting your sensory processing, that's an escalation in the cost pattern. Or it's just fatigue. Or it's just fatigue. But we add it to the chart. She added it to the chart. Harry went to bed. He slept for 3 hours and woke up feeling almost normal, and the quieting charm had worn off, and the castle's ambient magic was back to its usual background hum, present but manageable. He wrote in the notebook, Floor 19. Sensory overload. Resolved with rest. Hermione's modified quieting charm effective. Note: Hermione is terrifying. 2 days before Floor 20, something happened that had nothing to do with the dungeon. Harry was leaving the Great Hall after dinner when Snape materialized from a shadowed alcove like a particularly vengeful bat. Potter. A word. Not a request. Harry followed Snape to his office in the dungeons, the school dungeons, the familiar cold corridors with their damp walls and jarred specimens, a world away from the ancient stone of the Crucible. Snape's office was exactly what you'd expect, dark, cluttered with potions ingredients, lit by candles that seemed to burn with deliberate insufficiency. Snape sat behind his desk and Harry stood before it, and the power dynamic was as calculated as the lighting. Sit. Harry sat. The chair was uncomfortable. Deliberately so, he suspected. Snape was silent for a long time. He was looking at Harry, but not at his face, at his hands, which rested on his knees. Harry kept them still through force of will. The shaking was gone, but the memory of it made his fingers want to twitch. You have changed, Snape said finally. Since September. I've been studying. Do not insult my intelligence. The words were soft, precise, and cold enough to frost glass. I have taught at this school for 10 years. I have watched hundreds of students grow. I have never seen a first year transform the way you have in 4 months. Your magical output has increased by an order of magnitude. Your reflexes, your casting speed, your instinctive spell adaptation, all of it has progressed at a rate that is, by any standard metric, impossible. Harry said nothing. I have been patient. I have observed. I have waited for the obvious explanations, a tutor, an artifact, a dark ritual, and found none. Mr. Malfoy informs me that you disappear from your dormitory most nights and return before dawn. He also tells me he saw you walk through a solid wall in the sub-dungeon corridor, a claim I would normally dismiss as fantasy if Mr. Malfoy were not, despite his other failings, an accurate observer. Malfoy. Of course. Harry had known that Malfoy's interest would eventually funnel to Snape. It was the natural trajectory. Student ahead of house, suspicion to investigation. I visited the sub-dungeon corridor, Snape continued. I examined the wall. I found nothing. No hidden passages, no concealed doors, no ward signatures. Solid stone. Then Malfoy was mistaken. Malfoy was not mistaken. The wall is warded against detection, not by any spell I recognize, but warded nonetheless. Something is there, Potter. Something old, something powerful, something that responds to you and you alone. The silence that followed was thick enough to drown in. I know about the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. It was a gamble. A deliberate redirection, give Snape something real to chew on, point his suspicion somewhere useful, by time. Hermione would have been proud of the strategy, if furious at the risk. Snape went very still. What do you know? I know it's in the castle. I know it's being guarded. Third floor corridor, behind Fluffy, through a trapdoor. I know someone's trying to steal it. And how do you know this? Hagrid talks. And I pay attention. Snape's eyes narrowed. The calculation behind them was almost visible, gears turning, possibilities being weighed, the architecture of suspicion being hastily revised. You think someone on the staff is after the stone, Snape said slowly. I think someone in the castle is after it, yes. And you think it's me? I thought it might be. Your leg was injured after Halloween, Fluffy's teeth, I'd guess. But you were in the Great Hall fighting the troll, and whoever let the troll in did it as a diversion. You can't be in two places at once. Something shifted in Snape's expression. The contempt remained, habitual as breathing, but beneath it, a crack. The same crack Harry had seen in the corridor after the troll fight, something that looked, impossibly, like respect. You are observant, Snape said. More observant than your father ever was. I'm not my father. No, you are not. Snape was quiet for a moment. The stone is protected. The headmaster is aware of the threat. It is not your concern. If the threat is in this castle, it's everyone's concern. You are 11 years old. And someone let a mountain troll into a school full of children. Age seems like a poor metric for who gets to worry. Snape stared at him. Harry held his gaze and felt the pressure again, that subtle push against his thoughts, the hand against the window. Legilimency. Hermione had found the term in a book on mind magic and warned him about it. Snape was a legilimens, reading surface thoughts through eye contact. Harry pushed back. Not with skill. He had no training in occlumency, didn't even know the formal techniques. But the dungeon had taught him to recognize intrusions, and his magic, the deep, expanded magic of 20 floors, responded instinctively. A wall. Not elegant, not refined, but solid. Snape's probe met resistance and stopped. Snape's eyebrows rose. Fractionally. A millimeter at most. But on Snape's face, where expressions were rationed with a miser's precision, it was equivalent to a shout. Get out, Snape said quietly. Harry stood. Potter. He stopped at the door. Whatever you are doing, whatever you have found beneath this castle, be very careful. There are forces at work this year that you do not understand. And the headmaster's protection, formidable as it is, has limits. Harry looked back. Snape sat behind his desk, dark and sharp and unreadable, and for just a moment, a fleeting, unguarded moment, Harry saw something in those black eyes that was neither contempt nor calculation. It was fear. Not of Harry. For Harry. Then it was gone, and Snape waved a dismissive hand, and Harry left the office and walked through the dungeon corridors with his father's cloak tucked inside his robes and his heart beating hard, and the sudden, uncomfortable realization that Severus Snape might not be what he appeared to be. He told Ron and Hermione that night. Hermione's reaction was immediate and strategic. You redirected him. That was smart. If Snape's focused on the stone, he's not focused on the crucible. But it's temporary. He'll investigate both eventually, and when he does, we'll deal with it then. Harry, we'll deal with it then is not a plan. It's the best I've got. Ron, unexpectedly, sided with Harry. Snape's suspicious, but he's not stupid. If Harry told him everything, Snape would either try to stop him or try to control it. Neither helps. Hermione looked unhappy but conceded the point. What about the stone? Ron asked. If someone's really after it, Dumbledore's got it handled. Snape said so. And we trust Snape because Because he's scared, Harry said. Not of me. For me. I saw it. Whatever Snape is, he's not the one trying to steal the stone. They were quiet for a moment. The empty classroom was cold, the January night pressing against the windows. Then who? Hermione said. Harry thought about Quirrell. The trembling hands, the stutter, the turban that smelled wrong. The way Harry's scar prickled in Quirrell's presence, not a sharp pain, but a crawling unease, like an alarm going off in a room he couldn't quite locate. I have a theory, he said. But I need more evidence. The kind of evidence you get from the dungeon, or the kind you get from a library? Both. Floor 20 was waiting. Harry descended on a Friday night in mid-January, the castle locked in ice, the corridors so cold that his breath frosted even under the invisibility cloak. The entrance opened as always, warm stone, living pulse, recognition. He descended the long staircase and felt the crucible welcome him like a house welcoming its owner home after a long absence. The staircase to floor 20 was the longest yet, 300 steps that spiraled down through stone that changed texture as he descended. Castle stone gave way to natural rock, and natural rock gave way to something else, something that wasn't quite stone, wasn't quite crystal, that seemed to glow with its own faint inner light. The blue-white lines on the walls were so dense here that the surface was more light than stone, and the patterns were hypnotic, recursive, and Harry had to force himself not to stare. At the bottom, a chamber. Not a room. A chamber. The distinction was in the scale and the intent. The rooms on the upper floors had been tests, contained, purposeful, built around a specific challenge. This was something else. A space that existed for its own sake, vast and cathedral-like, with a ceiling that rose into darkness and walls that curved inward like the inside of a skull. The floor was glass. Or something like glass, transparent, smooth, and through it Harry could see the same thing he'd seen from floor 15, the warden's chamber, far below. Closer now. Much closer. He could make out the shape of the entity in the center, a figure, still, patient, radiating a presence that Harry felt in his bones. The chamber was empty. No creatures, no puzzles, no constructs. Just the glass floor and the vast dark space, and the view downward to whatever waited at the bottom. Harry stood in the center of the chamber and waited. Nothing happened. 5 minutes. 10. 20. He was about to turn back, to accept that floor 20 was a rest stop, a viewpoint, a moment of pause before the final descent, when the warden spoke. Not from below. From everywhere. The voice was in the walls, the floor, the air, the carved lines on the ceiling, everywhere and nowhere, surrounding Harry in a web of sound that wasn't quite sound. Harry. His name. The same as floor 15, but clearer now. Not a whisper or an impression. A word, spoken with the particular weight of an entity that has waited centuries to say it. Harry's hands tightened on his wand. I'm here. Silence. Then, you are the first in 400 years to reach this floor. Aldrich made it this far. Aldrich stood where you stand. He could not go further. What stopped him? Himself. The voice was strange. Not old or young, not male or female. It was the voice of the mountain, of deep stone, of the fundamental bedrock beneath all things. It spoke in English, but with an accent that was no accent, as if it had learned the language by absorbing it from the earth and the people who walked on it. Why me? Harry asked. The question had been building for months. Every night, every floor, every fight and puzzle and trial. Why did the Crucible call me? You are broken. That's the qualification? Being broken? Being broken and refusing to stay broken. The Crucible does not call the strong. It calls those who should be strong and are not, because something has damaged them. It calls the potential that has been wasted, the power that has been locked away, the spirit that has been crushed. It calls you because you were destroyed, Harry Potter, and you chose to rebuild. The words hit him like a wave. Not painful, clarifying. The confusion of the past 4 months, the why me and the what is this and the am I being used, all of it resolved into a single, clear truth. The Crucible was a crucible. It found broken things and put them in fire and watched to see if they melted or hardened. Harry had been the most broken thing in the castle, a boy with a core full of suppressed magic, a mind full of trauma, and a will that refused to quit, and the fire had found him. "What's coming?" Harry asked. The golden figure on 15 said soon. "Hermione's research mentions a threat." "What is it?" "You know what is coming. You feel it in the scar." Harry's hand went to his forehead. The scar. The prickling, the crawling unease, the alarm that went off in Quirrell's presence. "Voldemort," he said. "A fragment of him. A sliver. Bound to a willing host, seeking a way to return. The stone above is his target, but the stone is merely a tool. His true desire is what it has always been, the defeat of death. And to achieve it, he will do anything. And the dungeon, the Crucible, it's been preparing me to stop him." The Crucible was not built for Voldemort. Voldemort is an insect in the span of what the Crucible was built for. But the insect is here now, in your castle, threatening your people, and you are the Crucible's current vessel. When the vessel's home is threatened, the Crucible responds. What was it built for then? Silence. Long, deep, the silence of something choosing its words with geological patience. There are things older than magic. Older than the division between worlds. The Crucible was built at the border, where the deep things press against the surface. It exists to create a guardian, one soul, in every age, capable of standing at the border and holding it. Holding it against what? You are not ready for that answer. That's not exactly encouraging. A sound. Not laughter, the warden didn't laugh. But something that resonated with the frequency of amusement, a deep vibration in the stone. "You are brave. Foolish, as the brave often are. But you have earned the right to ask." The voice shifted, became more focused, more intimate, as if the warden had moved closer without moving at all. "I will tell you this. The border holds. It has held for millennia. The Guardian's role is to ensure it continues to hold. The threat is not imminent, not in your lifetime, perhaps not in the next 10 lifetimes. But the Crucible prepares regardless, because the border must never be unguarded. So I'm being trained for something that might not happen for 1,000 years. You are being trained so that if it happens tomorrow, someone is ready." Harry stood on the glass floor and looked down at the distant chamber and the shape within it. The warden. Not a monster, not a god. A guardian in its own right, bound to the Crucible, waiting for the next vessel to descend far enough to receive the mantle. How many floors are left? 5 in this cycle. The Crucible has 25 levels. Each cycle of 5 floors beyond the 20th tests a different aspect of what you will need. The next 5 will test your limits. My limits. Not of your power. Of yourself. The Crucible has given you much. The next 5 floors will ask what you are willing to give. The cost. Hermione's research, Aldrich's journal, Mora's account. The blind witch who walked away. The dead wizard who didn't. "I won't give up my friends," Harry said. "The Crucible does not ask you to." "Then what does it ask?" "That is what the next 5 floors will tell you." The voice faded. The chamber went quiet. The glass floor beneath Harry's feet pulsed once with light, and a stone materialized, not falling from the ceiling, not appearing on a pedestal, but growing from the glass itself, pushing up like a crystal forming in slow motion. It was clear. Transparent. When Harry held it, he could see through it, and the light that refracted through the facets cast prismatic rainbows across the dark walls. He held it to his eye and looked down through the glass floor. The warden's chamber jumped into focus, suddenly near, and Harry saw the entity clearly for the first time. It was not what he expected. Not a monster, not a figure of light. It was stone. Living stone, shaped roughly into a humanoid form, its surface covered in the blue-white lines that ran through the entire Crucible. It sat in the center of its chamber like a figure carved from the mountain itself, and its face, if the smooth, line-covered surface could be called a face, was turned upward. Toward Harry. Their eyes met. Or the equivalent, Harry's eyes and whatever the warden used for perception, the meeting of 2 forms of awareness across hundreds of feet of rock and crystal. The warden inclined its head. Just slightly. An acknowledgement. A greeting. Harry lowered the stone. The warden's chamber receded back to its distant suggestion of shape and shadow. He put the transparent stone in his pocket with the others and stood in the vast, empty chamber and breathed. 20 floors. 5 to go. And then what? The mantle? The border? A role he didn't fully understand, in a war he might never have to fight? Or just the next step in a journey that had started with a boy in a cupboard and a magic that wouldn't work and a staircase going down into the dark. Harry climbed back up. The castle was sleeping. The cloak kept him invisible. He moved through the corridors like a thought, like a dream, and when he reached the common room, he found it empty. No, not empty. Neville was there. Sitting by the fire in pajamas, holding something, a photograph, small, creased from being folded and unfolded many times. He looked up when Harry appeared from under the cloak. "Sorry," Harry said. "Didn't mean to startle you." "You didn't. I heard the portrait hole." Neville paused. "Invisibility cloak?" "Yeah. Nice." They sat in silence for a moment. The fire was low, more coal than flame. "My parents," Neville said, turning the photograph so Harry could see. A man and a woman, young, smiling, the woman holding a baby. The man had Neville's round face. The woman had his eyes. Before. When they could still. He stopped. Harry waited. "Christmas was hard," Neville said. "We visited them. Mum gave me a Dribbles wrapper. She always gives me Dribbles wrappers. Gran says to throw them away, but I keep them." He pulled a handful of flattened, faded gum wrappers from his pocket. There were dozens. Years' worth. "Gran wants me to be like Dad. Strong. Brave. An aura. Someone who stands up and fights." Neville smoothed a wrapper between his fingers. "I'm not any of those things." "You're all of those things," Harry said. "I can barely cast a spell. I couldn't cast a spell 4 months ago. That doesn't mean anything. It's easy for you to say. You found whatever you found. Your dungeon. Your way to get stronger. I haven't found mine." Harry looked at Neville, round-faced, soft-spoken Neville, who kept his mother's gum wrappers in his pocket and carried a photograph of parents who didn't know him and sat by the fire at 2 in the morning because the weight of expectation was too heavy to sleep under. "Neville, the dungeon didn't make me brave. I was already brave. I just didn't know it because the Dursleys had spent 10 years telling me I was nothing. The dungeon broke the wall between me and my magic, but the magic was always there." Neville looked at him. The fire reflected in his eyes. "Your wall isn't the same as mine," Harry continued. "Yours isn't trauma, or maybe it is, but it's a different kind. It's expectation. Your gran, your family, the legacy of your parents. It's crushing you, and your magic can feel it, and it's hiding because it doesn't want to come out and disappoint everyone." Neville's chin trembled. He looked away. I can't take you into the dungeon," Harry said. "It doesn't work that way. But I can tell you this. When the time comes, and it will come, Neville, it always comes, you're going to stand up. Not because of your dad or your gran or anyone's expectations. Because of you. Because Neville Longbottom keeps his mum's gum wrappers and sits by the fire at 2 in the morning looking at photographs and still shows up every day. That's not weakness. That's the hardest kind of strength there is." Neville was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside, an owl called. "Thanks, Harry," he said finally. "Yeah, you should sleep. You look terrible. You sound like Ron. Ron's usually right about the practical stuff." Harry went to bed. He lay in the dark and thought about Neville's gum wrappers and the warden's chamber and the 5 floors that remained, and he fell asleep with the transparent stone warm against his chest. The next morning at breakfast, Harry noticed something. Quirrell wasn't at the staff table. This wasn't unusual in itself. Professors missed meals occasionally, and Quirrell's attendance had always been erratic. But Harry's senses were sharper now, attuned to the magical currents of the castle in a way they hadn't been before floor 12, and something about Quirrell's absence felt wrong. A discordant note in the ambient hum. He found Quirrell in the corridor after lunch. The defense professor was walking toward his classroom, hands clasped, turban perfectly wrapped, stutter firmly in place as he greeted students. Normal. Unremarkable. Except, Harry let his magical sense extend carefully, subtly, the way the dungeon had taught him on the puzzle floors. He reached out and felt the space around Quirrell the way you'd feel the surface of a table in the dark, looking for edges. There were two magical signatures. Not one. Two. Overlapping, intertwined, one wrapped around the other like a parasite on a host. Quirrell's signature was there, nervous, flickery, genuinely timid. And beneath it, behind it, something else. Something dark, cold, and familiar in a way that made Harry's scar ignite. Not a prickle. A burn. Harry stopped walking. Put a hand to his forehead. The scar was on fire, actual, physical heat, radiating from the lightning bolt mark, pulsing in rhythm with the dark signature emanating from Quirrell's turban. Voldemort. Not just a suspicion, not just a theory. Harry could feel him. A parasitic presence leached onto Quirrell's magical core, feeding on the man's life force while using his body as a vehicle. The turban wasn't a fashion choice. It was a hiding place. The warden's words, a fragment of him. A sliver. Bound to a willing host. Quirrell passed within 10 feet of Harry, and the scars burning intensified, bright, sharp, a knife of pain behind his eyes, and for a fleeting second, less than a heartbeat, Harry felt the dark signature notice him. A flicker of awareness. A cold intelligence turning its attention outward, sensing the magical field that Harry was projecting and recognizing. Quirrell stumbled. Caught himself. Kept walking. But his head turned, just slightly, and his eyes, his real eyes, not the stutter and the trembling, found Harry across the corridor. They stared at each other. 2 seconds. 3. Then Quirrell blinked, and the stutter was back, and he hurried away toward his classroom, and Harry leaned against the wall and pressed both hands to his burning scar and breathed through the pain until it faded. He found Ron and Hermione in the empty classroom 10 minutes later. "It's Quirrell," he said. "Voldemort is attached to Quirrell. Riding him. Possessing him, or something close to it. I could feel it, 2 signatures, one on top of the other. The turban is hiding something. A face, maybe. Something physical." Hermione went white. Ron swore. "You're sure?" Hermione asked. "My scar burned when he walked past. Not the prickle, it burned. And the dark signature under his, it recognized me. For a second, it looked right at me. Through Quirrell's eyes." "He knows about you," Ron said. "If he sensed your magic, he sensed something. I don't know how much. But he noticed." The 3 of them sat with the weight of it. Outside the classroom windows, snow fell softly, the grounds white and serene, utterly indifferent to the revelation that the most dangerous dark wizard of the century was sharing a skull with their defense against the dark arts professor. "The stone," Hermione said. "He's after the stone. Dumbledore moved it here because Gringotts wasn't safe, and now the threat is already inside the castle." "Dumbledore knows," Ron said. "He has to know. He hired the man. Maybe he hired the man because he knows. Keep your enemies close and all that." Harry was thinking out loud, the dungeon-trained part of his brain mapping the situation like a floor layout. But Quirrell hasn't moved on the stone yet. He's waiting for something. Or he's already tried and failed. The protection's fluffy, whatever else is down there, they might be holding him off. For now. But if Voldemort is getting desperate, he'll find a way. He always finds a way. Hermione's voice was grim. "We need to tell Dumbledore." "Tell him what?" "That I can sense magical signatures because of an ancient training dungeon under his castle. He'll either think I'm lying or he'll want to know about the Crucible, and I'm not ready for that." "Then what?" "We just wait for Voldemort to steal the stone. We prepare. We watch Quirrell. We figure out the protections on the stone and we make contingency plans." And I keep going deeper. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, to protest, to point out that this was insane, and closed it. Because the logic was irrefutable. If Voldemort moved on the stone, Harry was the only student in the castle with anything close to the power needed to stop him. Not because Harry was special or destined. Because he'd been going into the dark every night for 4 months and bleeding for every ounce of strength he had. "How much deeper?" she asked. 5 more floors. "Then I've done the cycle." The warden said. "You spoke to the warden." Harry realized he hadn't told them about floor 20 yet. The conversation about Quirrell had overtaken everything else. He told them. Everything: the glass floor, the warden's voice, the purpose of the crucible, the border, the guardian, the 5 remaining floors that would test his limits. Ron listened with the focused stillness he reserved for chess. Hermione listened with the focused stillness she reserved for everything. When he finished, Ron said, "So you're being trained to guard the border between what? Worlds? Dimensions?" Something like that. The warden wasn't specific. And Voldemort is, in the grand scheme, basically a pest. The warden called him an insect. Ron leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. My best friend is being trained by an ancient stone entity to guard the border of reality, and also our defense teacher is possessed by Wizard Hitler. It's been a weird year. Ron, no, I'm processing. Give me a minute. He stared at the ceiling for exactly 1 minute. Then he sat up. Right. What do we need? Hermione had already started a list. Information on the stone's protections. A way to monitor Quirrell without alerting him. And a contingency plan for if he moves before Harry finishes the crucible. The protections I can ask Hagrid about, Harry said. He loves talking about Fluffy, and he was involved in setting up the other traps. I'll need to be subtle. Ron snorted. You're asking Hagrid to be subtle? I'm asking Hagrid to talk. Subtle isn't required. I'll research the stone itself, Hermione said, writing furiously. Nicholas Flamel, the elixir of life, the alchemical properties. If we understand what the stone does, we understand what Voldemort wants it for. And I'll play chess, Ron said. Both Harry and Hermione looked at him. What? Strategy. Contingency planning. It's the same thing. You need someone thinking 3 moves ahead, and that's me. That's literally what I do. Harry looked at his friends. Ron with his chess brain and his stubborn loyalty. Hermione with her research and her fierce, frightened determination. Both of them willing to stand between Voldemort and the stone, not because they were powerful or trained or destined, but because they were here and they cared and they refused to look away. Okay, Harry said. We do all of it. The stone, Quirrell, the dungeon. We run all 3 tracks at once. You're going to burn out, Hermione said. Then you'll catch me. She held his gaze. The fear was there, always there, these days, but behind it, something harder. Trust. We will, she said. January ground on. Harry descended every other night, and between descents, he worked the other tracks. Hagrid was, as predicted, a fountain of information that required no pumping. Over tea and rock cakes in his hut, the groundskeeper cheerfully confirmed that Fluffy was guarding a trapdoor, that several professors had contributed protections, and that Dumbledore himself had placed the final safeguard. Shouldn't have told ya that, Hagrid muttered after each revelation, and then told Harry the next thing 5 minutes later. Hermione's research on the stone yielded a clear picture. The Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel, the only one of its kind, capable of producing the elixir of life, which granted immortality. Flamel was over 600 years old. His wife, Perenelle, likewise. The stone was the most valuable magical artifact in existence. And Voldemort, the shattered remnant of Voldemort, clinging to Quirrell's skull like a lamprey, wanted it to restore his body. To come back. Fully, physically, permanently. If he gets it, Hermione said quietly, on a February evening, the 3 of them huddled in the classroom, he won't just have a body. He'll be immortal. Truly, completely immortal. And everything that happened before, the war, the deaths, all of it, starts again. The weight of that settled over them. Harry went down. Floor 21 was the first of the final 5, and it was unlike anything that came before. The staircase opened into a room that was small and bare and lit by a single candle. In the center of the room stood a mirror. Not an ordinary mirror. This one was framed in black iron, its surface not glass, but liquid, dark as oil, rippling with inner movement. Harry approached it. His reflection appeared, but wrong, older, harder, scarred. The reflection wore robes that were torn and bloodied, and it held a wand that crackled with power, and its eyes were flat and cold. Not the mirror thing from floor 9. This was worse. This was him, years from now, a version of Harry that had descended too deep and come back too changed. A Harry who had all the power the Crucible could give and none of the humanity to temper it. The reflection spoke. Its voice was Harry's voice, but emptied of warmth. "This is what you become," it said. "If you keep going. If you take everything the Crucible offers and give everything it asks. This is the end of the path." "I don't believe that." "You don't have to believe it. It's true. It's a test. Everything is a test. That doesn't make it false." Harry looked at the reflection. The cold eyes. The hard mouth. The scars, not just physical but written into the set of the jaw and the tension of the shoulders, the scars of someone who had fought and won and lost everything that made winning matter. "This is what I become if I forget why I'm doing this," Harry said. The reflection tilted its head. The same gesture the shadow things made curious, evaluating. "And why are you doing this?" Harry could have said, "To get stronger. To be ready. To guard the border. To stop Voldemort. To fulfill the Crucible's purpose." All true. All valid. All insufficient. "Because my friend pushes the bread basket toward me without being asked," Harry said. "Because Hermione sat against a cold wall for 40 minutes waiting for me to come back. Because Neville keeps his mum's gum wrappers. Because this is my home, and I will not let anything take it from me." The reflection stared at him. The flat, cold eyes held his and shifted. Slowly. Like ice thawing. The hardness didn't disappear, but something moved behind it. Something that recognized the words and was changed by them, the way a frozen river is changed by the first cracks of spring. "Remember that," the reflection said. "On the floors to come. When the Crucible asks what you'll give, remember why." The mirror shattered. Not violently, softly, the liquid surface breaking into droplets that floated upward like dark rain falling in reverse. The drops dissolved into the air. The iron frame crumbled to rust. A stone, where the mirror had stood. Dark iron, cold and heavy. Harry picked it up and felt it settle into him, not warmth this time, but weight. An anchor. Something that held him to the ground, to the real, to the here. He climbed out. Wrote in his notebook. Slept. Floors 22 and 23 came in rapid succession. Harry was pushing now, feeling the urgency of soon, of Quirrell's growing desperation, of the narrowing window between the present and whatever was coming. Floor 22 was a combat floor, but the opponent wasn't a creature. It was magic itself, raw, unformed magical energy that coalesced into shapes and attacks with no pattern, no intelligence, just pure force. Harry fought it with everything he had, every spell the dungeon had taught him, and every instinct 4 months of survival had sharpened, and it wasn't enough. The magic was too strong, too chaotic, too boundless. He won by stopping fighting. By standing in the center of the room and dropping his wand and opening himself to the onslaught and letting it pour through him, channeling it rather than resisting it, becoming a conduit rather than a wall. The magic hit him and flowed through him and out the other side, and what remained, what his body kept, what his core absorbed, was a fraction of the whole, but that fraction was immense. He walked out of floor 22 with a magical capacity that Hermione later estimated was equivalent to a fully trained adult wizard. He was 11 years old. Floor 23 was the last purely psychological floor. It showed him the future, not the real future, but the possible ones. Branching timelines playing out on the walls of a circular room. In one, he defeated Voldemort and lived a quiet life. In another, he failed and the wizarding world fell. In another, he went too deep into the Crucible and became the cold-eyed reflection from 21's mirror. In another, he walked away from all of it, the dungeon, the stone, the destiny, and became a muggle and forgot everything. The test was simple. Which future did he choose? He chose none of them. He stood in the center of the room and said, "These are possibilities, not certainties. I'll make my own." The room went dark. A stone appeared. Clear as diamond, sharp as glass. Harry pocketed it and climbed out and found Ron asleep in the common room, chess game half finished, and covered him with a blanket and went to bed. 2 floors left. 24 and 25. February arrived, and with it came the sense that time was running out. Quirrell was getting worse. His stutter had become more pronounced, his hands shaking, his face drawn and gray. In defense against the dark arts classes, he fumbled through lessons with an increasing desperation that the students mistook for incompetence and Harry recognized as something else entirely, a man being consumed by the parasite on the back of his head. Harry's scar burned every time Quirrell was near. Not a prickle anymore, a steady, low-grade fire that sat behind his eyes and made concentration difficult. Voldemort was growing stronger, feeding on Quirrell. Getting ready. He's going to move soon, Harry told Ron and Hermione on a Tuesday evening, the second week of February. I can feel it. The dark signature is stronger every day. Whatever's holding him back, the protections, Dumbledore, whatever, it's not enough. He's going to go for the stone. Then we go first, Ron said. Ron, I'm not being heroic. I'm being strategic. If we get to the stone before he does, we can move it. Or destroy it. Or, I don't know, but we can't just sit here and wait for Wizard Hitler to complete his shopping list. We don't know all the protections, Hermione said. We know about Fluffy, and Hagrid mentioned a few others, Sprout's contribution, Flitwick's, McGonagall's, Snape's. And Dumbledore's, which is the final one. We'd be going in blind. We go in smart then. Harry knows combat. You know magic. I know strategy. Between us, we're 3 first years going up against protections designed to stop an adult dark wizard. 4 months ago, Harry was a first year who couldn't cast Lumos. Now he's got the magical capacity of a grown wizard and the combat training of a special forces operative. That's a generous comparison. The point stands. We're not ordinary first years. We haven't been ordinary since Halloween. Hermione looked at Harry. Can you finish the crucible? 2 more floors. Can you do them before Quirrell moves? Harry felt the pull of the dungeon, constant, insistent, the hook behind his navel stronger than ever. 2 more floors. The warden was waiting. The mantle was waiting. And Voldemort was on the surface, growing stronger by the day, preparing to make his move on the only thing that could give him back his body. I can do one tonight, he said. The last one, 25, I'll need to be at full strength. So tomorrow night. 2 nights, Hermione said. That's cutting it close. I know. If Quirrell moves before you're done, then we improvise. Ron grinned. It was the grin of a chess player who'd been maneuvered into a corner and saw a way out that nobody else had noticed. Right, he said. Floor 24 tonight. Floor 25 tomorrow. And then we go save the world. The stone. The stone. The world. Same thing, isn't it? Harry went down at midnight. The invisibility cloak. The silent corridors. The worm wall. The descent. Floor 24 was waiting. And Harry was ready. Chapter 6. The last floor. The staircase to floor 24 was not a staircase. Harry stepped through the archway marked 24 and found himself standing on a ledge. Below him, nothing, a shaft of darkness that dropped away into the earth, the blue-white lines on the walls spiraling downward like the threads of a screw, vanishing into depths that his Lumos couldn't touch. There were no steps. No handholds. Just the ledge, the shaft, and the distant pulse of magic far below. The dungeon wanted him to jump. Harry stood on the ledge for a long time. The pull was there, stronger than ever, a bass note vibrating in his sternum, saying down, down, come down. The air rising from the shaft was warm and smelled of ozone and old stone and something else, something organic and alive, like soil after rain. He jumped. The fall was not a fall. The shaft caught him, not physically, not with magic he could identify, but with something fundamental, some property of the crucible itself. He dropped 10 feet and slowed, then drifted, descending through the shaft like a leaf in still water. The blue-white lines on the walls scrolled past him, their patterns growing denser, more complex, until the walls were solid light and Harry was floating in a tunnel of brilliance. It took a long time. Minutes, maybe more. The shaft narrowed and the light intensified and the warmth increased until Harry's skin prickled with it, every hair standing on end, his magic resonating with the crucible's energy like a tuning fork pressed against a piano string. He landed softly on a floor of raw crystal. The room was small, intimate. After the vast chambers and caverns of the deeper floors, the smallness was startling, maybe 15 feet across, circular, with walls of living stone that breathed. Not metaphorically. The walls expanded and contracted in slow rhythm, the blue-white lines pulsing with each breath, and the floor beneath Harry's feet was warm and slightly yielding, like standing on something that was not quite alive, but not quite dead. In the center of the room stood a table. Wooden. Simple. On the table sat two objects. A cup, filled with dark liquid. And a knife. Harry stared at them. The cup was clay, rough-made, unglazed. The liquid inside was black and still and reflected nothing. The knife was iron, old iron, dark and pitted, with a handle wrapped in leather that had cracked and dried with age. No creature. No puzzle. No mirror or void or memory. Just a table and two objects and the breathing walls and the choice they represented. Harry approached the table. The warmth of the room intensified as he moved closer, and his magic stirred, not in alarm, but in recognition. The crucible was speaking again, but not in words. In objects. In the language of ritual and symbol, older than language itself. The cup was a gift. He knew this the way he knew the dungeon's other truths, not through logic, but through the deep intuitive channel the crucible had carved between itself and his mind over 4 months of nightly descent. The cup contained power. Raw, distilled, the concentrated essence of what the crucible had been building in him floor by floor. Drink it, and the process would accelerate. Everything the dungeon had given him, the expanded core, the combat instincts, the magical perception, the emotional resilience, all of it amplified, pushed to its absolute ceiling. The knife was a price. Also known. The knife was the cost Hermione's research had warned about, the thing Mora had paid with her sight and Aldrich had paid with his memories. The knife was sharp, and it was meant for him, and the cut would take something real. Drink and cut. Power and price. The oldest transaction in the world. Harry picked up the cup. The liquid inside didn't slosh, it moved like mercury, heavy and dense, clinging to the clay walls. He could feel the magic in it. Not warmth, not cold. Weight. The weight of 23 floors of growth, compressed and refined and waiting to be consumed. He picked up the knife. The iron was warm. The edge was sharp enough that he could feel it cutting the air. The crucible waited. The walls breathed. What does it take? Harry asked the room. The room didn't answer. The crucible had told him on floor 20, that is what the next 5 floors will tell you. And the floors had told him. 21's mirror had shown him what he could become without humanity. 22 had shown him that resistance was less effective than acceptance. 23 had shown him that the future was unwritten. And now 24 was showing him the transaction, power for a price, gift for a cut, and asking him to choose. But what was the cut? What did the knife take? Harry looked at the blade. Really looked, with his magical perception wide open, the expanded senses of a boy who'd spent 4 months learning to read the crucible's language of light and stone. The knife was keyed to him. Specifically, precisely, the way the dungeon's entrance was keyed to him. It would cut what he valued most, and what he valued most, not his memories. Those were in the notebook. Not his magic. The crucible was giving him magic, not taking it. Not his friends. They were people beyond the crucible's reach. His pain. The realization hit him like cold water. The knife would cut away his pain. The cupboard, the Dursleys, the hunger and the fear and the decade of abuse that had shaped him as surely as the crucible was shaping him now. The knife would cut it out, cleanly, completely, and what remained would be a Harry Potter who had never suffered. Never been locked in a cupboard. Never been starved or beaten or told he was nothing. Never been broken. And the crucible had told him, on floor 20, that it called to the broken. That it didn't want the strong. It wanted those who should be strong and weren't, because something had damaged them. His damage, his pain, was the thing that had called the crucible to him in the first place. It was the foundation of everything. Take it away, and the connection might sever. The growth might reverse. The 23 floors of strength he'd built on the bedrock of his suffering might crumble like a building whose foundation had been removed. Or, and this was the other possibility, the one that sat alongside the first like a second path at a fork in the road, it might free him. The pain was a foundation, yes, but it was also a cage. It defined him, limited him. Every flinch, every instinct to hide, every reflexive, I'm fine, all of it traced back to the cupboard. Cut it away, and maybe he'd be more. Not less. More, because the weight that had compressed his magic and his spirit for 11 years would finally, completely, be gone. Power and price. Gift and cut. The cup and the knife. But which was which? Harry stood at the table for a very long time. The walls breathed. The lines pulsed. His magic hummed in his blood, patient, waiting for his decision. He thought about Ron. Ron, who'd said, "You look like you're dying, mate." Ron, who'd waited by the fire and bandaged his arm and forced him to take breaks. Ron, who understood nothing about the Crucible and everything about Harry. He thought about Hermione. Hermione, who'd tracked his growth on charts and read dead wizards' journals and modified spells to ease his pain. Hermione, who'd asked him once, "Is it worth it?" He thought about Neville. Neville, who kept gum wrappers in his pocket because they were the only things his mother could give him. He thought about the child on floor 11. The small, bruised boy who'd asked, "Will it get better?" And Harry had said it already has. If he cut away the pain, he cut away the child. The boy in the cupboard would cease to exist, not as a memory. The notebook would preserve the facts, but as a presence. The living scar tissue that still flinched when hands moved too fast, that still felt gratitude like a physical blow when someone was kind without being asked. That part of him would be gone. And it was the part that understood Neville's gum wrappers. The part that recognized suffering in others because he'd lived it himself. The part that made him human in a way that all the magic in the world couldn't replicate. Harry put down the knife. He put down the cup. He stepped back from the table and said no. The room went still. The walls stopped breathing. The blue-white lines froze mid-pulse, and for a moment the Crucible itself seemed to hold its breath. "I don't accept the transaction," Harry said. "I won't drink the cup, and I won't use the knife. Not because I'm afraid of the cost. Because the cost is wrong. You're asking me to cut away the thing that makes me capable of caring about the people I'm supposed to protect. That's not a price. That's a trap." Silence. Absolute, crystalline silence. The room was a held breath. "Aldrich drank," Harry said. "Didn't he?" He drank and he cut, and it took his memories, and he forgot why he was doing it, and he sat down on floor 9 and stopped. And Mora, she drank and cut and lost her sight, and she walked away because she could feel herself disappearing. The cup isn't a gift. It's the last test. And the answer is no. The silence held for one more heartbeat. 2. Then the table dissolved. The cup and the knife sank into the crystal floor like stones into water, vanishing without trace. The walls began breathing again, faster now, the blue-white lines blazing with an intensity that made Harry shield his eyes. And the room changed. The walls pulled back. The ceiling rose. The small, intimate space expanded outward, upward, and the crystal floor spread like ice forming on a lake, and Harry stood in the center of a chamber that grew until it was the largest space the Crucible had ever shown him, a cathedral of living stone. Its walls running with rivers of blue-white light, its ceiling lost in a sky of soft luminescence. The warden's voice, "You are the first to refuse." The first? In all the years of the Crucible. Every entrant who reached this floor drank. Everyone cut. They believed it was required. They believed the power was worth the price. It isn't. No, it isn't. But no one has said so until now. Something materialized in the air before Harry. Not a stone, a light. A sphere of pure, warm, golden radiance, floating at chest height, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, and it wasn't magic, not exactly. It was the Crucible's approval. Its recognition. "This is the true gift of floor 24, the warden said. Not power. Wisdom. The understanding that power without compassion is a weapon without a wielder, and a guardian who cannot love what they protect is no guardian at all. The sphere drifted toward Harry and touched his chest and sank into him like sunlight into water. The warmth of it was indescribable, not the fierce heat of magical growth or the sharp clarity of broken barriers, but something softer, deeper, the warmth of a fire in a room where someone is waiting for you. Ron's fire. Hermione's chair. Neville's quiet nod. The warmth settled into the core of his magic and changed it. Not more powerful. Not bigger or brighter. Warmer. The magic that had been growing in him for 4 months, sharp and fierce and battle-forged, gained a quality it had been missing. A quality that no amount of combat or trials or dungeon floors could produce. It gained heart. Harry stood in the cathedral and felt his magic pulse with it, and for the first time since the dungeon began, he cried not from pain or relief or memory, but from something he could only call joy. The archway to floor 25 appeared. The number glowed. Harry walked toward it. Stopped. Looked back at the cathedral, the vast space the crucible had opened for him, the rivers of light on the walls, the golden warmth that lingered in the air like perfume. "Thank you," he said. The light pulsed once, gently, in response. He climbed back up. The common room was dark. It was 4:30 in the morning, and Harry was exhausted in a way that was different from the usual post-dungeon depletion. This wasn't physical or magical fatigue. This was the exhaustion of someone who'd been asked the most important question of their life and answered it correctly, and the emotional weight of the moment was only now settling onto his shoulders. He didn't go to bed. He sat in the chair by the dead fire and took out his notebook and wrote for an hour. Everything. The shaft, the crystal room, the cup and the knife, the refusal, the cathedral, the golden light. He wrote it all down, not because he was afraid of forgetting, but because he needed to see it on the page, needed the physical evidence that it had happened, that he had been offered everything and said no. Ron found him there in the morning, asleep in the chair, notebook open on his lap, a faint golden light still clinging to his skin like dust. "Harry. Mate. Wake up." Harry blinked. The common room was bright with February morning light. Ron was standing over him, dressed for breakfast, his expression caught between concern and curiosity. "You're glowing," Ron said. "What?" "Literally. Glowing. Look at your hands." Harry looked. His skin had a faint luminescence, barely visible in the daylight, like the aftermath of holding a sparkler. It faded as he watched, the golden light retreating into his pores, sinking back into the magic beneath. "Floor 24, he said. "Good one?" Harry thought about the cup and the knife and the choice and the cathedral and the warmth that had settled into the heart of his magic. "Yeah," he said. "Good one." He told Ron over breakfast. Then Hermione, who arrived with her bag full of books and her hair wilder than usual, suggesting a morning of intense pre-breakfast research. When he got to the part about the cup and the knife, the choice, the refusal, Hermione went very still. Her eyes widened. Her quill, which she'd been using to take notes, stopped moving. "You refused," she said. "Yeah. You were offered a direct power increase, and you turned it down. The cost was wrong." The cost, she stopped. Took a breath. "Harry, Aldrich drank." He lost his memories. His journal, the last entries, the fragmented ones, the deterioration, that was the knife. He cut away his connection to his life, his family, everything that mattered, and it hollowed him out. That's why he died. Not from exhaustion. From emptiness. I know. And Mora. Her sight. She cut away her ability to see the world she was supposed to protect. She walked away because she realized what she'd done. I know. And you're the first one to say no. Her voice was barely above a whisper. In all the centuries of the Crucible, you're the first. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never worn before. Not the usual mix of loyalty and concern. Something deeper. Something that looked, if Harry had to put a word to it, like awe. Don't, Harry said. Don't what? Look at me like that. I didn't do anything special. I just didn't want to lose the part of me that cares about you too. That's not heroic. That's selfish. Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Ron shook his head slowly. You absolute muppet, Ron said, with enormous affection. They finished breakfast. Harry ate 3 helpings of everything. His body was demanding fuel with an intensity that exceeded anything previous, the golden light in his core burning calories like a furnace. Hermione watched him eat with scientific fascination. "Your metabolic rate has increased," she observed. "The golden, whatever it was, it's integrating with your existing magical growth. Your core is restructuring." "It feels warm," Harry said through a mouthful of sausage. "Warm how?" "Just warm." Like, he searched for the words. "Like having a fire inside. Not burning. Just lit." "Harry James Potter," Hermione said, in the tone of someone making a scientific notation, "you just described the textbook definition of a fully integrated magical core. Adult wizards spend years achieving that through meditation and practice. You did it in one night. By saying no to a magic cup. By making a choice that prioritized emotional integrity over raw power. The crucible wasn't testing your strength. It was testing your character. And you passed." Harry put down his fork. "I still have 1 floor left." The warmth in the room, the easy, golden warmth of breakfast with friends and of victory still fresh, cooled slightly. "Tonight," Harry said. "Floor 25. The last one. And then we deal with Quirrell." The day passed in the particular way that days pass when you know something enormous is waiting at the end of them, quickly and slowly at the same time, each minute stretching while the hours compress. Harry went to classes, sat in charms and transfiguration and potions and performed adequately and thought about nothing except what waited below. In potions, Snape watched him. The black eyes tracked Harry across the classroom, noting every movement, cataloging every detail with the obsessive precision of a man who knew something was happening and couldn't identify what. After class, Snape said nothing. Didn't keep him back. Didn't question or threaten or probe. Just watched him leave with that expression of calculated intensity. In the corridor outside, Harry almost ran into Quirrell. The defense professor was walking quickly, his robes flapping, his turban slightly askew. He saw Harry and froze. For 1 second, 1 naked, undisguised second, the stutter dropped and the mask fell, and the eyes that looked at Harry were not Quirrell's eyes. They were cold and red-tinged and ancient, and the intelligence behind them was vast and hungry and aware. Harry's scar exploded. Not burned, exploded. A supernova of pain behind his eyes, so intense that his vision whited out and his knees buckled. He grabbed the wall. The pain roared through him, and through the pain, he felt the dark signature, Voldemort's parasitic presence, reach for him. Reach into him. Probing, searching, trying to read what Harry had become. Harry's magic responded. Not consciously, instinctively, the way your hand pulls back from a hot stove. The golden warmth in his core flared, and a barrier materialized around his mind, not a wall, not a shield, but a presence. The warmth of the Crucible's gift, the heartfire of floor 24, wrapping around his consciousness like a mother's arms. Voldemort's probe hit the barrier and recoiled. Through the fading pain, Harry felt the dark presence flinch. Not from the magic, from the warmth. The golden fire was anathema to whatever Voldemort had become, the concentrated essence of love and compassion and human connection acting on Voldemort's fractured soul, like sunlight on a vampire. The moment passed. Quirrell's eyes blinked and the mask slammed back into place, the stutter returning, the trembling hands and nervous smile reconstructing themselves like stage props being hastily reassembled. Sorry, P. Potter," Quirrell stammered, and hurried past. Harry leaned against the wall and breathed. His scar throbbed, but the pain was fading, and in its wake was clarity. Voldemort had tried to read him, and failed. The Crucible's gift, the warmth, the heart, was a weapon Voldemort couldn't counter. Not because it was powerful, but because it was the one thing Voldemort had destroyed in himself and could not understand. Love. The thing Dumbledore always talked about and nobody took seriously. The thing Harry's mother had used to stop a killing curse. The thing the Crucible had spent 24 floors building toward, not as a concept or a principle, but as a living force integrated into Harry's magic at the most fundamental level. The oldest magic in the world, and it burned like sunlight. Harry pushed off the wall and walked toward Gryffindor Tower with a ringing in his ears and a fire in his chest and the absolute, unshakable certainty that tonight was the night. Floor 25. The last floor. He descended at midnight. Ron and Hermione were in the common room. Not by arrangement, by agreement. They'd been there when Harry came down from the dormitory, dressed, armed with wands, and wearing expressions of determined terror. "You're not coming into the dungeon," Harry said. "We know," Hermione said. "We're waiting here," Ron said. "Both of us," Hermione added. "All night if we have to." Harry looked at them. His friends. His people. The reason he'd refused the cup and the knife, the reason the golden warmth burned in his chest, the reason the crucible had chosen him, and the reason he'd chosen to keep going. "I'll come back," he said. "You'd better," Ron said. "Because if you don't," Hermione said, with a crack in her voice that she covered immediately, "I will find a way into that dungeon, and I will drag you out by your ear." Harry pulled on the invisibility cloak, slipped through the portrait hole, moved through the sleeping castle, down the familiar route, main stairs, dungeon level, sub-dungeon corridor, tapestry, hidden stairs. The wall opened. The warmth pulsed. Recognition. "Welcome." Harry descended. 216 steps to the first floor. The rooms he'd fought through months ago were empty now, dark, silent, the blue-white lines dim. He moved through them quickly, not running but not lingering, the archways opening ahead of him one by one, the numbers counting upward. 5, 10, 15, 20. The glass floor of floor 20. He paused here, looked down through the transparent surface. The warden's chamber was close, so close he could see the entity clearly without the crystal stone. The figure of living rock, lines of light running across its surface, head tilted upward. Waiting. 21. 22. 23. 24. The cathedral, still vast, still luminous, the golden light still lingering. The archway to 25. Harry stood before it. The number glowed brighter than any of the others, a blazing white gold 25 that cast shadows across the cathedral floor. He stepped through. The staircase was short. 7 steps. 7 after hundreds and thousands on the floors above. 7 steps and then a door, an actual door, wood and iron, old beyond reckoning, set into a frame of living stone. Harry put his hand on the door. The wood was warm. The iron was warm. Everything was warm, the crucible's heat intensifying as he approached its heart. He pushed the door open and walked through. The warden's chamber was not what he'd seen through the glass floors. It was bigger. Or smaller. Or both. The space seemed to shift and breathe, expanding and contracting like lungs, the walls close and distant in the same moment. The blue-white lines covered every surface, floor, walls, ceiling, so densely that the room was more light than stone. It pulsed. Alive. The warden sat in the center. Up close, it was both more and less human than Harry had expected. The body was stone, rough, massive, carved or grown from the bedrock of the earth. But the lines of light on its surface moved with a fluidity that suggested something organic beneath the mineral exterior. Its face was smooth, featureless, the same dark stone as its body, but the lines formed patterns on it that shifted and rearranged, and if Harry looked long enough, he could almost read expressions in the patterns. Almost. It was the size of a large man. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of its chamber, hands on its knees, head tilted slightly, the posture of someone who had been waiting and was no longer waiting. "Harry," the warden said. "I'm here." "Yes." A pause. The lines on the warden's face shifted, something that might have been a smile. "You came faster than I expected. You said soon." "I did." The chamber pulsed. The light brightened, dimmed, brightened again, the rhythm of the crucible's heartbeat visible in the walls around them. "Floor 25 is not a test," the warden said. "The tests are done. You have passed them, all of them, including the one that mattered most. The cup and the knife. The cup and the knife. Every guardian before you, those who reached that floor, believed that power required sacrifice. That strength demanded the surrender of something essential. They were wrong, and the crucible's design ensured that their error was their undoing. A trap disguised as a gift. A filter. The Crucible does not want a guardian who is willing to trade their humanity for power. It wants one who refuses. Who understands that the two are inseparable, that power without humanity is destruction, and humanity without power is vulnerability, and the guardian must be both. What is floor 25 then? A beginning. The warden stood. The motion was slow, grinding, stone moving in ways stone should not move, but the grace of it was undeniable. It rose to its full height, 7 feet, maybe 8, its body blocking the light behind it, its shadow falling over Harry like a wing. The Crucible was built to forge a guardian, the warden said. One soul, in every age, to stand at the border between the deep things and the surface world. The guardian does not fight the deep things. The guardian does not seal the border or patrol it or defend it. The guardian holds it. By existing. By being what the Crucible has made them, a point of connection between the oldest magic and the newest, between the foundations of the world and the people who live on its surface. Just by existing, the border is not a wall. It is a balance. The deep things press upward. The surface presses downward. The guardian is the fulcrum. As long as the fulcrum holds, the balance holds. And if it doesn't? Then the border fails, and what lies beneath rises, and the world above changes in ways that cannot be undone. Harry looked at the warden. The lines on its face shifted patterns that were almost language, almost expression, almost human. What are the deep things? Old. Vast. Not evil. Not good. Simply other. They existed before magic was divided into dark and light, before the world was divided into magical and mundane. They are the raw material from which reality was shaped, and they press against the shape, always, the way water presses against a dam. And the Crucible was built to maintain the dam. The Crucible was built to maintain the maintainer. The border is self-sustaining. It has held for millennia without a guardian. But it weakens over time, and when it weakens enough, the deep things stir, and a guardian is needed to reinforce it. Is it weakening now? Not critically. But the pattern accelerates. Each weakening comes sooner than the last. The Crucible called you because the next weakening is coming, and the interval is shorter than it has ever been. Not in your lifetime, perhaps. But the guardian must be in place before the need arises, not after. Harry absorbed this. The Crucible, the border, the deep things. A responsibility that spanned lifetimes, that dwarfed Voldemort and the stone and the entire wizarding world. A weight that settled onto his shoulders not like a burden, but like a cloak, his father's cloak, perhaps. Something inherited. Something that fit. I accept, Harry said. The warden tilted its head. You do not know what acceptance entails. I know that you've spent 4 months testing me and I've passed. I know that the thing I value most, my connections, my friends, my capacity to care, is the thing the Crucible values too. And I know that whatever the border needs, it needs someone who can hold it, and you've made me into someone who can hold things. You are 11 years old. And I've been holding things since I was 1. When Voldemort tried to kill me and my mother's love stopped him. I've been a fulcrum since before I could walk. The only difference is that now I know it. The warden was silent. The lines on its face moved, not randomly, but with purpose, reshaping, forming a pattern Harry hadn't seen before. A pattern that was, unmistakably, an expression. Pride. Very well, the warden said. It extended a hand. Stone fingers, massive, rough-hewn, each one as thick as Harry's wrist. In the palm sat a stone. Not like the others. Not a pebble or a crystal or a sphere of light. This was the size of a fist, perfectly round, and it was every color, shifting, cycling through the spectrum in waves, blue to white to gold to green to something that had no name, a color that existed only in the Crucible's depths. The Heartstone, the warden said. The core of the Crucible. Not its power, its connection. Carry it, and you are the guardian. The border will know you. The deep things will feel your presence. And the Crucible will continue to teach you, when you are ready to learn. Harry reached out and took the Heartstone. The moment his fingers closed around it, the chamber changed. Light erupted from the stone, not blinding, not harsh, but total. It filled the chamber, the staircase, the floors above. Harry felt it surge upward through the crucible like water through a fountain, blazing through every room he'd fought in, every corridor he'd crept through, every floor that had tested and broken and rebuilt him. The light reached the entrance and poured through the wall into the sub-dungeon corridor and raced through the castle's foundations like fire through a fuse. Hogwarts shuddered. Not physically, magically. The ancient wards that protected the castle, 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment, felt the crucible's light touch them and resonated. For one moment, every stone in the castle hummed with the same frequency, the oldest magic meeting the newest, and the resulting harmonic was felt by every magical being within its walls. In Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Hermione felt it. A vibration. A warmth. A sense of something fundamental settling into place, like a key turning in a lock. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore looked up from his reading and his blue eyes went very wide behind his half-moon spectacles, and he said, very softly, "Oh." In the dungeons, Severus Snape felt the harmonic in his bones and knew, with the absolute certainty of a man who had spent his life studying the boundaries of magical possibility, that something unprecedented had just happened beneath his feet. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, the thing behind Quirrell's turban felt the light and screamed silently, behind the wrap of fabric, a scream of recognition and fury and fear. It knew this light. It had felt it once before, 16 years ago, in a house in Godric's Hollow, in the flash of green and the shield of love that had broken its killing curse and shattered its body. This was the same light, the same power, the same ancient magic, wielded by the same bloodline. And it was stronger now. The light faded. The chamber settled. Harry stood with the Heartstone in his hand and the golden warmth blazing in his chest and a new awareness spreading through him, an awareness of the castle above, the border below, the vast web of magic that connected everything. He could feel it all. Not see it, not hear it. Feel it, the way you feel your own heartbeat. The warden sat back down. Slowly, grinding, stone resuming its ancient posture. The crucible cycle is complete, it said. 25 floors. The mantle is yours. The border is yours. What happens now? Now you go up. You live your life. You learn and grow and protect the people you love. The crucible will remain. It will call you again when you are ready for deeper floors. There are more. There are always more. The crucible is as deep as the earth itself. 25 floors is the first cycle. There are others. But they are for later. Years from now. Decades, perhaps. And the border? Holds. As long as you carry the Heartstone. As long as you are what the crucible has made you, strong and compassionate and unwilling to trade one for the other. Harry looked at the warden. The stone figure, the ancient guardian, the entity that had watched him descend for 4 months and tested him and spoken to him and, in its own geological way, cared about him. Will I see you again? When you descend again. I am always here. I am the crucible, and the crucible is me. Thank you. For all of it. The tests. The pain. The growth. Everything. The warden's face lines shifted into that pattern of pride again. You are welcome, Harry Potter. Guardian of the border. Vessel of the crucible. And a very stubborn boy. Harry laughed. The sound filled the chamber, and the warden's lines pulsed brighter, and for a moment the ancient entity and the 11-year-old boy were just two people sharing a joke in a room made of light. He climbed back up. Every floor, every staircase, every archway. The crucible was quiet now, not silent, but settled, the blue-white lines dimming to a gentle glow as Harry ascended. The rooms he passed through were peaceful. The dungeon had done its work. Its vessel was forged. He emerged through the wall into the sub-dungeon corridor and pulled on the invisibility cloak and climbed to Gryffindor Tower and came through the portrait hole to find Ron and Hermione exactly where he'd left them. They saw his face and they knew. It's done, Harry said. Hermione burst into tears. Ron crossed the room in 3 strides and hugged Harry, a fierce, bone-crushing hug that said everything words couldn't, and then Hermione was there too, arms around both of them, the 3 of them standing in the common room at 3 in the morning, holding each other. And the heartstone pulsed warm in Harry's pocket, and the golden fire blazed in his chest, and the world was, for this one moment, exactly right. They stayed like that for a long time. Then Hermione pulled back, wiped her face, and said, "Quirrell." "Tomorrow," Harry said. "Today. When Dumbledore's away, because he will be, Quirrell's been waiting for exactly that. We go after the stone." "You're sure Quirrell will move?" He felt the crucible. Tonight. Whatever Voldemort is, he felt it, and he's scared. Scared people do stupid things fast. "He'll move tomorrow." Ron nodded. The chess player's mind was already working. Harry could see it, pieces on the board, strategies forming. The protections. "We know about Fluffy, music puts him to sleep. Hagrid told you that. The trapdoor leads to Snape's protection, Sprouts, Flitwick's, McGonagall's, and Dumbledore's. We don't know the specifics of all of them. But between us, we've got a chess grandmaster, the smartest witch in our year," and Ron grinned. "Whatever you are now. The guardian of an ancient border between reality and something else." "Yeah, that." They planned until dawn. Ron mapped strategies. Hermione cataloged their magical capabilities. Harry sat and listened and offered suggestions and felt the heartstone warm against his leg and the fire steady in his chest. At 7 in the morning, as the first students began trickling down to breakfast, Hermione went to the library to check one last reference. Ron went to get food. Harry sat alone in the common room and took out his notebook and wrote the last entry. Floor 25. The Warden's Chamber. The Heartstone. I am the Guardian now. The border is mine. The Crucible is done for now. I don't know what happens next. Quirrell. Voldemort. The stone. It might go wrong. It probably will go wrong. Things always go wrong. That's what I've learned from 25 floors of being tested by an ancient magical entity. But I have Ron. I have Hermione. I have a fire in my chest that burns with something Voldemort will never understand. My mum had it. She used it to save me. Now it's my turn." The day unfolded with the terrible momentum of a held breath releasing. Dumbledore was called away, an urgent message, a summons from the Ministry, convincingly fabricated. Harry watched the headmaster leave from the window of the common room and felt the castle's wards shiver with his departure. "Now," Harry said. They moved at nightfall. The third-floor corridor was dark and forbidden, and everything Hermione fundamentally objected to on principle, but she walked through it with her wand up and her chin set and did not hesitate. Ron flanked Harry's left side, his own wand drawn, his face pale but steady. Fluffy was enormous. 3 heads, each one the size of a dustbin, drool puddling on the stone, a growl that vibrated in Harry's ribs. He pulled out the wooden whistle Hagrid had given him for Christmas. The one he'd suspected was magical and blue. The sound that came out was not a sound. It was a frequency. A vibration that resonated with the same harmonic the Crucible used in its walls, and Fluffy's 6 eyes went wide and then heavy and then closed, and the massive body slumped, all 3 heads resting on massive paws. "Hagrid," Harry said, with something between exasperation and deep affection. The trapdoor opened onto darkness. They dropped. Devil's Snare caught them, Sprout's contribution. Hermione identified it in seconds and produced bluebell flames that drove the tendrils back. They landed in a damp chamber and moved on. Flying keys, Flitwick's work. A room full of enchanted keys swarming like birds, one of which fit the lock on the far door. Harry mounted the broomstick provided and the keys converged on him, but 4 months of dungeon reflexes and a lifetime of flying instinct made him untouchable in the air. He caught the right key in under a minute, swooping between the swarm with a precision that Madame Hooch would have wept at. McGonagall's chess set. The pieces were massive, stone, and violent, and the game was for real. Ron's moment. He stepped up to the board and his eyes went sharp, focused, the chess player's mind engaging fully, and he directed them through the game with a brilliance that was almost painful to watch. "Knight to h3, Ron said, and the stone knight moved, and the opposing queen turned toward it, and Harry knew what was coming before Ron said it. "Ron, no. It's the only way. She takes me, you're free to checkmate the king. There has to be another, there isn't. I've run it 6 ways. This is the line. Ron looked at Harry. His face was white, but his voice was steady. I'm not being noble. I'm being accurate. This is what I do, Harry. This is my dungeon. Ron stepped onto the square. The queen moved. The stone arm hit Ron across the head, and he went down hard, crumpling, his body dragged to the edge of the board. Hermione screamed. Harry clenched his jaw so hard his teeth creaked. He moved his piece. Checkmate. The king's stone sword clattered to the ground. Hermione ran to Ron. He was alive, breathing, pulse steady, a bruise already forming on his temple. She looked at Harry with eyes that were wet and fierce. Go, she said. I'll stay with him. Hermione, the next room is Snape's. I can see the bottles from here. It's a logic puzzle. I can solve it from the doorway and tell you which one to drink. But only one person can go forward. The bottle is too small for two. She was right. He could see the table of bottles through the archway and the sheet of paper with the puzzle. Hermione read it once, her lips moving, and pointed. The small one. Third from the left. Harry picked it up. Looked at her. She was kneeling next to Ron, her hand on his head, and she was crying and she was brave and she was everything. Come back, she said. Ron's words. The same words, from a different voice, with the same weight. Harry drank the potion. It was ice going down, a cold that spread through his chest and shielded him from the flames that sprang up in the archway. He walked through the fire and into the last room. Quirrell was already there. He stood before the mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore's final protection. The mirror that showed not your face, but your heart's deepest desire. Quirrell was staring into it, his hands clenched, his turban askew, and his face was no longer the mask of the stuttering professor. It was raw, desperate, a man at the end of his rope. It won't give it to me, Quirrell said, not turning around. His voice was clear, unstuttering. He'd known Harry was coming. I see myself presenting the stone to my master. I see myself rewarded. But the mirror won't release it. The mirror gives you what you want, Harry said. Not what you want to do with it. Quirrell spun. His eyes were wild, and behind them, through them, the red-tinged intelligence of something far worse. The boy said a voice that was not Quirrell's. High, cold, a voice like wind through dead trees. It came from the back of Quirrell's head, muffled by the turban. Let me see the boy. Quirrell reached up with shaking hands and unwound the turban. Harry had seen many terrible things in the dungeon. Shadow things made of darkness. Creatures with too many eyes. His own reflection, cold and dead-eyed, wearing his face like a mask. He had fought for 4 months in the dark against everything the Crucible could throw at him. But the face on the back of Quirrell's head, white, stretched, noseless, with eyes that burned red in the torchlight, was the worst thing he had ever seen. Not because it was frightening. Because it was sad. This was what Voldemort had chosen. This parasitic half-life, this grotesque dependence, this refusal to accept death even at the cost of everything that made life worth living. He had drunk the cup. Not the Crucible's cup, his own. He had cut away his humanity with his own knife, decades ago, and what remained was this. A face on the back of someone else's skull, too broken to exist on its own. Harry Potter, said Voldemort. We meet again. We never really met, Harry said. The first time, I was 1. And yet you defeated me. A child with no magic, no training, no knowledge. How? Love, Harry said. Apparently. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. Love. Your mother's love. A feeble, sentimental magic that should have burned out in seconds. And yet, the red eyes studied him. You have changed, boy. I felt it. Tonight, in this castle, something woke beneath the foundations. Something old and powerful. And it was connected to you. Yes. What is it? Something you'll never understand. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Kill him, he told Quirrell. Quirrell moved fast, faster than a possessed man should be able to, his wand coming up with a spell already forming. Harry didn't draw his wand. He stepped forward and put his hand on Quirrell's face. The effect was instantaneous. Quirrell screamed, a scream of agony so profound it shook the room, and his skin burned where Harry touched it. Not metaphorically. burned, blistered, charred. The golden warmth in Harry's chest, the crucible's gift, the heartfire of Floor 24, the love that had been woven into his magic at its deepest level, poured through his skin and into Quirrell and Voldemort's parasite, and it burned. Quirrell staggered back. His face was ruined, a handprint of blackened flesh where Harry's palm had been. Voldemort screamed from the back of his head, the red eyes blazing with pain and fury. "Kill him! Kill him now!" Quirrell lunged. Harry caught his hands. Both of them. The contact burned Quirrell's palms to ash, skin crumbling like paper, and the man screamed again and tried to pull away and couldn't, because Harry was holding on with the grip of someone who'd spent 4 months holding rocks in the dark. The fire was not his. It was his mother's. It was the Crucible's. It was the love of everyone who'd ever cared about him, Lily and James Potter, who'd died for him, Hagrid, who'd walked into a storm to bring him home, Ron, who pushed the bread basket, Hermione, who tracked his growth on charts, Neville, who said you look more here. All of it, concentrated, channeled, flowing through Harry's hands and into the thing that had chosen to abandon love and was now being destroyed by it. Quirrell crumbled. His body couldn't sustain the assault. The fire ate through him the way it ate through the shadow things in the dungeon, dissolving flesh and bone and the dark magic that animated them. He fell, disintegrated. And from the ruin of his body, a dark shape rose, a wraith, a shadow, the torn fragment of Voldemort's soul, and it hung in the air for a moment, screaming, and then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, away, out into the night, a shriek of rage and pain that faded until it was nothing. Gone. Not dead, but gone. Harry stood in the chamber with ash on his hands, and the mirror of Ariste behind him, and the echoes of Voldemort's scream fading into silence. He turned to the mirror, looked into it. He saw himself. Not a desire, not a fantasy. Himself. Harry Potter, 11 years old, thin, scarred, exhausted, with ash on his hands and fire in his chest. Standing. Alive. Real. And behind his reflection, barely visible, a crowd. His parents smiling. His friends whole and safe. The warden, stone and light. And a line of figures stretching back into the mirror's depth, guardians, he realized. The ones who came before. The ones who had never been, because no one had reached this point. Ghosts of possibility, saluting the boy who had. Something appeared in his pocket. Small, hard, warm. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him, not because he wanted to use it, but because he wanted to protect it. Dumbledore's final protection, a safeguard that responded not to desire but to intention. Harry took the stone from his pocket and looked at it. Red, crystalline, pulsing with alchemical fire. The elixir of life. Immortality. The thing Voldemort had been willing to kill for. He put it back in his pocket, turned from the mirror, walked back through the flames, the potion still protecting him, and found Hermione where he'd left her, kneeling next to Ron, who was groggily regaining consciousness. "Is it done?" Hermione asked. "It's done. Quirrell. Gone. Both of them." Ron blinked up at Harry from the floor. "Did we win?" "We won." Ron smiled. It was lopsided and dazed, and the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Brilliant. "Can someone carry me?" "I think my legs are on holiday." They carried him. Together, Harry and Hermione got Ron upright and between them, and they walked back through the chambers, past the chess set, past the keys, past the devil's snare, up through the trapdoor where Fluffy was still sleeping, and into the third-floor corridor, where Albus Dumbledore was standing. He was back. Of course he was back. Harry realized later that Dumbledore had probably turned around the moment he felt the Crucible's harmonic, had probably been in the castle the entire time, watching, waiting, trusting. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles took in the three of them, Harry with ash on his hands, Hermione with tears on her cheeks, Ron barely conscious between them, and something in the old man's face shifted. "I believe," Dumbledore said softly, "that you have had quite an evening." "Professor," Harry said, "I need to give you something." He pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and held it out. Dumbledore looked at the stone, looked at Harry, and in his eyes, behind the twinkle, Harry saw something vast and ancient, and knowing the recognition of one guardian by another. "Keep it safe," Dumbledore said. "For now." Then he took Ron from their arms and carried the boy himself, with a strength that belied his age, and led them to the hospital wing, and the night was over. 3 days later, Harry sat by the Black Lake in February sunshine that had no business being as warm as it was. The term was winding down. Exams were coming. The castle was settling back into its routines, the events of the past months already fading into gossip and legend. Ron was out of the hospital wing, sporting a scar on his temple that he was enormously proud of. Hermione was in the library, researching something. She was always researching something. Neville was in the greenhouse, tending his plants with the quiet competence of someone who had found, if not the strength he was looking for, then the peace to wait for it. Harry sat by the lake and felt the Heartstone warm in his pocket and the golden fire steady in his chest, and the border, far below, holding. Footsteps on the grass. Draco Malfoy alone, no Crabbe, no Goyle. He stood a few feet away, hands in his robe pockets, face unreadable. Potter. Malfoy. A silence. The lake lapped gently at the shore. The giant squid waved a lazy tentacle. "Something happened," Malfoy said. "With Quirrell. The whole school's talking about it. Nobody knows the details." "No. But you were there." "Yes. And you, whatever you've been doing this year. The disappearances. The changes. It's connected. Some of it." Malfoy looked at Harry. The sneer was absent. The posturing was absent. What remained was an 11-year-old boy, sharp and complicated, trying to understand something that didn't fit his model of the world. "My father says you're dangerous. What do you think?" Malfoy considered this. Really considered it, with the intelligence that usually hid behind the bully act. "I think you're different from what I expected," he said finally. "And I think that bothers me more than if you were dangerous." He turned and walked back toward the castle. Harry watched him go and felt something unexpected, not friendship, not warmth, but the recognition of potential. A different path for Draco Malfoy, maybe? Someday. Ron appeared, plopping down next to Harry with 2 sandwiches and no apparent sense of personal space. "Malfoy bothering you?" "Not really." "Good. Sandwich." Harry took the sandwich. They ate in silence, watching the lake. "So," Ron said eventually. "Next year." "Next year. More dungeon." "The warden said there are deeper levels. They'll open when I'm ready." "And the border thing. The guardian thing." "Yeah." Ron chewed thoughtfully. "So basically, you're going to spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts fighting monsters, guarding the border of reality, and probably saving the world a few more times." "Probably. And I'm going to spend the next 7 years at Hogwarts playing chess, eating sandwiches, and trying to keep you from getting killed." "That's the plan." Ron nodded. "Could be worse." Hermione joined them 10 minutes later, dropping her bag on the grass and sitting down with the particular sigh of someone who had been in the library for 6 hours and was ready to rejoin civilization. "I've been thinking about next year," she said. "Shocking," Ron said. "The Crucible's deeper levels will presumably present greater challenges. If Harry's going to continue, we need a more robust support system. I've been drafting a schedule, research rotations, rest protocols, a tracking system for magical core fluctuations." Hermione. "What?" "It's a nice day. The sun is out. Can we just sit?" She blinked, looked at the sky, looked at the lake, looked at her 2 friends, side by side on the grass, one of them holding a sandwich and the other holding a Heartstone, and both of them alive and whole and here. "Yes," she said. "We can sit." They sat. The sun moved across the sky. The lake glittered. The castle rose behind them, ancient and alive, and far beneath it, the Crucible rested, its lights dimmed, its chambers quiet, its purpose fulfilled. For now. On the last day of term, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with his trunk and his owl and his friends, and the Heartstone in his pocket and the fire in his chest. The train pulled away from the station, and the castle receded into the distance, and Harry pressed his face to the window and watched it shrink until it was a silhouette against the sky. Next to him, Ron was already opening a chocolate frog. Across from him, Hermione was already opening a book. The compartment was warm and bright and full of the particular noise of students heading home, laughter, argument, the rustle of sweets being unwrapped. Malfoy appeared in the compartment doorway, opened his mouth, looked at Harry. Harry looked back, calm, steady. The eyes of someone who had walked into the dark every night for 4 months and come back every morning and refused to trade his humanity for power, and held a golden fire in his chest that burned with everything Malfoy's world told him was weakness. Malfoy closed his mouth, turned and walked away. Ron grinned. What was that about? Nothing. He just wanted to say goodbye. The train rattled south. Fields and hills and rivers rolled past the window, the English countryside stretching toward summer. Harry leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes and felt the heartstone pulse against his leg and the border hold beneath him and the world turn, slowly, toward whatever was coming next. He wasn't afraid. He'd been in the dark. He'd come back stronger. And he had people worth coming back for. Ron nudged him. Oi, Harry. Yeah? What happens next year? Harry opened his eyes, looked at his friend, smiled, not the small, tentative smile of the boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts unable to light his wand, but the real smile of someone who had found his fire and his heart and his home. I go deeper, he said.